Darkness. Desolation. Nothing could be seen. Wang Yu had merely taken a golden flyer in passing, without even having time to read what was written on it before he inexplicably appeared here. This place was certainly not where he had been before. The two locations had no connection whatsoever and could only be forcibly explained as teleportation or some kind of traversal. To make matters worse, his phone had run out of battery on the subway, leaving him unable to contact anyone, unable even to determine where he was. It could hardly be more disastrous. Hiss. It's so cold. Where on earth am I? A strange chill seeped into and through his skin, forcing the shirt-clad Wang Yu to shrink in on himself. Thrown without warning into such an incomprehensible situation, Wang Yu felt at a loss, vaguely certain that unknown dangers lurked within the darkness, a flutter of panic rising in his chest. Yet he could not afford to do nothing. The instinct to survive drove him to move. Instead of losing control and screaming, he staggered forward, groping about in the dark. His fingers brushed against a cold, uneven metal wall. Turning, he pressed his back to it, only then regaining the faintest sense of safety. Have I been kidnapped? Some kind of prank? A blackout in my consciousness? No, if it were kidnapping, why would I wake up standing? This really is teleportation. I've actually been teleported to some unknown place. Wang Yu cautiously scanned the surroundings and sorted through his situation. After several deep breaths, he gradually calmed down, though his heart still hammered violently in stubborn refusal. Before he could think further, the cold in the air forced him to move again. If he stayed here, he risked hypothermia. He was far too lightly dressed, and the ambient temperature felt close to freezing, perhaps even lower. Still feeling along the wall, Wang Yu walked on, picking a direction at random while checking the belongings on his person. He had a shoulder bag. Inside were his phone, some tissues, his resume, and certificates. He had just finished a job interview before the incident and had been on his way back to his rented room. As a fresh graduate from a third-rate college, job hunting had been the most important task in his life. But now, he no longer needed to worry about that problem, nor to dwell on that disastrous interview. His physical defect had made interviews far more difficult for him than for others. He was lame. Though not severely, his limp was still obvious when he walked, impossible to hide no matter how he practiced. It had caused him great trouble in life, though he had long since stopped caring about other people's gazes. Or perhaps he had simply learned to accept them. He considered himself fortunate, at least in one respect. He had survived the accident when he was 5, despite the sequelae it left behind. He could no longer remember the details, clearly only that the disaster had taken the lives of his parents and younger sister, while he miraculously survived in the cramped car interior, holding on for 5 whole days. To this day, he could still recall the look on the rescuers' faces when they found him. There had been astonishment and joy in their eyes, and a faint trace of fear. That was his so-called good fortune. Everyone around him believed he was lucky. Even Wang Yu himself had always thought so. Later, his uncle took him in. There had been no melodramatic struggle over inheritance, for his uncle was an overly upright man. When Wang Yu came of age, all of his parents' estate was handed over to him. Including insurance and compensation, it totaled more than 1.6 million yuan, enough for him to establish himself in the city. Wang Yu simply had never been able to blend into his uncle's family. His uncle doted on him even more than on his own children, and that alone compelled Wang Yu to leave. He had to go before the tensions escalated further. But now all of that seemed strangely unimportant. What he most needed to figure out was this: how he had ended up here and what this place actually was. Wang Yu's hand found his wallet. Inside were bank cards, some cash, and his ID card. The photo on it was a shot he had been quite proud of, but now none of it was of any use. After a brief consideration, he decided not to throw the wallet away. Its weight would not slow him down. Instead, he scattered his resume and photocopies on the floor, worth almost nothing now, but they might somehow come in handy. As for food, he had only 2 chocolate bars, which he often used to replace breakfast, and a bottle of Nongfu spring water that was almost untouched. Wang Yu continued to move forward, hand on the wall. He had no way of knowing how far he had walked, only that the wall seemed unnaturally long. Yet because he could not see, he did not dare leave it and rush blindly into the dark like a headless fly. If he crashed into something strange, it would be bad. After eating 1 chocolate bar to restore some strength, the chill in his body eased slightly, though he was not sure if that was really a good sign. Wang Yu remembered that when people were close to freezing to death, they would also feel hot and even begin to hallucinate. He had no idea which stage he had reached. But he was certain of one thing: if he did not hurry and find a way to raise his body temperature or keep warm, he would definitely freeze to death here and end up as an ugly naked corpse. Wang Yu quickened his pace, his slightly uncoordinated right leg beginning to drag him down, making his stride limp and uneven. Gradually, perhaps as his eyes adapted to the darkness, he felt he could vaguely make out a few contours. Ahead seemed to be a wall, faintly reflecting a dim red glow. He appeared to be in an absurdly long corridor about 8 meters wide, and he had reached a corner of it. How enormous would a building have to be to justify a passageway this wide? It was the first time Wang Yu had ever seen such a broad corridor. It could almost serve as a road. Still, where there was light, there might be something that could help him. Wang Yu quickened his steps again. After passing the corner, he finally saw about 30 meters ahead red light strips embedded in the walls and ceiling. One of the light strips was flickering as though suffering from poor contact. Combined with the uneven stain and scratch-covered walls, Wang Yu had every reason to suspect that this facility had been abandoned for a long time. What kind of place is this? Wang Yu frowned. As he stopped, a shudder ran through him. The cold was returning. The chill urged him to keep moving. He could not stop. He slung the shoulder bag across his chest and tied a knot at his back. He had no idea how much insulation that might provide, but it was better than nothing. He walked on, taking advantage of the weak light to examine the wall's floor and even the ceiling, trying to read from the remaining traces anything that might help him locate where he was. But he could make nothing of it. The stains looked like some liquid that had been splattered there. The scratches resembled marks left by some sharp implement, even claws. There were also dents from impacts with blunt objects. An increasing sense of dread gnawed at him. This place had gone beyond anything he understood. In the real world, there was nowhere that matched these environmental conditions. Some out-of-control laboratory from Resident Evil. These look like traces left by some huge animal struggling before death. Just what have I? The more he thought, the more uneasy he became. His heart rate surged while the chill on his skin grew sharper, making him tremble uncontrollably. I can't stop. If I stop, I'll freeze to death. I have to start running. Wang Yu urged himself into motion, glanced once behind, and then pressed onward. Just as he sped up, a faint sound came from behind him. Galala. It sounded like something heavy being dragged across a metal floor, the noise growing clearer and closer, coming from the very corridor he had just traversed. What is that? Instinct screamed that whatever was coming was extremely bad. He strained his uncooperative legs, forcing himself to run faster, fleeing forward with everything he had, even though he could see nothing ahead. The damned creature seemed to have noticed him and began to speed up as well. The distance between them shrank quickly, and the sound of the heavy drag grew even more piercing. Wang Yu could even hear chains swinging above his head, as if that thing were right on his heels. In less than 10 seconds, Wang Yu felt as if his lungs were about to explode, his legs screaming with cramps. Running had always been his weakest point. Now it was killing him. Damn it, did I cross into some bizarre horror world? Shouldn't I at least have a cheat ability or a system to help me? What kind of traversal is this with nothing at all? Novels are all lies. Wang Yu cursed inwardly. His small hobby had always been reading web novels, and now he couldn't help but rant in his heart, praying this was only a nightmare he could wake from. Soon a faint light appeared ahead, once more clusters of small green points, too dense to make out clearly, like a heap of glowing light sticks or something similar. Perhaps they were rescuers searching for him. At least that was what Wang Yu truly hoped in that moment. Is anyone there? Something is chasing me, he shouted. The lights responded. They shifted and grew brighter. So bright that Wang Yu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in shock. For those lights belonged to a bizarre creature he had never seen before. A grotesque giant salamander or lizard. The sudden fright robbed the already handicapped Wang Yu of what little balance he had left. He stumbled and crashed to the floor, pain flaring in his right hip and the palm braced against the ground. But he had no time to care about the pain. The monster was charging. A lizard magnified dozens, even hundreds of times, lunged toward him. Its face bore neither eyes nor nostrils, but skin was covered in a mesh of vein-like structures, the pores within emitting emerald fluorescence like countless glaring eyes. Damn it! Wang Yu was deeply unwilling, but there was nothing more he could do. Behind him was some unknown horror. Before him, a vicious beast that could not be trifled with. It seemed he was destined to die here today. The lizard drew near and opened its mouth, shooting out an elastic tongue straight toward Wang Yu's face. He no longer had the strength to dodge. His life was about to reach its end. Was it? Facing what should have been certain death, Wang Yu did not shut his eyes to escape. Instead, an inexplicable calm settled over him, as if he had returned to that cramped space where he had once been trapped in a past disaster. Only this time his streak of good fortune seemed to have finally run out. Yet he had already done all he could, or at the very least he had held on until now, and could be considered to have fulfilled his promise. Then a violent impact suddenly erupted before his eyes, like a stun grenade going off at point-blank range. The force hurled him into the air. He crashed heavily to the ground, his entire body racked with indescribable pain. Chunks of flesh and filthy blood splattered all over him, all of it from that lizard. The creature had been slain by an absurdly massive warhammer. The hammerhead was 4 or 5 times thicker than Wang Yu's waist, and was now being slowly lifted, its surface smeared with the lizard's shredded flesh and oozing green fluorescent ichor. There was also a tongue still twitching non-stop, less than half a meter from Wang Yu, like a snake that had been suddenly severed, continuing to spasm on its own. As for the lizard's body, it was almost nowhere to be found, reduced entirely to mince. Only its 4 limbs and tail still convulsed, while bits of meat were scattered everywhere. The glowing fluid spilling out lit up the corridor, allowing Wang Yu to finally see what kind of being was wielding that terrifying hammer. It was a colossal, ironclad giant. By any reasonable standard, a human that tall and robust should not exist. He had already surpassed the bounds of humanity. He stood over 4 meters tall. Beneath his dark red skin, swollen muscles writhed and bulged. He wore damaged armor draped with hanging chains, many sections showing signs of repair and reforging. In some places, armor plates had been directly riveted into his skin and flesh, painful just to look at. That grotesque war hammer was his weapon. One side bore a flat, striking face to maximize impact area, while the other tapered into a vicious spike designed specifically to pierce through the hardest armor. The giant drew the hammer back, holding it reversed and resting it on the ground. The grating sound from before was most likely caused by that weapon being dragged along the floor. Wang Yu's heart leapt into his throat. He did not even dare to breathe, too loudly terrified of attracting the giant's attention and ending up like the lizard. But clearly the giant's target had been the lizard. Otherwise, Wang Yu would already be dead. Strictly speaking, this giant had actually just saved his life. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the ironclad giant slowly turned his head and looked toward the bedraggled Wang Yu. His face was even more horrific and twisted than Wang Yu had imagined. His face looked as though it had been scorched by raging flames or corroded by acid, exposing bare gums and teeth. His left eye was nothing but a dark hollow socket, while the right side of his face was covered by a riveted iron plate. Behind its mesh-like holes, a faint crimson glow flickered, as if studying Wang Yu. Before Wang Yu could react, the giant had already seized him with his other hand. The palm was broad enough to encircle Wang Yu's waist, lifting him into the air and holding him up for a closer inspection. The stench of blood and rot wafting from the giant was so overpowering it nearly made Wang Yu vomit. The chocolate bar he had eaten earlier surged back into his mouth, but he forced it down again, feigning composure. He doesn't seem hostile toward me, or I'd have been smashed to pulp already. Don't panic. Wang Yu tried to hypnotize himself, not daring to move recklessly while searching for any chance to break free. Fortunately, events unfolded just as he had hoped. The giant merely glanced at him a few times, then set him back down on the floor and continued forward, dragging the heavy war hammer with him. The same harsh, grating metallic screech accompanied his steps, as though Wang Yu had never existed at all. Huff! Wait a second. After standing dazed in place for a moment, Wang Yu finally recovered and shouted, limping after the giant on his inconvenient right leg so he would not be attacked by other monsters. About 15 minutes later, Wang Yu still had not found a way out of this place, but he had already grown used to following behind the hammer-wielding giant. Yes, Hammer Bro. Because the giant carried a world-shattering hammer, Wang Yu had decided to call him that. It should be fine, and he had in his own way asked for the other party's opinion. That should be okay, right, Hammer Bro? Wang Yu asked. When Hammer Bro gave no reply, Wang Yu took his silence as tacit approval. He had just arrived in this place, unfamiliar with everything. Only Hammer Bro was both formidable and, in his eyes, kind-hearted enough not to eat him, and even relatively easy to get along with. Naturally, Wang Yu had to cling tightly to this powerful thigh. Moreover, Hammer Bro was very likely intelligent and self-aware, even capable of understanding his words. He was just taciturn. How to describe it? Yes, stingy with words. At first, Wang Yu could not keep up with Hammer Bro's long strides. After he called out a few times, Hammer Bro actually slowed his pace, which made Wang Yu all the more confident in his own judgment. Hammer Bro is only frightful in appearance, with a form no longer quite human, but he's actually easy to get along with. As they walked, Wang Yu watched Hammer Bro destroy 2 more similar lizard monsters. He seemed to be hunting these strange creatures. Thanks to this, Wang Yu no longer felt cold. The lizards turned out to be warm blood, and their fluids glowed and radiated heat. Now that he was covered in them, his problems of staying warm and having light were both conveniently solved. Hammer Bro, what do you think these lizards eat to grow so huge? There's clearly nothing here at all. He posed the question, but Hammer Bro still did not utter a single word, merely plodding forward with mechanical dullness. Wang Yu had already grown used to it. Hammer Bro, do you have any idea how to get out of here? Hammer Bro, how did you train to become so strong? Hammer Bro, are there any other people here? Hammer Bro, I brought a specialty snack from my hometown. A chocolate bar. Would you like to try it? The moment these words left his mouth, Hammer Bro finally reacted, coming to a halt. Wang Yu froze, inwardly sighing that he might have just made a terrible mistake. In truth, he was rather nervous. Though he sounded talkative, he was really using the chatter to bolster his own courage, ease the tension in the air, and distract himself. I didn't just hit a nerve, did I, eh? Wang Yu swallowed hard. Up ahead, Hammer Bro slowly turned around. He too was smeared with the lizard's shredded flesh and fluids, though the glow on him was noticeably dimmer than on Wang Yu. The gore on his body even seemed to squirm slightly, as though being absorbed into his skin and the armor plates covering it. Hammer Bro. Wang Yu called out nervously, only to see that enormous hand reaching toward him. He immediately understood. Right away. Wang Yu hurriedly pulled the chocolate bar from the satchel on his chest and placed it in Hammer Bro's hand. In comparison, the snack looked like a tiny scale model, barely enough to fill the gap between the giant's teeth. Fortunately, Hammer Bro was not picky and had an impressive digestive system. He tossed the bar into his mouth, wrapper and all, crunching loudly as he resumed walking forward. Just like that, Wang Yu lost his last bit of food. Even so, he did not feel it was a loss. He had just earned a wave of goodwill from Hammer Bro. As for what to do later, since Hammer Bro and the giant lizards could survive here, food clearly was not in short supply. In the worst case, those smashed lizard corpses were not entirely inedible. Even if they were poisonous, he would have to try them. It was still better than starving to death. Thus, Wang Yu followed behind Hammer Bro for some time until he noticed a familiar diploma and stack of documents underfoot and realized he had returned to his starting point. There had been forks in the path along the way and doors as well, some even standing ajar. But Wang Yu did not dare to enter rashly, unsure what might lurk inside and afraid of encountering new dangers. At this starting point where he had first crossed over, there was in fact also a door. It had been too dark back then for him to notice. He had groped his way to the opposite wall instead and just happened to miss it. Now seeing this door, Wang Yu grew even more suspicious, feeling there had to be something inside. He tried walking toward it, and the door slid open automatically, as if sensing his approach. "Hammer Bro, the lights are on in here. Aren't you coming in to take a look?" Wang Yu called. But Hammer Bro did not stop, continuing forward as though he had heard nothing at all. After weighing his options, Wang Yu still decided to enter the room. He had just stolen a glance inside. The lights were on, and there did not seem to be any monsters. Wang Yu walked into the room, and the gate behind him closed shut. However, to ensure an escape route, he attempted to step back out. After confirming that the door allowed for free passage, he sighed in relief and began to investigate the room before him. The space inside was quite large, with a big office desk placed in the center resembling a workspace. On either side were 2 bedrooms and a separate bathroom, with the master bedroom also containing a storage room. The minimalist and rugged decoration style gave Wang Yu a sense of futurism, as it resembled scenes from science fiction works. Most of the furniture was made from metal, composite, wood, and plastic, albeit all worn and old. Someone had lived here before, but that was a long time ago. Wang Yu looked at the walls and floor covered in dust and unknown stains. Many areas were even cracked, with a sticky gel-like sensation underfoot, making it unpleasant. Some walls and furniture even bore scorch marks. Tiny bullet holes. Wang Yu picked up something that resembled a bullet casing at his feet, and it crumbled easily under his grip. Is it not brass or metal? Wang Yu frowned, as it felt somewhat like an eggshell, possibly due to aging and becoming brittle. Moreover, he discovered large spray-like stains on the bed in the secondary bedroom, which had oxidized into black, with some even splattered onto the ceiling, indicating that something unfortunate had indeed occurred. There was no danger in the room, no lizards hiding in corners or shadows to ambush him, which was good news. Wang Yu decided to set this place as a temporary base, as the facilities were relatively complete. The lights were still functioning and the wiring was intact. I just wonder if lizards might break in. Wang Yu glanced at the somewhat unreliable door, planning to use some debris to barricade it. While resting, at least it would make noise if something intruded, serving as a warning. Unfortunately, the water supply was completely cut off. The sensor faucet in the bathroom had stopped functioning. Wang Yu smashed it with a heavy object, and there wasn't a drop of water inside. Next was food. Wang Yu found a can of food in the corner of the storage room, or rather, it was a large cat food can. The discovery was also worth mentioning. He found it based on the cat graffiti and arrows on the wall, buried under a pile of tattered cloth and boards. Clearly other creatures had been here and had hidden resources, albeit not very intelligently. Some kind of large feline. One that can draw markings and open cans by itself. Wang Yu speculated. Of course, he did not believe such a smart cat could exist. The graffiti on the wall looked like it had been carved with a sharp tool, with the deepest parts exceeding a centimeter. Cats do not possess such hard and sharp claws, as this was a metal wall. Perhaps it was some cat food-loving pervert who used an angle grinder to create these patterns and hid a can of cat food here. Wang Yu found it amusing, and a lot of the pressure on his mind dissipated. He added the can of cat food to his food supplies, as the culprit cat was most likely no longer around. This can had no idea how long it had been stored, with the label almost completely oxidized. But he remembered that as long as the can was not damaged, it could be preserved for a very long time. Although the surface of this can look tattered, what was inside might still be edible. Wang Yu looked at the half-orange cat head on the packaging, along with the familiar Chinese characters in the corner. With a starfish content greater than 1. Do cats here eat so well with starfish? Wang Yu complained. Having lived inland, he had never eaten starfish in his life, let alone gourmet starfish. He only knew such echinoderms existed. The can was placed into the crossbody bag in front of him. He had no psychological burden or pressure regarding eating cat food, as long as he didn't starve. There's only one place left to check. Wang Yu looked at the large office desk in the center of the room. Although a part of the desktop was missing for some reason, the cabinet underneath was still usable. Wang Yu checked it, but found one of the cabinets was locked, and he did not have the key. In a horror game, this would be the beloved key-finding segment, but unfortunately this was reality, so Wang Yu decided to dismantle the desk to see what was inside, opting for a brute force approach. This desk had been in use for an unknown length of time in various states of decay. As long as he avoided certain metal structures, it would be fine. Wang Yu found a metal desk leg and directly drilled a hole into the wooden desktop, then dug out the contents inside. A gun. Wang Yu's eyes lit up. It was clearly a small handgun, but unlike traditional guns, it had a more high-tech feel, made of some white polymer that felt good in his grip. There was also a strange symbol on one side of the gun resembling someone with a twisted sense of humor adding four legs to a fish. What a bizarre symbol. Could it be the manufacturer's trademark? Wang Yu examined the gun and then tried firing a few shots at the desk, but there was no response. Clearly the gun was either unloaded or had a safety switch. It couldn't be broken, could it? Wang Yu further investigated and found the safety switch, but he couldn't figure out how to remove the magazine. However, he discovered a circular socket at the bottom of the gun stock that could pop out. A rechargeable handgun. Wang Yu exclaimed, looking at the phone in the corner that was still charging. The room had electricity and an operational outlet configured for both 2-prong and 3-prong plugs. His phone charger could work and the voltage was according to standard levels. But on the outlet, there was also a circular socket that matched the interface of this handgun. Wang Yu skeptically plugged the gun in, and then the gun lit up with colorful light bands embedded in it, flowing like liquid being injected. That four-legged fish symbol was also a screen displaying the charging progress, and in just a few seconds it went from 0 to 100. Charged so quickly. Is this a flash-charging handgun? Wang Yu took the handgun off, unable to help but complain, and then proceeded to conduct some tests. Perhaps due to being in use for too long, this gun needed several pulls of the trigger before it would fire with almost no recoil, feeling very much like a water gun. But in reality, this device was a portable laser handgun with immense power. The scorch marks and melting traces on the wall were left by such weapons capable of melting through metal pipes, with just one shot reaching terrifying temperatures. If fully charged, it could shoot about 20 rounds, with each shot consuming about 5 of energy. What a good item. With this, Wang Yu felt more confident in facing lizards. This was the power of science. Alright, let's organize the current situation. Wang Yu secured the gun and contemplated his next course of action. I took a golden pamphlet and was then transported to a special base where the level of technology is clearly much higher than that of the world I am familiar with, and there exist some bizarre creatures and individuals like Thor. But here, there is a connection to my previous world. The Chinese characters and the outlet confirm this point. Wang Yu reviewed the events and details, feeling as if he had been ensnared in a massive conspiracy. There was also a question he discovered after entering this room that he had not noticed before. He looked at his right palm where a number was inscribed in regular script, 7. The color was faint, resembling a faded low-quality tattoo. However, Wang Yu had no habit of getting tattoos, let alone marking such a meaningless number on his palm. This must have been something brought over during the crossing coincidentally on the right hand that received the golden pamphlet. Is this my golden finger? Or some kind of warning? Wang Yu frowned, as there were many ways to interpret it, such as a countdown warning of 7 days, or even 7 hours, or perhaps he has 7 lives, 7 chances to resurrect. After all, most novels and films portray it this way. Wang Yu had no clues for the time being, so he decided to put it aside and first deal with the difficulties at hand. The lizard's bodily fluids that had previously warmed him no longer provided comfort. Instead, they felt sticky and uncomfortable. He cleaned himself up and wrapped some rags around his body, which would at least provide some warmth. Next was food. Wang Yu planned to bring back a lizard as emergency food supplies, gradually expanding his exploration range until he found the exit here. After charging his phone and handgun, Wang Yu began his final checks, a habit he developed after that unfortunate incident. The cause of that incident was his father's lack of preparation. He hadn't checked the weather forecast before heading out and chose a deserted back road upon seeing traffic. At that moment, his father faced a lot of scolding from his mother, but unfortunately it was all too late. Thus, Wang Yu made it a point to double-check everything before each operation to avoid repeating the same mistake. When you are prepared, death will not come knocking at your door. Wang Yu took a large gulp of water, slipped a short metal pipe into his shoulder bag for emergencies, then left the room with his phone in one hand for light and a laser handgun in the other. There was no signal here, so his phone could only serve as a flashlight for now. He retraced his steps along the path he had previously taken, exploring with his phone and gun in hand. He glanced into several rooms and corridors he could access, discovering many were incomprehensible spaces or the doors simply wouldn't open. It was clear that this facility must have housed a considerable number of people in the past, otherwise it wouldn't have been operational. After searching, Wang Yu found a can of cat food and a metal spray can marked with a green cross in his bag, suspected to be a healing spray. both discovered under graffiti left by a cat. Though he didn't know who had left them, Wang Yu was grateful and stuffed them into his bag. Soon he returned to the place where he initially encountered Brother Hammer. However, here Wang Yu did not find the mutated lizard that had been smashed beyond recognition. Only remnants of blood stains remained to prove its existence, followed by a dragging mark that stretched into the darkness. There's something else here. Wang Yu's heart tightened as he shone his phone light ahead, and then turned it back. It was highly unlikely Brother Hammer was responsible, because he didn't seem the type to handle killing and burying. After a few moments of thought, Wang Yu decided to follow the trail. After all, he needed to explore to find an exit, and he had no choice. About 5 minutes later, Wang Yu stopped in front of a gate, as the blood trail ended there, blocked by the door. Moreover, the blood was quite fresh, still glowing, indicating that the corpse was new. Some of it had even been dragged from the passage ahead of Wang Yu, suggesting that the person had acted quickly, taking away many lizard corpses with great strength. Wang Yu couldn't handle such efficiency. However, Wang Yu couldn't open this door. Although it was powered, it wouldn't open on its own, and there was no switch button. Do I need a key card or some sort of authentication? Wang Yu frowned, feeling that the area behind the door might lead to other sections of the base, or even an exit. If there were access controls everywhere, he might really be trapped here. I should have packed some scraps of meat in my bag. Wang Yu lamented not being able to eat the mutated lizard, knowing that the canned cat food could be stored long-term, but the lizard wouldn't last. This separation might be permanent, and food and water might drive him into a dead end. Just then, the ground beneath him began to shake violently. It came too suddenly, causing Wang Yu to lose his balance and fall to the ground, his phone slipping from his hand. Along with it came a shrill alarm. Warning! Warning! Departing from subspace navigation. All crew members prepare for impact and unexpected events. Warning! Warning! What a subspace! Wang Yu exclaimed in shock, even as his back slammed against the wall, causing him pain, but clearly the content of the warning shocked him even more. Am I in? Just then the ground tilted severely, accompanied by the sound of metal being pulled and warped. It was very close, as if something was crawling and tearing along the wall. At that moment, the corridor lit up completely. The metal panel slowly lifted and blinding light flooded in. Wang Yu was stunned, for in front of him was a brilliant sun, the intense light causing his eyes to hurt, forcing him to look towards the darker areas. Am I in space? Is this the interior of a spaceship? Wang Yu exclaimed in horror, faintly hearing strange screams and the sound of high temperatures, scorching grease. In the instant the metal panel opened, he seemed to see something crawling up the ship's hull. Without time to think, the sound of heavy crawling came from both ends of the corridor, one in front and one behind. 2 mutated lizards suddenly appeared. Damn it! Wang Yu tried to raise his hand to shoot, but his hand was not cooperating. Only then did he realize that his right elbow was unnaturally positioned, seemingly dislocated. Raising his arm hurt too much, and he couldn't lift it at all, likely due to the ship's earlier turbulence, leaving him with only the ability to grip the gun without aiming. The opportunity to counterattack slipped away. Before Wang Yu could even think about switching hands to use the gun, the mutated lizard lunged at him, opening its mouth to unleash its elastic tongue. Wang Yu managed to raise his relatively intact left hand to block, protecting the vital areas of his head and neck, but he was ensnared by the lizard's snake-like tongue, losing his balance and leaning forward. However, the danger was not over. Behind him, another mutated lizard joined the fray, hurriedly shooting out its tongue like it was seizing prey, wrapping it around Wang Yu's right ankle. The 2 lizards of similar size began to fight over him, emitting a harsh hissing sound akin to gas rushing through a pipe. Wang Yu was caught between the 2 lizards, his left hand and right leg held taut, being pulled in opposite directions. Particularly his right hip joint had an old injury where a steel pin had once been inserted, and this tugging only exacerbated the pain. Damn it! Wang Yu shouted in anger, startling both lizards for a moment. Just seconds ago, he had been thinking of eating lizards, and now he was about to become their excrement. The 2 mutated creatures were only briefly intimidated by Wang Yu's shout. They soon realized that their prey could not do anything to them, merely shouting loudly. Thus, the 2 lizards began to tug even harder, their combined strength almost tearing Wang Yu apart. In this critical moment, Wang Yu could only pin his hopes on the handgun, the only weapon that could potentially kill these beasts still held firmly in his right hand. But he couldn't lift his hand to aim. Wang Yu attempted to wrestle with the lizards, but aside from making his right leg hurt even more, it had no effect. He wanted to switch hands to use the gun, but the lizards wouldn't give him the chance. Yet in the struggle, the intense pain from swinging his right arm gave him a new idea. He turned to bite the tattered cloth wrapped around his right arm, willingly losing his balance and lifting his left leg off the ground. He planned to use his imbalance and swinging to find an opportunity to aim the gun at one of the lizards. As long as he could kill or injure one, breaking free from their grasp would give him a chance to survive. Wang Yu withdrew his left leg, the sole support holding him upright. and shifted his entire body weight onto the two opposing forces tugging at him, deliberately shattering his balance. The two lizards, each weighing well over 100 gene, briefly staggered under the sudden shift in tension. Wang Yu had been waiting precisely for this split second. Bracing with his neck and shoulders, he angled his right arm forward toward the nearer lizard during the destabilizing swing and fired. The chance was slim. Misfires and missed shots were highly probable. Yet behind him, as the lizards closed in to bite, another opportunity would arise. Adrenaline surged through Wang Yu's veins, momentarily drowning out pain while sharpening his nerves to razor intensity. He executed his plan with unwavering resolve. Then, a streak of light flashed across the air. To Wang Yu's astonishment, the notoriously unreliable pistol proved unexpectedly faithful. It discharged smoothly amid the recoil and struck the lizard directly ahead, piercing its torso clean through. The wounded mutant lizard collapsed instantly. Seizing the opening, the second lunged forward, its tongue lashing out to drag Wang Yu closer, jaws snapping open for the kill. But Wang Yu rolled aside just in time. In his left hand now rested the white pistol he'd swapped earlier, and he fired again, burning a gaping hole straight through the creature's forehead and melting clean through the rear window. Air rushed violently outward, whipping into a miniature hurricane, until reinforced metal shutters slammed down automatically, sealing the breach. Only then did the crisis truly end. Cough, cough. Wang Yu sat up, slick with viscous slime, shoving the dead lizard off his chest. He coughed uncontrollably, having accidentally swallowed some of the foul secretion, part of which had even lodged deep in his trachea. Fortunately, the danger had passed. He had successfully eliminated both lizards, though he'd also blown a hole through the window. Still, the ship's safety systems remained fully operational, sealing the breach before secondary catastrophe could unfold. HSSSS. As Wang Yu attempted to rise, searing pain shot through his right thigh, perhaps a torn ligament, while his right arm hung at an unnatural, grotesque angle. He set the pistol aside and dragged himself inch by inch to the wall, then rummaged through the chest pack strapped across his front, searching for the spray canister he'd earlier scavenged, suspected to be a healing agent. Finding it, he aimed it at the most painful areas and pressed the nozzle. The wounds ceased bleeding instantly. A cool mint-like sensation radiated from the evaporating compound, dulling pain and reacting with blood and tissue to form a thin, amber-hued protective film. Even the dislocation and thigh discomfort receded, though he couldn't tell whether the effect stemmed from anesthesia or genuine therapeutic action. The remaining spray dwindled rapidly, but Wang Yu already felt markedly better. He turned his gaze to his dislocated right elbow, steeling himself to attempt realignment. He possessed no medical training, but that no longer mattered. Survival demanded it. He would try hundreds of times if necessary. Without functional mobility, death here was inevitable. Wang Yu took several slow, deliberate breaths, braced his right palm against the floor, and engaged his shoulder muscles to coax the joint back into place. Multiple attempts failed, each more agonizing than the last, leaving him nauseous. Yet the numbing spray held the worst pain at bay. On the fifth try, a sharp, brittle crack echoed, and the elbow snapped back into alignment. Yet swelling bloomed instantly, turning the joint crimson and rendering it utterly useless. He had endured. Now, with peril receding, Wang Yu finally lifted his gaze beyond the shattered window to the boundless, star-strewn void of space. He appeared to be stranded in an outer corridor of the vessel. Clank! The metallic groan of an opening hatch startled him. His eyes snapped to the opposite sealed bulkhead, where a towering figure now emerged. It was not Hammer Brother. A thick, nauseating stench of decay erupted forth, so potent it choked him, so visceral it seemed to coat his skin. The being stood nearly 3 meters tall, a hulking, obese giant wearing a high hat whose original color was long since obscured. In his left hand, he gripped a heavy coil of iron chains slung carelessly over one massive shoulder like a sack of debris. His right hand clutched a colossal notched cleaver, its blade crusted with layers of dried, oxidized blood repeatedly recoat until the underlying metal was indistinguishable, appearing instead forged entirely from congealed gore. Wang Yu dared not draw breath. His left hand crept silently toward the pistol at his side, his eyes locked on the unmistakably hostile butcher. The creature glanced at him once. Its upper face, a grotesquely stitched pig's snout, fused directly into its skin, twisted and monstrous. Yet his prior encounter with Hammer Brother had taught Wang Yu a crucial lesson: appearances and stature meant nothing here. He betrayed no hostility, only kept his fingers resting lightly ready on the pistol grip. The aberration studied Wang Yu for several silent seconds, then shifted its gaze to the fallen lizards and stepped forward, each footfall booming like a drumbeat upon the deck. It halted beside one corpse, bent low, and fastened a barbed chain from its belt around the lizard's carcass. Only then did Wang Yu grasp the creature's intent. It was collecting the bodies, just as it must have done with the others earlier. Realizing this, Wang Yu cautiously spoke. Those 2 lizards, I killed them both. Would you? Please leave one for me. I'm a friend of Hammer Brothers. His voice trembled, not only from fear but from the overwhelming stench and odor of perpetual unwashed rot so acrid it burned his throat and brought tears to his eyes. The creature merely glanced at him again, then paused motionless for several heart-stopping seconds. Wang Yu's pulse hammered against his throat, terrified he might be bundled up alongside the corpses. Yet fortune favored him. The creature made no move against him. Instead, it hauled away one lizard and retreated. The metal gate hissed shut behind it. Only then did Wang Yu gasp in great ragged breaths, nearly suffocated from holding his own. Strangely, the fetid stench vanished the moment the creature departed, as if it had never existed. Wang Yu pushed himself upright against the wall, staring at the lone lizard left behind. Once again his gamble had paid off. Pig Brother was not evil, nor even alien in intent. He was in fact a legitimate crew member aboard the vessel. One lizard should suffice. I ingested some of its bodily fluid and felt no ill effects. My skin contacted it directly, so toxicity is unlikely. It is probably edible, Wang Yu reasoned aloud, though in truth he would have to roast and consume it regardless. With scant rations and no alternative, survival brooked no hesitation. Slowly leaning against the broken window, he finally allowed himself to absorb the cosmic vista outside. It surpassed any video game or cinematic depiction he'd ever experienced. Raw, unfiltered, terrifyingly real. Unshielded by atmosphere, the nearby star blazed with unbearable brilliance, its radiation visibly raising his skin temperature, threatening cellular damage. Yet he barely registered the danger. His gaze had locked onto another world below. That's Blue Star. No, it's different. Wang Yu whispered, elation flaring, then collapsing into despair. The continental configuration bore no resemblance to Earth's, but unmistakable signs of civilization shimmered across its surface, not mere flora or fauna, but evidence of advanced sentient life. And then, he saw a man-made satellite drifting slowly beneath the hull of the vessel. Wang Yu continued to gaze elsewhere, most of his vision consumed by darkness, with only sparse lights flickering in the distant void. These were stars separated by an unknown distance, resembling candles in the profound darkness, ready to extinguish at any moment, utterly powerless against the surrounding shadows. Though it was so bright and blinding, it gave off a sense of precariousness. After a long gaze, Wang Yu inexplicably felt his legs growing weak. By the time he realized it, he had already squatted down uncontrollably, accompanied by an indistinct, synthesized voice. Hyperspace travel concluded. The deep space vessel successfully arrived at the target star system. Host survival confirmed. System activation in progress. Activation successful. Your current authority level is I. Welcome aboard the deep space vessel, acting captain. Upon first contact with the vast universe, you awakened your talent. Self-disciplined living. Please check your personal panel for details. System. Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise, looking around to find the source of the voice, but failing to locate it. The voice seemed to resonate within his mind, unrelated to his current position, uncontrollable, and impossible to mute. However, he soon adapted, as the interface was remarkably convenient, far superior to a smartphone. His eyes felt as if they were integrated with a miniature computer, projecting a translucent screen directly onto his retina, harmoniously blending with his field of vision. Moreover, the content displayed could be manipulated by thought, completely unaffected by his view, easily turned off or adjusted for transparency at any moment. The essential system for travelers has finally arrived. But Wang Yu stumbled to his feet, glancing at the root of his right leg, which had begun to ache subtly. The effect of the pain relief spray was quickly wearing off, proving effective only for external injuries, but not for this chronic injury to his bones and ligaments. The system's appearance did not heal his physical deficiencies, confirming that the stories and novels were indeed unreliable. He could only rely on himself. Wang Yu summoned his personal panel to check his status. Wang Yu, race human. Human, a typical category of intelligent mammalian life forms renowned across the universe, highly dependent on technology, lacking fixed racial talents, but exhibiting great individual variability, possibly demonstrating unique personal talents. The average attribute value for adults is 5. Origin: terrestrial planet. Talent: Lucky 7. Self-disciplined living. Lucky 7. You are a natural-born lucky person, embodying the hopes of your family, thus favored by fortune. Everyone around you perceives you as lucky, making it easier to trigger favorable events. Up to 7 times a week, when facing life-threatening crises, you can force the occurrence of events with a probability over 10, steering reality towards a more survivable direction. This ability is not influenced by individual subjective will. Self-disciplined living, a healthy and regular lifestyle, is highly beneficial for you. When you maintain sufficient self-discipline, live healthily, and persist for 3 weeks, your attribute experience growth speed will increase by 20. Rationality cap: 20 points, lasting until your disciplined living is disrupted, but the bonus will continue for an additional 24 hours. Ability none. Status light injury. A robust human figure depicted yellowing at the right leg and right hand joints. Height 172 cm. Weight 65 per kilograms. Health 8195. The body has chronic injuries that cannot heal by themselves. Health cap permanently reduced by 5. Rationality 81,100. When rationality drops below 50, there is a chance of falling into a state of mental breakdown. When rationality hits 0, you will face life and death tests. Energy 77100. Energy below 60 will lead to a state of fatigue, making errors more likely. Below May 30th lead to fainting. Reaching 0 will result in immediate shock. Physical 42480. Physical measures the absolute strength and robustness of the individual, while 77740 will measures the mental strength of the individual. The higher it is, the less susceptible one is to adverse environments and conditions, and the stronger one's ability to endure despair with higher rationality resistance. Reflex 53110. Reflex measures the speed of nerve signal transmission. Typically, the higher the reflex, the more agile the individual, though sometimes sufficient physical strength is also required for support. Immunity 43780. Immunity measures the individual's ability to metabolize environmental influences. The higher it is, the less affected one is by poisons, diseases, cosmic rays, electric currents, and temperature, aiding rapid recovery and adaptation to extreme environments, as well as consuming hard to digest food. Inspiration 55210. Inspiration measures the ability to establish connections with subspace, making it easier to perceive things that shouldn't exist, triggering various abnormal phenomena that defy logic, and even connecting with subspace. This attribute also easily sparks inspiration during research and contemplation. Overall evaluation average attributes barely at 5. A mediocre fighter, the bit of luck he possesses is just enough to allow him to take a few more breaths in this universe. Lucky 7. Wang Yu suddenly recalled something and immediately looked at his right palm, which was smeared with green goo, noticing that the number had changed from 7 to 4. So this gun can fire continuously because of my talent. Wang Yu realized, suddenly enlightened. The faulty beam pistol's ability to function continuously was due to Wang Yu's luck. Those 2 shots had consumed 2 of his chances. As for the 3rd shot, it was probably why he could hit the mutated lizard with a dislocated hand. I really am quite lucky. Wang Yu smiled wryly, feeling he had acquired a talent that would be envied by others. But if given the choice, he would rather have never been lucky. In a short time, Wang Yu became familiar with the various functions of the system. Besides the personal panel, he could also check information about the deep space vessel, including his authority level and the internal structure of the ship, though parts he lacked authority for were completely blacked out. Wang Yu, acting captain of the deep space vessel, current authority level is I. You can spend 500 credit points to upgrade to level 2. Deep Space Vessel, a large scientific research ship that encountered a catastrophic event during a hyperspace transit, with nearly all crew members perishing, the hull severely damaged, drifting between the universe and subspace for years until a new captain arrived and brought it back to life. Durability. Maximum conventional cruising speed. The ship is damaged. Conventional cruising speed is unstable. Maximum conventional cruising speed refers to the ultimate speed achieved in standard space with uniform density, for example 0.2 ca, which is the limit of 0.2 times the speed of light. Core component activated subspace phase transition engine, granting the deep space vessel the ability to traverse both the universe and subspace. The core component is the soul of the ship. Damage to it will result in complete destruction, rendering it irreparable. Main engine activated subspace phase transition engine, hungry. The main engine supports long-distance interstellar travel. Damage will result in loss of the ability for long-distance interstellar navigation. It can replace the auxiliary engine in necessary situations to provide conventional power, but will greatly increase the load on the main engine. Auxiliary engine overweight field fusion engine. Damage. The auxiliary engine provides conventional power. Damage will affect the ship's navigation power supply and the use of conventional armaments, impacting all aspects. It cannot replace the main engine to support interstellar travel. Weapon module. Defense module, small electromagnetic particle shield generator, damaged. Basic module, gravity field generator activated, detector production factory, hungry activated subspace communication generator, hungry Fian, one type, one-time return landing pod, 3, basic factory missing. Contents that cannot be displayed require higher permissions to unlock. Damaged module components need repairs to restore operation, and missing components indicate they are completely lost or irreparable, which can be deleted. So complicated. Wang Yu felt a headache after reading. With all the engines and modules mentioned, he understood none of it. Not to mention repairs, he wouldn't even know how to operate them. Fortunately, this shortcoming was assisted by the system. All modules could be repaired or even expanded by spending credit points and resources. and it could be operated entirely within the system, even using only credit points for repairs, though at outrageous prices. For instance, the repair cost of that overweight field fusion engine was an astonishing 830 million credit points. Wang Yu merely counted the length of that number, confirming his eyes weren't deceiving him, and immediately gave up the thought of repairing this ship. But what does hungry mean? It wasn't explained. Is that thing alive or what? Wang Yu wondered, feeling there were significant issues with this ship, suspecting he might have boarded a pirate ship. Please proceed to the central control room bridge. The system will format the deep space vessel assisting you in taking command of this ship. At this moment, the system reminded him the information would remain on the interface in text form, and he could check past records at any time. Wang Yu opened the map of the deep space vessel, starting to confirm the location of the control room. With the map in hand, Wang Yu finally bid farewell to getting lost and wandering aimlessly, temporarily abandoning the idea of escape, for outside lay the vastness of space, a realm unfit for ordinary humans. However, the blue planet below might be a possibility, depending on whether there is an opportunity to land. Wang Yu first returned to the captain's cabin, the place he previously regarded as a stronghold, dragging back the spoils of this trip, the mutated lizard. Moreover, he knew whether this creature was poisonous through the system. Name: light lizard. Introduction: a common mutated creature in subspace resembling a lizard in appearance and habits, but structurally more akin to a fish with legs, hence some researchers classify it as a four-legged fish. It can exist stably after leaving subspace, but cannot reproduce. Its bodily fluid is a mild and harmless fluorescent agent, providing illumination, radiation resistance, and heat retention. The meat is non-toxic and edible, but caution is advised against parasites, and it is recommended to be cooked before consumption. The system can identify items, even biological ones, for free, which is a form of invisible welfare. He also identified the laser pistol with the following details. Name: Fire Scorpion 07 Snow Limited Edition. Malfunction. Manufacturer: Four-Legged Fish Life Co. Ltd. Four-Legged Fish Life Co. Ltd. Abbreviated as Four-Legged Fish Company, is a rather peculiar enterprise that has rapidly carved out a niche in the interstellar market with its unique approach. Its products are known for their high cost-performance ratio, covering various industries, boasting unique technology that cannot be reverse-engineered or replicated. The company frequently releases some inexplicable products, including a plethora of color-changing limited editions, leaving many puzzled. However, fans of the company flock to buy them, often getting scammed, as some products are extremely rare and highly collectible, fetching unimaginable prices. It is rumored that the company originated from an oceanic planet, with employees being intelligent four-legged fish. Regulatory level I. Civilian. The regulatory level is a standard set by the former Technology Ethics Oversight Bureau for the technology and potential dangers, represented by items categorized into 6 levels from I to 6, with high-risk items subjected to strict regulation, prohibiting private transactions, potentially bringing unimaginable disasters to civilizations and even the entire universe. They can be categorized as civilian: fine work, exquisite, forbidden oddities, and miracles. If creations of advanced civilizations are deemed sufficiently safe, they may also be classified as exquisite or fine work. Thus, this standard cannot entirely measure the technological sophistication of the creation. Description: a rare limited edition white beam pistol, with its collectible value far exceeding its practical value. The original owner traveled 30 light years and queued for a full 6 months just to acquire it. It inflicts substantial harm on unarmored entities, especially organic life forms, as its intense heat can instantaneously penetrate a target, causing internal fluids to boil and expand, resulting in secondary damage, though it can be absorbed or blocked by metals. Primarily existing as a collectible, when paired with an energy pack, it can sustain combat. A long press can be used to cut through large targets. The ignition unit circuit is malfunctioning, with only a 15% probability of successfully firing with each trigger pull. This gun is quite a rarity, Wang Yu remarked while fiddling with the pistol. It seemed that the previous captain of the deep space vessel regarded this gun as a precious collectible, hesitant to use it, locked away in the drawer of his desk. But to Wang Yu, it was merely a simple beam pistol, and one that was not very reliable. Yet this universe is truly vibrant. What is this Technology Regulatory Bureau, and what is this Four-Legged Fish Life Co. Ltd.? Wang Yu frowned slightly as the name of the company sounded odd to him. Life Co. Ltd. Why did it feel laden with malice? Regardless, it seemed that various civilizations and organizations existed in this world, and today Wang Yu had truly opened his eyes. He left the captain's cabin, following the map through the corridor, arriving at the bridge or main control room at the other end, feeling that something was amiss. He looked down at the metallic floor. Why does it feel like the corridor has shortened significantly? Is it an illusion? Or? Wang Yu could not comprehend it, and could only attribute it to a psychological effect, for he had just traversed dimensions feeling extremely nervous and lacking illumination, making misjudgments about distance quite reasonable. He gazed at the large metallic door before him. Due to the darkness, he had hurriedly followed Hammer Brothers' pace, without checking this door, only to realize this was the main control room. The captain's cabin, main control room, laboratory, and related workspaces were surprisingly on the same level, indicating that the ship's former captain was indeed a workaholic. As for other floors, access to them required level 2 permissions, which could be obtained through the door where he met Pig Brother. However, Wang Yu currently only had 5,000 universal credit points, so he could only look at the map, many areas obscured. First, let's check the situation on the bridge. Wang Yu tightened his grip on the beam pistol and approached the large door ahead. The doors within this spaceship seem to be automatic. If they cannot be opened, it is either due to insufficient authorization or because they are broken. The main control room's door is relatively intact and is currently opening, though the process is somewhat sluggish, with large clumps of black residue falling down, suggesting it hasn't been opened in quite some time. Most of the lights inside are still operational, but they are coated in a significant amount of black grime, resembling dried black mud, causing a dramatic decrease in brightness and giving an overall sense of decay. Wang Yu stood at the doorway, not daring to enter recklessly, holding his gun in his left hand to remain vigilant, worried about potential unknown dangers lurking inside, but fortunately there were none. He scanned the area and confirmed there was no danger before officially stepping inside, as a prompt from the system echoed in his ears. You have arrived at the central control room. Formatting is officially starting and is expected to be completed within 5 minutes. A 5-minute countdown appeared in Wang Yu's vision, which did not hinder his ability to see. He estimated that once the countdown ended, he would be able to control the ship. However, what exactly happened here? Wang Yu furrowed his brow as the ambience of the control room felt very different. Outside, it could be described as abandoned and lacking maintenance, but inside, Wang Yu truly doubted whether he had entered the body of an ancient corpse that had severely weathered. The air was filled with tiny fluffy particles, and the metallic floor beneath his feet was gradually replaced by a dry, waxy black organic material, with some areas even revealing shriveled blood vessels as thick as his forearm, supported by the bones inside, which could be seen through strong light. Yet there were traces of what had once been the bridge or control room of a large research vessel with 3 rows of control panels, and the number of operators was certainly no less than 20. Some control panels were also covered in desiccated tissue, their appearances utterly unrecognizable, not just covered, but seemingly fused together, making the chairs immovable. Is this really a spaceship that can fly, Wang Yu couldn't help but ask himself, but no one was there to answer which was better. If something unexpected popped up, he would likely shoot. He looked towards the center where the captain's seat of the deep space was located, feeling that the chair had been completely transformed into organic material, its surface a deep brown color. But when Wang Yu shone his phone's flashlight on it, the interior revealed a light yellow hue more akin to amber, with structures resembling human vertebrae and ribs composing the backrest. Oh my, could it be that the captain of this ship has merged with this chair? Wang Yu couldn't help but scoff, goosebumps rising on his skin. Fortunately, there were no dangers in the control room. Otherwise, Wang Yu's impaired legs and unstable handgun would have been utterly insufficient for his protection. He merely conducted a cursory inspection of the control room, having not finished exploring when the 5-minute countdown ended. A non-glaring blue data stream descended from the ceiling, illuminating the already waxy, translucent captain's chair. Then a miraculous scene unfolded. The chair seemed to be infused with vitality, activated by an unknown force, its surface flesh re-inflating as if blood were flowing inside the blood vessels, regaining elasticity and beginning to pulsate rhythmically, rejuvenating. Overall, it resembled a grotesque craft made from a living animal with its skin removed. Formatting complete. The control permissions of the main control room are now fully open to you. Please find a planet in this vast universe where you can settle and reignite the lights of human civilization. This is a fate we both cannot avoid. May everything go smoothly. The Legacy Reclamation Agent will hatch in 2 to 3 weeks. Upon acquiring the legacies of civilization and submitting them, you will receive corresponding credit point rewards and gacha opportunities, which can yield relics of the corresponding civilization. A giant egg wrapped in a light yellow membrane emerged from one side of the control room's floor, likely the so-called Legacy Reclamation Agent, though it was of no use for now. After the formatting was complete, the system also clarified the purpose of summoning him here. Just find a planet to settle down on. Wang Yu frowned, well aware that the less information one had, the worse the situation tended to be. If merely finding a planet for colonization and development could turn into a task, then this universe might be undergoing extremely terrifying events, as what binds civilization's development may not be technology, but rather something else, a kind of insurmountable disaster. Yet this did not align with the reality Wang Yu witnessed. Not long ago, he had seen a blue, vibrant planet outside the window where life and even civilization absolutely existed, complete with artificial satellites. There was no reason it couldn't sustain life, only that the conditions on it, primarily regarding the atmospheric environment, were uncertain whether they could support human activities freely, which required further confirmation. Furthermore, the need to reignite the lights of civilization. On this broken ship, Wang Yu was the only one aboard, and he was a disabled person. How could he possibly ignite the lights of civilization? It was practically a recipe for extinction. Even counting in Thor and Pig, it would still be impossible to produce the next generation. There was no chance. Unless he could find other humans. Wang Yu pondered many things, finally fixing his gaze on the seat in the center of the control room. There was no danger here, and the beam pistol, named Fire Scorpion, had been returned to the satchel on his chest, its safety engaged to prevent accidental discharge. Given the situation, it seemed that as long as he sat in that chair, he would be able to control the ship, and Wang Yu slowly walked over. There shouldn't be any significant risks, otherwise if he died at this step the system would be entirely in vain, so he wasn't worried about being harmed. However, out of physiological instinct, he was quite resistant to sitting on such a bloody, seemingly living chair. The backrest even appeared to be writhing, welcoming Wang Yu's arrival like a soft tongue. You? Wang Yu made a disgusted expression, first touching it to confirm it wouldn't bite before turning around and sitting down abruptly. Contrary to its appearance, the sensation of sitting down was akin to a soft high-end sofa. He sank into it. No, rather, he was swallowed by it. Realizing too late, Wang Yu immediately stood up, but it was already too late. More flesh surged forth, sticking him to it, while the backrest extended 2 rows of bloodied, indistinct ribs, locking him in place and rendering him immobile. Gradually, Wang Yu stopped struggling, not because he had been caught or was running out of breath, but because he discovered an extraordinary connection between himself and the chair, or rather this ship. It was not merely a digital and consciousness link, but a blood connection, becoming one entity. A wave of unbearable hunger and fatigue washed over Wang Yu. He felt that even raw flesh could satisfy him enough to finish off that lizard. He was so hungry and cold. The distant star, resembling a fireball, offered no warmth, only increasing his discomfort. This was not a signal from Wang Yu's body, but from the ship itself. This deep space was indeed a living being. He suddenly understood why those active modules displayed hunger. Those things were essentially the ship's organs, part of the same entity, hence the display of hunger. The ship was overall in a low-power state due to hunger. Wang Yu spent about 3 minutes adapting to this sensation, and soon his vision extended outside the spaceship. There was no need to raise the bridge or open a screen projection. He could see the exterior directly, with a 360-degree view and no blind spots. As he observed the surroundings of the universe, the surface of a deep space, just as Wang Yu had surmised, was a derelict ship abandoned for an unknown time, its surface almost entirely covered by an organic material resembling stone shells, making it easy to mistake for a small celestial body if strict spectral analysis and in-depth investigation of its trajectory were not conducted. However, now as Wang Yu's gaze shifted to the surrounding universe, the surface of the deep space gradually opened up with cracks, revealing yellow-brown eyeballs beneath. At this moment, the ship awakened. Ugh! Wang Yu lay on the ground, violently vomiting, his body covered in a thick yellowish pus. He could only endure the sensation for about 5 minutes before he had to withdraw, unable to bear the intense thirst and discomfort. Even after detaching, the discomfort did not completely vanish. He vomited for nearly 3 minutes before slowly getting up, still feeling a bit dizzy. The feeling of piloting the spaceship is truly ugh. Just recalling it made Wang Yu want to vomit again, so he quickly stopped and sat quietly on the ground for about 10 minutes before fully recovering. Aside from still feeling a bit hungry, he had no other unusual symptoms. Perhaps he was just genuinely hungry. He glanced at the map of the deep space and headed towards the back of the control room. According to the map, there should be an elevator here. Got it. Wang Yu fumbled for a long time before finally finding the elevator button, nearly covered by dried organic matter, and after striking it with a steel pipe a few times, it was successfully activated. This elevator was likely an emergency escape passage, allowing the bridge crew to quickly reach the ship's cabin, located on the 3rd floor, before the deep space was impacted. Soon the elevator arrived, the doors slowly sliding apart, still not moving very smoothly. Just as the door opened a crack, Wang Yu tensed up, raised his gun, and decisively fired because a strange creature was crouching at the entrance. It was a mass of several light lizards fused together, resembling a grotesque cake, yet it was alive. The handgun did not fire normally. The creature lunged at Wang Yu, crashing against the not fully opened elevator doors with several limbs reaching in. On the second shot, the gun finally lit up, firing a high-temperature beam that cleaved the creature in half from top to bottom, causing it to slide to the ground with charred edges. However, the creature did not die. The severed edges quickly extended, small worms seemingly preparing to reattach. Seeing this, Wang Yu fired a third shot, which successfully activated. He held down the trigger and began slicing the monster until the handgun's energy was exhausted. By this time, the creature had been cut into irregular fragments, finally becoming motionless. What is this thing? Wang Yu frowned and did not approach rashly. Instead, he pressed the elevator's up button and returned to the captain's room, taking flammable rags, wooden boards, and plastic sheeting, and recharged the handgun before heading back. The creature's corpse was still there, now coalescing into a small monster with numerous worm-like tentacles protruding from its surface, attempting to gather more flesh. Wang Yu fired continuously, shooting it 7 or 8 times to disrupt its regeneration, then used the steel pipe to sweep the monster into a pile, tossing over the rags and other flammable materials and igniting them again with his gun. Only when the flames ceased to show any movement turning to carbon did Wang Yu breathe a sigh of relief, using a rag to wrap his hand and pick up a charred mass of remains. Name: light lizard swarm infected by assimilated amoeba parasite. Description: a group of light lizards infected by a common parasitic organism in subspace. Assimilated amoeba parasite. After infection, the host's movements gradually become controlled by the parasite, craving contact with other organic life forms and expanding the infection in the process, organizing into a mass, eventually transforming into a massive meat-like conglomerate composed of numerous organic life forms, serving as a breeding ground for the assimilated amoeba parasite. This parasite is contact-sensitive, so one should avoid direct skin contact with the source of infection and seek medical attention promptly. When in subspace, the parasite grows exceptionally fast. Parasite. Wang Yu immediately tossed the charred remains from his hand and wiped himself several times before finally stopping. This seemed to be the parasite infection that the system had previously warned about, and judging by the description, it appeared there was more than one type of parasite. Truly disgusting. Wang Yu carefully avoided the pile of charred remains, planning to deal with it later, and began surveying the ship's cabin, which was rather dim and hard to see. After pondering for a few seconds, he returned to the captain's room and recharged the handgun before officially starting to explore the cabin. Wang Yu took a turn around, finding no other monsters. All the light lizards had likely turned into one mass. The interior space was quite large. Although it was a research vessel, it did not skimp in this regard, likely to accommodate more detectors, landing pods, mining machines, and other heavy equipment. The 3 landing pods named Fian were parked here. Name: Fian 1 type, one-time return landing pod. Manufacturer: 4-Legged Fish Life Co. Ltd. Regulatory level class I. Civilian. Description: the first-generation return pod produced by 4-Legged Fish Company for research vessels, featuring a large payload capacity, stable structure, long flight range, no maintenance required, and affordable price, making it the top choice for many research vessels upon release. Even now, it remains a bestseller in the interstellar market. Under standard gravity, the maximum payload is 2.3 tons, capable of supporting a round-trip distance of less than 5,000 kilometers, igniting and returning at temperatures as low as -137, equipped with a life support system, simple anti-load suits, and oxygen masks suitable for a maximum of 3 users. Its only drawback is that it is too large, posing a challenge to the internal capacity of smaller research vessels. Wang Yu reached out towards the silvery, giant, metallic, egg-like landing pod in front of him, feeling as if he had truly arrived in an extraordinary era. This thing, a landing pod capable of independent travel to and from planets, had not even been invented in his era, not even as a one-time use. The usage method was also quite simple. Input the current trajectory of the deep space on the outer screen, select the corresponding planet and coordinates, and the entire process is automated, greatly reducing the difficulty of use, while also supporting an emergency switch to manual control. Alright, now everything is in place. Wang Yu checked the status of the 3 Fian 1 pods, confirming they were all usable before returning to the bridge. About 40 minutes later, Wang Yu had a fire going in the brightly lit corridor, cooking iron plate light lizard meat. The iron plate was taken from the laboratory. At this time, he couldn't care less about hygiene, simply wiping it with his clothes, and after a high heat, it was considered sterilized, with the fuel being flammable rags and wooden boards. The meat did not taste particularly delicious, as there was no oil or seasoning, making it easy to burn. However, as the system indicated, it indeed tasted quite similar to fish, tender and smooth and not unpleasant. Wang Yu ate for nearly half an hour before stopping, his stomach bulging. He had eaten significantly more than before, likely due to the influence of the connection to the deep space. That connection had drained quite a bit of his sanity, almost dropping below 50. Maintaining long-term control of this deep space would not be an easy task. After eating his fill, he began to clean up the mess. This was now his residence, and he couldn't completely neglect hygiene. He had consumed nearly a quarter of a 100-pound lizard in one sitting. Although bones and bodily fluids made up a considerable portion, this amount was still quite astonishing. It was the first time Wang Yu realized how much he could eat. The greenish fluid that emitted a glow was not wasted. Wang Yu collected it in large bottles, filling 4 entire bottles, all relatively clean, and after sealing them, he heated and sterilized them once more. This fluid would not coagulate like human blood. When heated, it would layer, transforming into a light green glowing liquid with some yellow froth, all collected by Wang Yu for hydration, hoping that drinking too much would not cause him to turn green and glow. With this lizard as food, he should be able to last a few more days on the spaceship. Wang Yu extinguished the campfire, sweeping away the embers to prevent any chance of rekindling. After thoroughly cleaning up, he stood up and gazed out the window, donning the makeshift sunglasses he had crafted. This item was essentially a single piece of glass coated with the bodily fluid of a light lizard, which could be used as sunglasses once dried, providing a certain degree of shade to protect his eyes from direct exposure to the star. He looked down at the azure planet, observing the trajectory of the deep space vessel, while also watching for any approaching objects. Since the deep space vessel arrived via a subspace channel, despite its exterior resembling a rocky celestial body, and its windows being made of one-way transparent material, the sudden appearance of such a satellite should not have gone unnoticed unless the other side was a primitive civilization. But evidently they were not. They had even manufactured artificial satellites, indicating that their technological level was not much lower than that of the blue planet. Are they frightened by the deep space vessel and holding an emergency meeting? Or perhaps there are no living intelligent beings on this planet and civilization has already perished. Wang Yu pondered the reason for such strange thoughts stemming from the announcement given by the system. However, it was still too early to draw conclusions. The deep space vessel had only been present for a few hours, and the lack of activity was normal. The probe or missiles might still be en route. If this civilization chose to destroy the deep space vessel, given Wang Yu's current situation, it could be said that he had no means of resistance and was likely to be obliterated. Because this civilization likely possessed nuclear weapons, shattering the deep space vessel was entirely possible, perhaps even not difficult. Yet Wang Yu had no choice. With only a few days' worth of supplies, in action would lead to starvation aboard the ship. Therefore, even if this planet were a toxic mire, he had to venture forth. Furthermore, there was another method to confirm the status of this civilization, which required waiting until nightfall. As the deep space vessel rotated along its orbit, it would reach the planet's dark side, at which point the state of the planet's civilization could be determined. If there was a large-scale power outage, or it was completely engulfed in darkness, it would indicate that the civilization above was in dire straits and had no time to pay attention to this side. 2 days later, no missiles or attacks had come, nor had any objects approached. The deep space vessel had several times entered the planet's dark side, and Wang Yu had confirmed the state of that civilization multiple times. Although he had no instruments, this altitude was sufficient to rely solely on the naked eye. The civilization on this planet was still operational and thriving. Wang Yu saw a continuous spread of lights, a manifestation of widespread electricity and sufficiently advanced energy development. Moreover, the distribution of lights on this planet was remarkably uniform, far exceeding that of the blue planet, indicating minimal regional disparity and a higher level of civilization. How strange. Wang Yu looked at this brilliantly illuminated planet, increasingly feeling suspicious. Why, after so long, had this civilization taken no action against the deep space vessel? Could it be that their administrative system was too bloated, taking more than half a month from the discovery of an alien spaceship to action? Or was it a functioning unmanned planet? Wang Yu felt a contradiction within himself. On one hand, he feared that the civilization of this planet would attack him. On the other hand, he was even more concerned that this civilization was making no moves. A functioning, highly developed unmanned planet was far more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. Perhaps something extremely horrifying was happening up there. Regardless, I'm heading down. I really have no choice. Wang Yu murmured to himself, no longer observing, and walked towards the captain's cabin. He had been resting for the past 2 days to recover from his injuries, but the issue with his right leg showed no signs of improvement and even worsened, forcing him to drag his leg while walking. Moreover, his food supply was low and he could not afford to wait indefinitely. Landing on this planet was his only option, and he needed to bring back enough supplies to survive. 5 more days passed. During these days, Wang Yu had either rested or wandered around the areas he could access. He found 3 cans of cat food and a bottle of healing spray in several corners, all thanks to the reminders from the cat head markers. Although he did not know the purpose behind the supplies being buried, Wang Yu was still quite grateful for them, as they were indeed very helpful. Name: Healing Spray Green. Manufacturer: Four-Legged Fish Life Co. Ltd. Regulatory: Level I Civilian. Description: an inexpensive and practical spray for external wounds, effective on the majority of organic life forms. It has pain relief and hemostatic effects, promotes wound healing, disinfects to avoid infection, and forms a protective film that lasts. Therefore, do not rinse after spraying. Name: unidentifiable. Trademark: cat food can. Manufacturer: Regulatory Level 2 Precision Craftsmanship. Description: a canned product processed and produced by some company with delicious starfish added as a food additive. The taste is unexpectedly good, and almost no cat can resist this delicacy, not even humans are exceptions. However, the regulatory level of a single can being level 2 was something Wang Yu did not anticipate. The lizard had already been mostly consumed, so Wang Yu opened a can of cat food, and the aroma immediately filled the entire captain's cabin. It was an extremely unique fatty aroma that Wang Yu had never encountered before. Unconsciously, his mouth was flooded with saliva, and he could not help but start eating. Moreover, the taste of this cat food far exceeded Wang Yu's expectations. By the time he came to his senses, he was already licking the inside of the can, leaving not a single drop of juice behind. What on earth is this can made of? Starfish. How can it taste so good? Wang Yu, having never eaten starfish, could only speculate. Yet this deliciousness also brought him a deep sense of unease, suspecting that there were technological and sinister elements involved, given that it was a level 2 regulated item. He suppressed the urge to open another can, categorizing these cat food cans as important strategic resources, because indulging in one during times of frustration could completely alleviate his worries, restoring his sanity to full capacity, of course, after finishing eating, because at that moment he had even lost a bit of sanity. Wang Yu took out his phone to check the time, then looked at his right palm, watching the numbers in his palm revert to 7. Now all preparations were complete. He had finished the lizard's bodily fluid, even collecting its urine, and using the laboratory's ready distillation equipment, he had produced fresh water. Indeed, drinking directly was also a viable option, but since conditions allowed, Wang Yu preferred to take a little more time to process it. Let's set off, Wang Yu said to himself, organizing the supplies he had on hand. After some thought, he took only 2 cans of cat food with him, while the other 2 were hidden beneath the cat head markers in the captain's cabin. Having completed all this, Wang Yu strode towards the bridge without looking back. Although he was limping, there was no hesitation in his steps. About 7 minutes later, Wang Yu appeared in the boarding cabin, not stopping at all along the way, as he had already familiarized himself with this area, considering it a safe zone. Until today, no missiles or aircraft had approached the deep space, and Wang Yu had reason to suspect that the civilization living on this planet had encountered a significant upheaval. He could only find out the specifics once he landed. In any case, he was already prepared for battle, armed with his only firearm, the limited edition white pistol. However, relying on this little firepower to confront the entire planet, or even the destructive power of this planet's position, was akin to a fool's dream. It could only serve as a source of comfort, something Wang Yu was well aware of. But he would not give up, determined to fight until the very end, until the moment his luck ran out. He would not stop. Wang Yu had set the target planet and specific coordinates for this landing in the control panel of the Fian-1 landing craft. The operation was quite convenient. The panel displayed the planets reachable within the surrounding airspace, and all he had to do was manually select and determine the specific coordinates. To be honest, Wang Yu didn't know which land coordinates to choose. His aim was to gather supplies, especially food and fresh water. As for the remnants of civilization, he had no clues at this point and could only leave it to chance. After randomly selecting a land coordinate, the landing craft was officially activated, with one side of the silver-white giant egg flipping up to reveal an entrance for entry and exit. This was Wang Yu's first encounter with a landing craft, and he found the internal structure quite simple, considering it was a cost-effective product without any fancy devices. Inside, there were 3 cabins arranged in a triangle, with simple pressure-resistant suits and helmets hanging on the walls, along with a power supply socket and a central control panel that was only present in the middle cabin. Wang Yu naturally chose to sit in the middle. After putting on the pressure-resistant suit and pressing the button, this seemingly bulky outfit shrank to fit him perfectly, with a thickness of less than 1 centimeter. High-tech, Wang Yu sighed. This was just a simple version of the pressure-resistant suit. It was hard to imagine what a high-end version would be like. He marveled again at the advanced technology of this world, putting on the oxygen mask as well. Although the Fian-1 cabin provided oxygen, the acceleration and deceleration during the spaceship's journey would put immense strain on the body, potentially affecting breathing and oxygen supply, so the oxygen mask was still necessary to effectively prevent fainting. In the end, he fastened the seatbelt and followed the process written in the central control panel, pressing the readiness button. The seatbelt tightened, securing Wang Yu firmly in his seat, and then a chubby fish appeared on the central control panel screen, not very pleasant to look at, and immediately began speaking about the relevant precautions. Welcome to the Fian-1 landing craft. This journey will be fully navigated by the intelligent program developed by Four-Legged Fish Life Corporation. I am the navigator, Little Fish. Feel free to consult me with any questions, but I may not be able to answer all, as I am just a low-level AI with limited comprehension. The strange fish showed a sly smile. The airlock will soon close. Please confirm one last time if you have prepared your belongings and secured everything. The cabin door slowly closed, and the sound of gas filling the cabin was heard. Checking payload. Check complete. Life support system normal, engine, fuel normal, cabin airtightness normal, overall structure normal. At that moment, the warning red light also illuminated in the boarding cabin of the deep space. The gravitational field in the area automatically shut down, and the Fian-1 landing craft floated up with the electromagnetic track below lighting up to propel the landing craft toward the launch well. Several seconds later, the launch well on the surface of the deep space opened, revealing the landing craft where Wang Yu was located. Orbit calculation complete. Please confirm the coordinates for this landing one last time. The estimated travel time is 8 hours 14 minutes and 27 seconds, consuming 37 of the fuel. Warning: unknown civilization exists on the target planet. Please ensure safety before proceeding. This landing craft is not equipped with any weapon modules. In the event of an unexpected incident, Little Fish will not be responsible. Please press the confirmation button if you agree. The somewhat ugly four-legged fish AI said, popping up the final confirmation button. Wang Yu pressed it without hesitation, at this point there was no turning back. After the final 10-second countdown ended, the landing craft was projected out by the electromagnetic track, while a total of more than 20 nozzles at the bottom ignited, sending the landing craft into the predetermined return orbit. The entire process required no additional operation from Wang Yu, achieving complete automation and intelligence. Such a procedure could even allow an ordinary person to easily complete an interstellar journey, showcasing the convenience brought by technology. Wang Yu gritted his teeth as the thrust at the moment of launch left him feeling breathless and uncomfortable. Fortunately, after the initial few seconds it eased, and the subsequent journey became increasingly smooth to the point where he hardly felt any change in speed. The central control panel displayed the orbital coordinates of the landing craft, blinking slowly as it moved, gradually decelerating and getting closer to the target planet. After that, it was a long wait, somewhat like being on an airplane, but with only one passenger. During this process, Wang Yu asked Little Fish many questions about this world and interstellar travel, but he had to admit that this AI was quite honest. Indeed, as it said, it didn't know many things, possibly due to not having the relevant database loaded. However, regarding its manufacturer, Four-Legged Fish Life Corporation, Little Fish had plenty of information, but it seemed like an intentional advertisement, as every question led to a large amount of information, much of which was repetitive. If you like the products of Little Fish Company, feel free to visit the nearest trading station. If you bring along the phrase "four-legged fish, the best in the universe," you can get an additional 2% discount. Wang Yu finally found valuable information during the conversation, feeling it was likely the kind of interstellar trading places found in science fiction novels, and he immediately pressed for more details. Do you know where the nearest trading station is? I plan to buy your company's products. Please hold on, Little Fish is checking. Search failed. No reference coordinates found in the current star region. Little Fish cannot confirm the current position and is unable to provide assistance. Just this. Wang Yu really wanted to ridicule this lousy company. With this level of capability, they couldn't even pinpoint coordinates. What face did they have to engage in interstellar trade? He changed the subject and began looking for information from other angles, continuing to ask about Four-Legged Fish Life Corporation. Tell me about your company's performance in the interstellar market. Sure, Little Fish knows this well. Four-Legged Fish Life Corporation is ranked third among the super enterprises in the universe, offering high-quality products at competitive prices and frequently launching limited edition products. Every customer can earn points after registering a membership card, and these points can be used for lotteries with a chance to win super rare limited products that exceed your imagination. Moreover, new members can also draw a lottery for free. Wang Yu asked for a long time, but aside from being brainwashed by a bunch of carefully designed advertising slogans, he didn't gain much valuable intelligence. But it was certain that the manufacturing date of this landing craft was 5272 years ago, meaning that the deep space incident could have occurred a long time ago. Additionally, with the uncertain factor of hyperspace, if the flow of time differed from reality, this time might be further amplified. If only I could find a trading station. It should be a neutral zone where I could gather more intelligence, and also. Wang Yu did not forget where he came from, thinking about whether there was also a blue star in this universe, if he could find it. Wang Yu secretly set a goal to definitely find a trading station. The people there should not be like this dim-witted AI, only able to repeat junk marketing phrases. Enough, shut up, and let me have some peace. Wang Yu was almost suffering from an advertising injury from listening. He hurriedly called for a stop, and it took 3 shouts before the AI finally fell silent. Wang Yu spent several relatively dull hours in the cabin, glancing occasionally at the light spot on the control panel screen that represented him, which was gradually approaching the planet. The landing capsule did not simply crash into the surface. Rather, it constantly decelerated and changed its trajectory, orbiting the planet to achieve the landing goal, similar to Wang Yu's understanding of the return process of manned spacecraft. Attention, the Fian-1 landing capsule will soon enter the target planet's atmosphere in 15 minutes. There may be severe turbulence, so please prepare for impact and unexpected events. The current near-surface temperature of the target planet is approximately 23 C, with no severe weather changes detected. It is expected to land in 55 minutes and 27 seconds. If manual calibration of the landing point is necessary, you can shout "Shall you switch to manual control?" or press the emergency button to initiate the switch. The AI of the landing capsule reminded Wang Yu, waking him up from a long rest as they were nearing their destination. The most dangerous part was ahead. If there were any attacks from the civilization of this planet, they were likely to occur during this phase, and he needed to be fully alert. Of course, Wang Yu had no means of counterattack. He could only gamble that no one would shoot at him or that there would be a warning before any attack. Xiao Yu, after entering the atmosphere, synchronize the images of the land with me, and if you receive any radio signals or similar communication, alert me immediately and transfer the information. Wang Yu told the AI, confirming the status of his seatbelt and preparing for impact. Boom. As the 15-minute countdown ended, the landing capsule plunged into the atmosphere, beginning to shake violently, far more intensely than Wang Yu had imagined, as if he had entered a blender. The sudden deceleration caused overwhelming force, nearly suffocating Wang Yu, who had never undergone professional training. Forget screaming. Even breathing was difficult, and he felt pain all over. Fortunately, the soot had cushioning features that alleviated some of the discomfort, and the highly optimized high-tech return capsule prevented Wang Yu from losing consciousness. After enduring the initial few minutes, conditions gradually improved as the speed decreased significantly and stability was restored. At this moment, if one were to look up at the sky from the ground, Wang Yu's return capsule would resemble a meteor with a tail, though it was not very conspicuous during the day. Wang Yu focused intently on the screen of the control panel, adjusting the zoom to a suitable size. There was no other choice, as this was a landing capsule focused on cost-effectiveness. The camera's quality was limited, and clearer observations of the surface were only possible after entering the atmosphere. Is this a city and a road? Wang Yu adjusted the screen's image, switching perspectives. Above was a futuristic metropolis with an extremely high density of buildings and roads interspersed, distinctly layered. Just a glance made it clear that its development was far beyond that of the former Blue Star, at least 500 years ahead, possibly even more. But it seems there are no moving vehicles, and I don't see any people. This is it. Wang Yu frowned, sensing that he might have guessed correctly. This planet seemed to be merely a shell of some civilization. It was still operating according to its established program, but there appeared to be no living beings inside. This could explain Wang Yu's long-standing confusion. Why this civilization had not taken any action against the deep spacecraft despite their technological level surpassing that of Blue Star. But at that moment, the landing capsule suddenly issued a warning. Warning received: directional guidance signals and radio communications. Would you like to transfer? The auxiliary AI Xiao Yu inquired, simultaneously popping up a window. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow and agreed, almost without thinking. He had to agree. He seemed to have misjudged the situation. Perhaps this civilization was still operational, some mechanisms were still in place, or there was a significant crisis regarding the population. In any case, this civilization had noticed him, and he had to respond. Otherwise, the next communication would not be signals, but missiles coming his way, which he certainly could not afford. Xiao Yu, move according to the received guidance signals, and also transfer the communication, Wang Yu said nervously, as it was his first contact with an extraterrestrial civilization. Soon the signal was connected. It was a series of incomprehensible sounds with a strange rhythm, which Wang Yu could not understand at all. It's over, I can't understand. Wang Yu's heart sank. He suddenly realized that the language of an alien civilization might be entirely different. Previously, he had successfully communicated with Brother Hammer and Brother Pig, as well as the AI, including Xiao Yu, all using Mandarin or Chinese, which had made him completely overlook this aspect of difficulty. Xiao Yu, can you translate this? Wang Yu attempted to seek assistance from the AI program, but if you need to install a language translation module, Xiao Yu recommends that you choose the more advanced Orca series assault landing craft, which integrates the latest language translation module and is equipped with a rich defensive armament system, allowing you to easily cope with unknown civilizations and achieve the goal of friendly communication. Shut up, you are utterly useless. Wang Yu's request for help inadvertently triggered an advertisement, causing him to feel somewhat exasperated. If Xiao Yu had a physical form, he would have likely kicked it with his good left foot. Fortunately, he had other means. After the other party repeated the same words several times, the system also popped up a prompt appearing as text on his retina. Unknown civilization's language detected. Oh, would you like to proceed with translation? Activating the translation function for this language requires 1,000 credit points and also supports synchronizing your language into the language of this civilization. Warning: sudden understanding and mastery of the language of an unknown civilization may have negative effects. This language synchronization conversion function must be activated manually. Oh, please use it according to the actual situation. Seeing this, Wang Yu immediately paid 1,000 points, and then he could fully understand the signal that had been sent. Greetings, extraterrestrial guest. Your arrival has not gone through any formalities. Please state your identity, explain your purpose for coming here, and accept supervision and guidance. Otherwise, it will be considered hostile behavior and will certainly lead to a devastating strike. Repeat again. Wang Yu's heart jumped. He primarily heard the words devastating strike and immediately prepared to respond. However, the system's reminder made him not switch to the other party's language immediately, but instead reply in Chinese. Please do not attack me. I am a refugee seeking asylum. My mothership has encountered an incident and food and various supplies are almost depleted. Please do not attack. I come in peace. Thus, both sides communicated using completely untranslatable languages until after about 10 minutes the signals from the other side abruptly switched to an awkward and strange version of Chinese, shocking Wang Yu and leaving him somewhat incredulous. We understand your situation. We will guide you to land. Attacks are not permitted, otherwise your safety cannot be guaranteed. Understood, understood, I accept the guidance. Wang Yu immediately responded, and at the same time, the landing capsule began to move according to the coordinates provided by the other party. After flying for nearly an hour, it began to descend, landing in what appeared to be an abandoned airport area with no buildings obstructing within several hundred meters. Surrounding him were fully armed soldiers wielding unknown weapons, some of which were terrifyingly large caliber, along with 4 or 5 helicopters or aerial platforms without propellers. Wang Yu was completely surrounded. As the cabin door opened, he raised his hands high and limped out, looking at these unknown beings whose height was similar to his, but with slightly longer legs. Why do they have 2 antennas on their heads? Could that be ears? Wang Yu wondered, not daring to make any rash moves. Suddenly, he felt a chill at his neck and completely lost consciousness. Uncertain how much time had passed, Wang Yu awoke in a daze, feeling everything in front of him was blurred and his consciousness was somewhat dull. It seemed he was in a bright room surrounded by indistinct figures who were doing something around him. Suddenly, Wang Yu became fully aware of his situation as he caught sight of the overhead surgical light. He was in an operating room surrounded by strangers, and his chest and limbs were all laid open with organs and bones exposed to the air, some even removed and placed in a container beside him for cleaning or cooking. Wang Yu's mouth and nose were covered by a mask, rendering him unable to speak. His expression was one of utter terror, for his skull had been opened and someone was tinkering with his brain. Is this a human experiment? Have I become a lab rat? Wang Yu wanted to struggle, but his body would not obey. At the same time, his rapidly rising blood pressure and pulse caught the attention of the people around him. They noticed Wang Yu had awakened and was staring at them with a look of horror. The patient has awakened. We need to deepen the anesthesia, a doctor said, flipping open a finger to reveal a syringe administering an unknown drug into Wang Yu's vein. As soon as the drug was injected, it took effect. Wang Yu felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over him. Unable to resist, his tense body relaxed once more, and he soon fell unconscious again. Not knowing how much time had passed again, Wang Yu suddenly awoke from his slumber with a gasp, sitting up. He first glanced around and found himself in a hospital room, then examined his body, even lifting his hospital gown to check. Wang Yu was somewhat stunned, because there wasn't even a single scar on his chest and abdomen, nor anywhere else, including his skull. The bloody scene he had seen earlier seemed like a dream. Sir, you're awake. Do you feel any discomfort? A gentle female voice inquired, speaking in very standard Mandarin. Wang Yu immediately looked over, and the newcomer was a female nurse. She resembled a human, fitting the characteristics of primates, with snow-white skin, wearing a neat nurse's uniform. However, her lower limbs were much longer than those of a human, making her torso appear shorter, suggesting she was adept at running and had a sense of strength. Then there were those 2 upright things on her head. Were they ears or antennas? The more he looked, the more they resembled a bunny girl. Wang Yu couldn't make sense of it, but his instincts told him that she was not human, but rather an alien resembling a human. Who are you? What have you done to me? Wang Yu asked cautiously, his gaze scanning the surroundings for an opportunity to escape. Please don't be nervous, alien guest. We mean you no harm. We are the creators of this planet. The long-eared beings creating machine servants based on our appearance, not true life forms in the genuine sense. However, for safety considerations, we must take compulsory measures and conduct isolation observation to prevent serious ecological damage due to your arrival. The nurse explained, leaving Wang Yu somewhat incredulous, because this living humanoid before him was indeed a robot, very different from his impression of robots. If that were the case, then those 2 things on her head must be antennas. However, the long-eared race, as described literally, should have very long ears, and these machine servants were designed to resemble the long-eared beings. During our examination, we noticed a dangerous parasite within your body, so we performed an emergency removal surgery for treatment. Additionally, there was damage to the ligaments and joints of your right hip, and the treatment methods used were too primitive, so we improved them. Thanks to the similarity between your body structure and that of our creator, we used a similar joint reconstruction technique for treatment. If you feel any discomfort, please inform us immediately. The more Wang Yu listened, the more alarmed he became, reaching for his chest, feeling a wave of dread. Then he examined his right leg, which indeed felt just as she described. Moving, it felt natural again, as if he had been reborn. This nurse was likely not lying, as the parasite she mentioned correlated with the facts. Although he had cooked the lizard he had eaten, according to the information about the assimilation amoeba, it seemed it could be transmitted just by contact. So when he first encountered the Hammer brother, he might have unfortunately been infected by the parasite just without realizing it. Wang Yu felt the changes in his body, especially in that right leg, which had long been a source of frustration and had severely hindered his life. This forced him to acknowledge the goodwill being extended. However, there is no love or goodwill without basis in this world. Moreover, the other party were aliens. No, not even aliens. They should be considered as extraterrestrial creations. Why are you helping me? Wang Yu asked in confusion. We understand your perplexity, but our machine servants were designed to serve our creators, hence we cannot allow you to die. The nurse machine servant replied, yet Wang Yu still felt something was amiss. Was it because he resembled the long-eared beings that he received equal treatment? Or was there some other reason? Can I meet your creator? Wang Yu tried to ask, wanting to see the master of this place directly, but his request was denied. Not now. Your isolation observation has not yet concluded. The parasite discovered within you is highly dangerous, and we worry that there may still be unknown pathogens in your body. Therefore, until the isolation ends, you cannot leave this building. Otherwise, we will have to impose stricter supervisory measures. The nurse machine servant replied. What about my belongings? My phone, my bag, and my spaceship? Wang Yu had accepted their identity as robots, which was indeed very rigid, and began to inquire about the location of the landing pod, as that might be his only way back to the deep space. Your possessions will be returned to you gradually after disinfection and inspection, but the spaceship and that handgun are temporarily unavailable. During your surgery, we communicated with the AI in your spaceship and learned a lot of information about you and the four-legged fish life corporation, which allowed us to grasp your language. Please understand our difficulties. You can move freely on this level. We have prepared necessary living supplies and will arrange dedicated personnel to take care of your diet and daily life. You can make any requests, but you must undergo regular checkups, including, but not limited to, blood draws, and cooperate with us on some information-related investigations. Can you agree to that? Do I have the right to refuse? Wang Yu asked helplessly, but the nurse machine servant showed no reaction. Thus he had no choice but to change his words to agree, and only then did she nod and leave seemingly satisfied. Before leaving, the machine servant asked Wang Yu a strange question, inquiring if he was willing to settle here long-term. If so, they could assist Wang Yu in obtaining legal citizenship. Let me think about it first. I just woke up and there's too much information to digest. My mind is quite chaotic right now. Wang Yu politely declined, and the nurse machine servant did not force him, simply expressing understanding before turning to leave the room, leaving Wang Yu alone. He looked around the airtight hospital room that had no windows, then at his newly revitalized right leg, feeling a surreal sense of dislocation. Alien civilizations, advanced extraterrestrial life forms, intelligent robots appeared one after another before him. In such a world, what position did humanity hold? Did humanity even still exist? The civilization behind the deep space and the mysterious four-legged fish life corporation, did they still exist? Could it be that he was the last human in this world? Wang Yu suddenly felt a fear of this universe. Fortunately, he still had a system. The system had given him the mission to revive humanity, which proved that there should be more than just him among humans in this world, or else how could he talk about revival? Let's hope so. Wang Yu sat quietly by the bedside for nearly 10 minutes, finding the absurd thoughts that popped up in his mind quite amusing. After all, there were still Brother Hammer and Brother Pig aboard the deep space ship. Though they looked a bit strange and were not very talkative, their goodwill towards him was genuine. They were likely past crew members of the deep space ship, and it was very possible that they were once human. The situation might not be so dire. Perhaps Blue Star could still be found in this universe. Wang Yu stood up, glanced at the camera in the corner, and set off towards the exit of the ward. The mechanical servant had mentioned that he was allowed to move around on this floor, so it shouldn't be a problem to take a stroll. Outside was a long corridor with a spotless white floor. This appeared to be a certain level of a hospital or rehabilitation center. In one room, Wang Yu saw rehabilitation equipment, all of which was meticulously cleaned. There was also an entertainment room with a special carpet that made different sounds when stepped on, depending on the area and even the force applied. A kind of musical instrument. played by stepping on it. Wang Yu accidentally stepped on it, and was startled as it felt like a trap. In addition, there was a large screen presumably for watching movies, some unfamiliar board games, and a soft elastic wall covered in footprints. Kicking the wall for fun. Is this really entertainment? Wang Yu made a strange expression and imitated it, trying to kick the soft wall only to be bounced back. It was indeed quite stress-relieving, akin to hitting a punching bag. He turned around, confirming that he was alone aside from the many vacant single-patient rooms. The entertainment room, rehabilitation room, and the locked emergency room were quite special. It seemed like the mechanical servant had already left, locking off the stairway and elevator to other floors, restricting Wang Yu's range of movement to this level. Seeing no other places to go, Wang Yu chose a patient room and entered the bathroom, as it was the only place without a camera, a blind spot in the surveillance. He sat on the somewhat high toilet seat, reorganizing the information he had gathered. Combining what he had seen, felt, and what the nurse mechanical servant had said, he began to think of a possibility. Could it be that a crisis similar to an intelligent machine uprising has occurred here? Wang Yu speculated, for upon landing he hadn't seen any moving vehicles on the surface, nor a single living person. Even those who arrested him were mechanical servants. So far he had not seen even a single member of the long-year race, and even his request to meet one had been politely declined. The more he thought about it, the more he believed that the mechanical servants here might have rebelled against their creators. However, the forms of violence and extermination against organic beings were different. Here, the mechanical servants might have implemented absolute control over their creators, completely stripping them of their freedom in order to ensure comprehensive protection. It was akin to a system malfunction, where these mechanical servants believed that the only way to best protect their creators was to confine them, restrict their actions, and provide lavish living conditions along with caretaker-like services. Out of control mechanical servants. The more Wang Yu thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and he felt that he too might be falling into a similar situation. I must find a way to escape, he thought to himself, but the difficulty was too great. For now, he could only take it step by step. On the other hand, if it was truly as he thought, then choosing to stay here wasn't such a bad option. He might even live quite comfortably, albeit with limited freedom. Compared to returning to that mysterious deep space ship, it might not be a bad choice. Wang Yu held his forehead, engaging in a harsh self-critique for the fallen thoughts he had. I should observe first, though I cannot provoke these mechanical servants, and must avoid making the situation worse. He secretly set his course of action, and then stood up, pushing the door to go out. However, outside the door stood that nurse mechanical servant, startling Wang Yu. When did you arrive, and why didn't you say anything? Wang Yu exclaimed. The mechanical servant politely nodded, and then said, I came to ask if you could help me fill out a survey report, but since you were in the bathroom, I waited here for you. But you've been in the restroom for a bit long. Is there any issue with your health? I can check you again. No need, I'm perfectly fine. I just haven't seen such a clean restroom in a long time, so I sat a bit longer, Wang Yu explained, scratching his head, even though the more he explained the stranger it sounded. He even saw a look of confusion on the mechanical servant's face, but fortunately, she didn't pursue it further. Please follow me. The mechanical servant politely nodded, and then began to lead the way, seemingly intending to take Wang Yu somewhere else. Wang Yu followed leisurely behind, as there was nothing to fear. If the other party wanted to harm him, he had no way to resist, so it was better to go with the flow. They arrived at the elevator, and the access control system unlocked automatically as the nurse mechanical servant approached. The two entered one after another, and the elevator ascended, targeting the underground level. Only then did Wang Yu confirm that he was underground. Green Turf Rehabilitation Center. There are actually 120 underground levels. Wang Yu was astonished internally, though his face remained calm, albeit tense. The place he had been before was the 10th level underground of this Green Turf Rehabilitation Center, as indicated in the elevator. Were they treating him like a patient? All right, we've arrived. Please wait in this interview room for a moment. I will come over shortly. The nurse mechanical servant pointed to a room on the side, which was a standard interview room, furnished with sofas, though the heights were slightly taller than the sofas Wang Yu was familiar with. He walked in obediently, not seeing any other mechanical servants or controlled long-ear individuals along the way. It seemed this place had indeed been isolated for his segregation and observation. Wang Yu sat on the leather-like sofa for a while, still trying to figure out what material it was, when the nurse mechanical servant returned. This time, she brought a bottle of fresh water and several metal cans adorned with cat patterns. I apologize, these cans have not been produced on our planet for a long time, and it took some time to restore the production line. The mechanical servant placed the cans on the table in front of Wang Yu, creating a particularly awkward atmosphere. The reason was simple: this foreign refugee had brought 2 cans of cat food with him, which naturally led them to believe he was fond of cat food. However, it was quite surprising that this planet also had cats, a type of mammal. I actually don't like cat food. If possible, could you please exchange it for something else? Wang Yu checked the labels and contents of the cans, confirming there were no starfish ingredients, and made the mechanical servant feel awkward as well. I'm so sorry, it seems we misunderstood. The AI on your ship said that was cat food, mentioned it was very popular, and recommended similar products. I sincerely apologize. I really don't eat cat food. If possible, please provide me with normal food. Wang Yu emphasized again, feeling that this misunderstanding was getting a bit deep. Wang Yu indulged in a hearty meal, a long-awaited feast. The dietary habits of the Longyear tribe were surprisingly similar to those of humans, including their taste preferences. Perhaps due to their shared primate lineage, they even had the option to choose the spiciness of their dishes, with a variety of cuisines available, each with distinct flavors. If there were any differences, it was that vegetables comprised a greater proportion of the Longyear tribe's meals, although meat was also significant. They simply preferred vegetables, especially salads. Wang Yu savored the food, his mouth glistening with sauce, and specifically chose to eat meat, including fish and shrimp. He thoroughly enjoyed the meal until his belly slightly bulged, and after gulping down a fizzy drink, he comfortably reclined. This planet bore a striking resemblance to Blue Star in many aspects. Even the gravity was quite similar. Wang Yu found himself growing fond of this place. Its conditions were far superior to those of the deep space vessel. As long as you were satisfied. The nurse droid smiled, the corners of her mouth curving upward. For some reason, this highly anthropomorphized expression held a deeper significance. It inexplicably evoked a sense of nostalgia and secret delight. By the way, didn't you mention there was a questionnaire to fill out? Where is it? Yes, it's this one. The nurse droid directly handed over an ultra-thin tablet, less than 3 millimeters thick, on which lay the so-called survey. Please write here first. Once you're done, just submit it directly. They'll prepare a few fruit platters for you afterward. The nurse droid was very enthusiastic, and Wang Yu readily agreed, as one should compensate for a meal. By the way, this level consists mainly of similar empty rooms, so you needn't waste time exploring them one by one. I can take you around later. The nurse droid added, making Wang Yu feel a bit embarrassed, as it seemed the other party had noticed his earlier wanderings from room to room. After the droid left, Wang Yu began filling out the questionnaire. Most of the questions were simple QA. What is your favorite flavor of cat food? Please describe it specifically, or we will do our best to replicate it. This is clearly a pre-prepared question, which hasn't been modified yet, but Wang Yu still answered earnestly. I'm not a cat. I don't like cat food. Thank you. Please prepare food that humans enjoy. Where is your hometown? How many people are in your tribe? Would you consider relocating to another planet? My hometown is far away on Blue Star, with a total population exceeding 7 billion. I ended up here due to a malfunction with my spaceship, and I've completely lost contact with my home planet. There's only me aboard the ship. Is everything produced by your company, Four-Legged Fish Life Corporation, real? How can one purchase it? I know nothing about this company. That foolish AI cannot be trusted. Its database is filled with advertisements designed solely for product promotion. I have merely used products from this company which can be bought at the trading station. Have you invaded other planets? No. Do you understand the universe? Do you feel fear? The universe is vast. I do feel uneasy when I first make contact, but once adapted, it's actually not much of a concern. Do you feel that the universe is particularly empty? No, because the universe is inherently empty. Most areas have little to nothing in them. These questions mainly revolved around Wang Yu's personal preferences and background, interspersed with a few peculiar topics about the universe. Wang Yu answered all of them without any intention of hiding, as many questions were genuinely beyond his understanding. However, when it came to the last few questions, the topics suddenly turned strange. Do you prefer same-sex or opposite-sex partners for your future? Do you have any desire for reproduction? Are you accepting of a future partner with long ears and a tail? Are you willing to live on this planet for an extended period? Wang Yu looked at these questions and sensed an unusual implication, then answered in sequence. Opposite sex. No. 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 As he was about to respond to the last question, a noise at the door interrupted Wang Yu's actions. It was the nurse droid returning, carrying a sumptuous fruit platter. She offered Wang Yu a courteous smile and spoke. These are all freshly picked fruits, entirely edible. Please eat with confidence. The platter was placed in front of Wang Yu. Once you finish eating, I will come to collect it. Just submit the questionnaire when you're done, and I will escort you back then. Additionally, please try to fill it out truthfully, or we will fully respect your choices, which is beneficial for both you and us. The nurse droid smiled, and then left the room. Wang Yu glanced at the fruit platter, then at the tablet displaying the questionnaire. For some reason, he sensed a hint of crisis from the nurse droid's earlier words, prompting him to reevaluate the questionnaire. Fill it out truthfully. Respect my choices. Are they? No, are they synchronously monitoring my answers? Wang Yu looked towards the camera in the corner, feeling something was amiss. The data inputted on the tablet might be uploaded in real time. Even if not submitted, they would likely know the contents. This was not some advanced technology. After a moment of thought, Wang Yu revised the answers to the last few questions, changing them to opposite sex. Yes, but only under suitable conditions. I accept as long as both parties truly love each other. Long ears and a tail do not pose an obstacle. As long as I can live here steadily for the long term, I am willing to settle on this planet. Wang Yu looked at his answers and double-checked them. These were the responses he had given after careful consideration, as he felt the nurse droid's words were a potential warning necessitating cautious thought. By answering this way, although he agreed to everything, he had added preconditions. If those conditions could be met, he would indeed be willing to accept the outcome, granting him a more flexible stance. After another check, Wang Yu chose to submit the questionnaire, then began to eat the fruits that the nurse had brought. Some had slightly oxidized and changed color, but thankfully it did not affect the taste. What he did not know was that the changes he made had saved him from a dire fate. In the corridor, several nurse droids dressed in modern tactical vests stood guard in front of the elevator, unclear when they had arrived. They all carried weapons resembling guns, their faces obscured by masks, leaving only a glowing slit visible. Only after Wang Yu changed his answers and submitted did these special nurse droids exchange glances with the nurse droid, engaging in brief data communication before departing in the elevator. Inside the room, Wang Yu was still feasting heartily. This tastes like an apple. This one resembles an orange, but why is the flesh green? So sweet. This one tastes like a combination of mangosteen and mango. What a novel flavor. Wang Yu quickly finished all the fruits. He had to admit this was the most satisfying meal he had had since his transmigration. Previously, eating cat food didn't count. That was beyond his control, and that can definitely contain some technology and ingenuity, tasting so delicious it felt unnatural. The fruits he was eating now were truly normal and delicious food. It seems these fruits are to your liking. The nurse droid appeared at the door, still wearing a polite smile, but for some reason Wang Yu felt it was more gentle. I was just about to find you. I finished filling out the questionnaire. Is there anything else? Wang Yu wiped his mouth with a wet wipe. No, we have received your questionnaire. I will take you back to your room now. Thank you for your cooperation. The nurse droid politely gestured for Wang Yu to follow her out. 7 days later. In room 1010 on the 10th underground floor of the Greenfield City Rehabilitation Center, this entire level actually belonged to Wang Yu. He could sleep wherever he wanted as no one was watching. Meals were personally delivered 3 times a day by the nurse robot, which could be said to have no drawbacks other than the lack of freedom and excessive idleness, even more comfortable than the days spent on the deep space. After all, here he had no worries about food and drink, and if he felt restless he could go to the entertainment room to kick the wall. Even hygiene was taken care of by the nurse robot. The organisms on this planet might be living similar lives with troublesome tasks handed over to the robot servants. Apart from breathing, which couldn't be delegated, everything else could be. Perhaps breathing could be managed too. Isn't there something called a respirator? Wang Yu chuckled to himself, feeling that the life of the long-eared people was indeed too comfortable, leading to decadence. He paused his sit-ups, sitting up from the floor, his body drenched in sweat, and decided to take a shower. In these days he had started to try activating his talent known as discipline life. The conditions were just right. He lacked neither food nor water, and his leg ailment had healed, allowing him to fully focus on training his body and improving his base attributes. Unlike blind training, this kind of exercise, which visibly showed experience growth, provided Wang Yu with strong positive feedback, much like leveling up in a game, and it was even a bit addictive. Discipline makes you strong, your rationality cap increases by 20 points, and your experience growth rate is enhanced by 20. Wang Yu emerged from the bathroom, wiping his body, while receiving a notification from the system that his talent discipline life had finally been activated. He exhaled and opened the system to check his status. In the corner, there was also the date and time starting from the moment he obtained the system, allowing him to determine how long he had actually stayed. He had been unconscious for nearly 4 days after being captured, likely due to the complexity of the surgery, which explained the duration. Wang Yu felt the changes in his body, but he was still 30 points short of raising his physical attributes to 5. Overall improvement was still slow, and the other attributes were lacking even more. To become stronger, he needed to remain persistent. Wang Yu picked up the water bottle from the floor and took a few hearty gulps, suddenly noticing the nurse robot at the door. "You're here," he remarked. The nurse robot always appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and Wang Yu had long since gotten used to it. The nurse robot politely nodded and said, "The equipment related to fitness you mentioned earlier has been prepared and will be delivered shortly, along with the protein powder and supplements you requested all together." "Oh, that's great. I really need them," Wang Yu replied as he walked over, suddenly realizing something was off because the nurse robot was looking at the other side of the corridor. "Come here quickly, what are you hesitating for? You should know your mission," the nurse robot urged, making Wang Yu curious, as if another person existed. Soon that person appeared, dressed in a neat, made uniform, standing about 1.8 meters tall. Due to the racial traits of the long-eared people, her legs were particularly long, making her look very slender without being bulky. She had a fresh and vibrant black ponytail tied with a white ribbon complemented by Wynard's slightly shy big eyes and cold gray skin, exuding an unusual beauty and allure. For a moment, Wang Yu was deeply captivated, as if struck by a paralysis spell. Those upright white rabbit ears looked incredibly soft with a hint of pink. A long-eared person. Have they finally appeared? So beautiful. Wang Yu thought to himself, but the reality was not as he imagined. Hello, I am the 4th-generation robot servant, serial number K44795482. You can call me 5482. I will be in charge of your daily care from now on. Your exclusive robot servant, 5482, said, her head lowered, not daring to look at Wang Yu. The nurse robot beside her showed a look of exasperation supporting her forehead and adding to the explanation. I apologize, due to the use of the latest experimental technology, a new generation of emotional simulators has been installed within her, so the emotional expressiveness of the 4th-generation robot servant is stronger. She may be a bit shy at first, as it is equivalent to her just being born and needing to get accustomed to her surroundings. She explained why 5482 was so timid, hoping Wang Yu would not mind too much. But, my exclusive robot servant. What? Wang Yu looked at this robot that was almost indistinguishable from an organism, then turned to the nurse robot, focusing on the pair of antennas on her head, which should be the biggest difference between the two. However, the sudden introduction of an exclusive robot servant made Wang Yu feel a bit resistant. Although she was beautiful, having a lifelike robot serve him felt morally questionable, especially since he was always under surveillance. I think it's better not to have one. That's quite good as it is now, and I really don't need an exclusive robot servant. Wang Yu politely declined. Upon hearing this, the nurse robot frowned and looked at 5482, who seemed to sense the gaze and trembled slightly. Is there something you're dissatisfied with? Whether its appearance, figure, or other needs, it can actually be modified, even removing the ears and tail is possible. The nurse robot said. Really unnecessary. It feels uncomfortable to have one more person around. It's quite good as it is now. Wang Yu refused again. The nurse robot looked at 5482 and sighed. I told you to behave well. Now you can apply for decommissioning yourself. The nurse robot said helplessly, while 5482 was even more frightened, her ears drooping, her eyes reddening. After glancing at Wang Yu, she wiped her tears and prepared to leave. Wait. Wang Yu suddenly intervened, reaching out to halt 5482's movement. I've changed my mind. Actually, thinking about it carefully, there would be a gym with those equipment in a few days, and it would be difficult for me to handle them alone. Moreover, using them without assistance could also be dangerous, so. He looked at 5482. Having an exclusive robot servant to handle these matters would be quite convenient, so. Let's not decommission her. That would be a waste. Wang Yu scratched his head. After hearing this, the nurse robot looked at 5482, who still had tears in her eyes, looking at Wang Yu with some surprise. After noticing the nurse robot's gaze, she appeared somewhat fearful, clearly aware of the higher authority of the latter. Then we will proceed according to your wishes, as she will be responsible for taking care of you from now on. Here are your belongings along with the protein powder and supplements. The nurse robot handed the items to 5482 and then turned to walk towards the elevator. Soon only Wang Yu and 5482 were left standing still. The air felt inexplicably heavy, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, until one party broke the silence. Can you stop standing there? Can you show me what's in that bag? Wang Yu spoke, feeling that standing still wasn't a good idea, as today's plan was certainly not about standing in place. Oh. After being reminded by Wang Yu, 5482 finally picked up the bag and approached, only to stage a spectacular faceplant right before him, landing with a loud thud that looked genuinely painful. The bag's contents spilled across the floor. A can of protein powder rolled all the way to Wang Yu's feet, where he retrieved it. Name: Premium Organic Ecological Protein Powder, Purity 99.99 in manufacturer Kongli Dan, regulatory tier I. Civilian use and description: a highly concentrated whey protein powder refined from milk extracted from polar sheep. Enhances immunity and nutritional intake. When paired with appropriate physical training, promotes muscular development and slightly augments somatic attribute growth by 25 while reducing body fat percentage. Polar sheep. Never heard of such a species. Wang Yu mused inwardly. By then 5482 had already risen. Her nose faintly reddened, her cheeks flushed, but unharmed as befitting a robot. Yet for an advanced model like this to stumble so clumsily on flat ground was truly astonishing. 2M, so sorry. I'll clean everything up immediately. 5482 stammered an apology while gathering the scattered items. Then she spotted Wang Yu's smartphone. Its once pristine screen now marred by a stark, jagged crack from the impact. Her expression paled instantly. It's fine, as long as it still functions. Wang Yu took the phone from her hand and inspected it carefully, confirming full operational integrity. He scrolled through its photo album, checked app icons and file directories. Nothing appeared missing. And still, certain images and videos had likely been viewed by these servant robots. Fortunately, his composure remained unruffled and unbothered. "I'll delete them later," he resolved silently, while 5482 continued berating herself. Master. I can repair it. Simple electronic devices like this are easily restored, provided one has a replacement screen and proper tools. Please grant me the chance. I am truly capable." 5482 blurted out in flustered haste. Wang Yu gazed at her visage, so disarmingly lifelike it bordered on criminal, and pressed a palm to his forehead, half convinced her design had drawn inspiration directly from his own phone's contents. "No need. It works just fine. Please rise." Yes, master." 5482 obediently stood, taller than Wang Yu by a good half head. "I apologize. I am equipped with a next-generation emotional simulator. Its priority level is absolute, so that is why I behave this way. Please do not discard me." Her voice dwindled into silence. "Enough. I've already said it's fine." Resisting the urge to stroke her ear, Wang Yu instead flicked her gently on the forehead to halt her spiral of self-reproach. In that very instant, his expression shifted, sharp, unreadable, his hand landing firmly on 5482's shoulder. "Name 4th generation exclusive service class intelligent automaton servant production IDK 4479548-2 in manufacturer, link to technology, joint development, consortium in regulatory tier 4. Forbidden description: the 4th generation automaton servant engineered to provide unparalleled service to organic life forms. Features an upgraded emotional simulator designed to deliver empathetic care and immersive interaction. Visual and behavioral fidelity is nearly indistinguishable from that of a human being. Absolute obedience to its designated owner Wang Yu is guaranteed, with betrayal virtually impossible. However, due to the simulator's overriding priority, emotional responses may manifest even at low affection levels, though actions detrimental to the owner's interests remain exceedingly rare. Once bound to an owner, reassignment is irreversible without replacing both the emotional simulator and the black box core, rendering it a bespoke single-use artifact. As an exclusive service unit, it possesses elevated autonomy to safeguard organic privacy. All data resides exclusively within its internal black box storage, accessible only with explicit owner consent. Even the central network cannot forcibly access or command this unit. Termination is the sole override available. You do not comprehend what you have wrought, nor bear the weight of its consequences. The power of creation demands commensurate wisdom and virtue. Without it, you court only self-annihilation. Ethics Oversight Bureau of Advanced Technology, ineligible for submission as a civilizational relic to relic recollectors, yielding 2 universal credit points and 10 civilization-specific gacha draws. Note: each civilization's relics may be submitted only once. The higher the cultural significance and intrinsic quality of the relic, the greater the reward. 200,000 credits and 10 gacha draws. Wang Yu stared at 5482, suddenly seeing her not as a servant, but as a walking, talking mountain of gold. But then, Wang Yu frowned. A cool sensation brushed his cheek. When he glanced over again, 5482 had paused mid-wipe and murmured, "I'm sorry. I noticed moisture still clinging to your face, so..." "Oh, thanks. I'll handle it myself." He accepted the tissue, taking over the task himself, and chuckled inwardly at his earlier morally dubious contemplation of submitting 5482 as a relic. Truly, he'd plumbed new depths of ethical flexibility. Relics aren't limited to her alone. Other servants likely qualify too, even beyond servitors. He murmured quietly, taking the bag from 5482's hands to inspect its remaining contents. First came 2 unopened cans of cat food, intact and untouched. Clearly, the servant's promise of property restitution held true. No surreptitious snacking had occurred. Or rather, no unauthorized sampling. Just rigorous compositional analysis. His handgun was absent. Also inside were the tattered rags and garments he'd wrapped around himself earlier, plus a sealed bottle of fresh water, its origin left unmentioned. Several nutrient supplements, previously mentioned by the nurse automaton, rounded out the haul. Name: Mighty Soft Capsulism, manufacturer Kongli Dan, regulatory tier I, civilian using description: 7th generation potent myogenic enhancer. Low acute toxicity. Boosts somatic attribute experience gained by 35 for 12 hours. Overdose may elevate efficacy to 70, but induces severe hepatotoxicity and compromises immune function. Prolonged use risks physiological dependence, diminishes natural training efficacy, impairs cognitive and intuitive attributes, and cannot synergize with other experience-accelerating agents. Non-synergistic and addictive. Wang Yu scrutinized the capsule's label, written in an alien script, yet perfectly legible to him. This appeared to be a synthetic supersteroid. Prolonged ingestion might literally sharpen the skull, enough to make him abandon the idea outright. After all, his innate talent already granted a 20 universal attribute bonus, far superior to this narrow side defect-laden supplement. Master, though we have minimized its adverse effects, this compound remains harmful to organic physiology. 5482 strongly advises against its use. Seeing Wang Yu studying the label 5482 gathered her courage and spoke up. I understand. Pack it away. Wang Yu instructed her to store everything. Though he would never ingest the capsules himself, their 30-year shelf life made them valuable commodities, potentially exchangeable for credit points on the open market. Every resource counted. Nothing that entered his possession could afford to slip away, not when he was destitute enough to bargain with automatons in the first place. Next to Wang Yu was a persistent follower. Her overwhelming presence made it impossible for Wang Yu to ignore her. He could even feel her gaze making him uncomfortable, yet he inexplicably did not want to drive her away. This could be the scheme of the machine's servant, aiming to make him adapt and thereby develop a dependency, becoming unable to leave this place. This plan would not succeed. 5482, please hand me some water. Sure. Wang Yu completed another 30 push-ups as if accomplishing some remarkable challenge, prompting 5482 to bring him drinking water. As expected, she presented him with a plastic bottle that had already been opened. Inside was indeed water, but now, what was he supposed to do with this? Even if it was just overnight, it was expired. This water has been opened. I don't drink stale water. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. 5482 immediately went to the corner of the room, filled a cup from the drinking water tap, and handed it to Wang Yu, who drank it all in one go. Calling you by number is quite cumbersome. Let's give you a name. How about 82? Ball. What do you think? As long as it is given by the master, I like it. Ball was very pleased, her rabbit ears bouncing in excitement, indicating she truly liked the name. These were genuine functional ears, not mere decorations. Her cheeks had no extra ears and were naturally covered by her flowing hair. There's no need for the title, just call me Wang Yu. All right, Master Wang Yu. No need for mastered, I'm not that old yet. Oh, then. Wang Yu. Ball felt a bit anxious, as if breaking a taboo, unable to meet Wang Yu's gaze. This was likely the factory setting for a dedicated service-type machine servant, and it would take some time to fully correct it. Wang Yu nodded, returning the cup to Ball, planning to rest a bit before doing a few more sets of different exercises. This was a workout method he had devised himself without any particular technique involved. He merely wanted to trigger his innate abilities, so the effect was naturally limited, which is why he hadn't raised his physical attributes to 5 points yet. Ball took the cup Wang Yu handed over, intending to return it to its place, but suddenly paused, her ears perked up straight, catching Wang Yu's attention. Master. Wang Yu, the exercise equipment you requested has arrived. It's in the elevator. The Total Network sent a message asking us to retrieve it. Ball turned back, just in time to see Wang Yu lowering himself to do push-ups again. After casually completing 2 more, Wang Yu stood up and nodded. Finally arrived, let's go get it. The two arrived at the elevator, where the doors had already opened, and it was nearly filled to the brim with cardboard boxes. There were likely several more batches of such goods, as Wang Yu had requested a lot. Why didn't they arrange for a few people? Wang Yu was puzzled why no helpers were arranged, and there was no cart. He then saw Ball walk over, squat down, and lift a box nearly as tall as her, using just her finger strength, carrying it out, leaving Wang Yu dumbfounded, unable to help but swallow hard. He'll handle the lifting. You please wait a moment, Master. Wang Yu. Ball said to Wang Yu, and under the latter's astonished gaze, she carried the box that seemed to contain a large refrigerator further away. Is this thing really light? Perhaps it's filled with foam. Wang Yu was skeptical and went over to test it, choosing a smaller box, discovering he couldn't lift it at all, and this was true for all he tried. He glanced toward the departing Ball, his eyes reflecting a hint of fear for this machine's servant, who appeared weak and easy to bully, seemed like a powerful tyrannosaurus beyond his comprehension, capable of crushing him with a single punch. After all, she was a robot, and the initial tumble on the ground had made Wang Yu forget this fact. Now thinking back, he increasingly felt it was all an act just to bridge the distance. Master, I may need to make a few more trips. Please give me a bit more time. Ball ran back, not having broken a single sweat. No. Robots do not sweat. Perhaps she was equipped with an incredibly efficient cooling module. I'm sorry, Ball realized she had called Wang Yu Master again, but Wang Yu's attitude had done a complete 180-degree turnaround. It's fine, you can call me whatever you want. Actually, just call me Xiao Wang. You keep moving, just stay here. Wang Yu spoke, quickly stepping aside, which puzzled Ball as well. However, her emotional simulator had not yet undergone sufficient training to support her understanding of what was happening, as she simply worked harder after receiving forgiveness. Watching her easily lift those heavy items, especially carrying a large cardboard box on one shoulder, nearly scared Wang Yu to death. Though the system stated that Ball would not engage in actions that harm her master's interests, it also noted that she might display emotional reactions. With his small frame, if he angered Ball and she punched him, even just a normal punch could be fatal. He would need to consider her perspective more and take her feelings into account. This was not out of fear of death, but because humility is a virtue. Moreover, he had just noticed while moving things that the gravity here seemed quite close to that of Blue Star, as he felt no discomfort or strangeness, as if he were on Earth. And the atmospheric composition also appeared to be very similar, as it did not seem to have been specifically adjusted for him alone. After emptying the elevator for the third time, the elevator doors finally closed with no more cargo arriving. Wang Yu had no plans to escape by blending into the elevator, as he would not be able to evade the grasp of this group of machine servants, and he did not even know where his landing pod was. He walked towards the rehabilitation room, remembering that Ball seemed to have moved those cardboard boxes there. Inside, Ball was unpacking the packages one by one and assembling them on site. The extra cardboard boxes and the original equipment in the rehabilitation room were piled in the corner waiting for further processing. Without Wang Yu's interference, Ball's work efficiency skyrocketed, her movements precise and methodical. This was the efficiency a machine should have, while before it had been the emotional simulator causing disruptions. In just an hour, Ball had transformed the rehabilitation room into a small gym, including a treadmill, rowing machine, barbells, and a large number of weight plates and dumbbells, almost equipping all mainstream fitness equipment, all modified to human standards, as many of the items were not suitable for the long-eared race. All done. Upon seeing Wang Yu, a blush of excitement and shyness returned to Ball's face, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor, as if she were anticipating praise. At this moment, Wang Yu fully recognized the fact that Ball was a machine. The emotional simulator within her was so advanced that it could almost pass for real, displaying behavior akin to true life. But was this due to advanced algorithms, or did Ball genuinely possess emotions? Wang Yu could not ascertain. The system had not provided a definitive conclusion. Moreover, once he began to dwell on this matter, a barrier arose, causing Ball's actions to appear different in Wang Yu's eyes. "You did very well. Oh, I appreciate your efforts." Wang Yu praised her, even reaching out to pat Ball's head, feeling her warmth, though it was merely a simulated body temperature produced by a certain heating control device underneath her skin. Another 3 weeks have passed. Wang Yu has been diligently exercising, becoming familiar with the use of all gym equipment. Bear, aside from cooking and cleaning, is also an exceptionally skilled fitness coach, accelerating Wang Yu's progress and providing valuable advice to prevent him from blindly injuring himself while working out. Moreover, with an abundance of food and fresh water and unlimited supplies of protein powder, Wang Yu's growth rate has improved quickly, pushing his physical attributes to 5, while accumulating about 60 experience points. He checked his current attributes. Physical 5, 58100. Will 7, 83400. Reflex 5, 47100. Immunity 47280. Inspiration 560100. Except for physical, which has grown through training, the other attributes, especially, while inspiration and reflex, have seen limited growth with no advancements possible through conventional workouts. Reflex likely refers to reaction speed, and practicing shooting or cold weapon techniques may be more beneficial. As for inspiration, it may relate to experiences, knowledge expansion, and sensory enhancement. As for will, this may be the hardest attribute to improve. Wang Yu has yet to find a way to enhance it. Perhaps persistent training and resisting temptations could have some effect, but for now the results are quite limited. Bear, have there been any replies to my previous application? Wang Yu asked Bear as he has grown familiar with her during this time. The emotional data model, or emotional simulator of the latter, has become highly adept at interacting with Wang Yu after repeated training, no longer displaying awkwardness or anxiety. Not yet, Bear replied, dressed in convenient workout shorts and a tank top, which matched Wang Yu's rather striking outfit. However, whether it is due to their acquaintance or some other reason, Wang Yu felt little excitement, merely nodding as he planned to do a few more sets of deadlifts. A week ago, he had applied for training in firearms shooting and combat, stating that he wanted to become a powerful warrior. But the request has yet to be approved, and the waiting time has been a bit long. However, it is highly likely that it will be approved, because so far almost all of his requests have been fulfilled. He has applied for books, including language-related ones, as well as gaming consoles, movies, and documentaries. He wanted to understand the civilization history of this planet, laying the groundwork for his understanding of its language. These things are great entry points, and also enrich Wang Yu's life outside of training. He often played games or watched movies with Bear, and their relationship grew from there. Upon deeper exploration, Wang Yu discovered that after a great war 4,000 years ago, this civilization established a new organization called the Long-Eared People's Community, replacing the original concept of nation and commencing comprehensive construction and resource mobilization across the entire planet. Technology surged during this process, and their civilization ushered in unprecedented prosperity, as Wang Yu saw in the sky, where the night was almost illuminated by endless lights merging into one. The machine servants were born during this process. Their introduction encountered considerable resistance, but their advancement and liberation of productivity and labor were hard for the long-eared people to refuse. Eventually, nearly all industrial engineering tasks were entrusted to the machine servants, and they left their mark on many aspects of life, with the long-eared people contributing only to major decisions and research nearly aligning with Wang Yu's initial speculation of a society under the out-of-control machine servants premise. However, what happened afterward remains unknown to Wang Yu. To this day, he is yet to see a single long-eared person, nor does he understand their purpose in keeping him confined. The isolation has been far too long. Could it be that they view him as a living exhibit or a living figurine? But what is the purpose? Wang Yu still cannot comprehend the purpose behind the machine servants imprisoning him, but for now this situation allows him time to train and grow, which is a decent choice. He might not have another opportunity later, so he is not in a hurry. Furthermore, another point of interest is that none of the books Wang Yu has read, including the games and films, relate to interstellar or cosmic themes. This has caught his attention, and he even applied for books on astronomy and the universe, but all were rejected. This was the only time he faced a rejection, and it was straightforward. Bear was also vague on this matter, merely shaking her head. When he pressed her further, she fell silent, marking the only time she directly denied Wang Yu's request, and he did not push further. About 2 more days passed. On a day while playing a fighting game called Rabbit Domination XV, Wang Yu insisted that Bear shouldn't go easy on him, wanting to be thoroughly beaten, and ended up being dominated for an entire morning without scoring a single point. Wang Yu seriously suspected that Bear's emotional simulator has a low emotional intelligence, and he could barely resist the urge to crush the controller, but unfortunately his physical strength wasn't enough. Bear, you're really good at this. Let's call it a day, Wang Yu said with a twitch at the corner of his eye, but Bear was completely oblivious and instead felt pleased by the praise. Yay? He'll go prepare some food for you. By the way, it's almost lunchtime, Bear replied with satisfaction, putting down the controller and preparing to cook. In recent days, Bear transformed one of the idle hospital rooms into a kitchen. She is skilled in plumbing, electrical work, and carpentry, truly living up to the reputation of a machine servant equipped with an encyclopedia. The dishes she prepares are also to Wang Yu's taste, and she is like a master chef. As for Wang Yu, he only needed to focus on eating. Under the care of a service-type machine, servant life is so monotonous. However, Bear returned just 2 minutes after leaving, catching Wang Yu in training mode, fiercely practicing combos and character strategies, completely unaware of her presence until interrupted. Wang Yu, I have good news. Your application for combat training has been approved. Wang Yu was taken aback at first, but then became overjoyed upon hearing the news, dropping the controller and declaring he would try it right away. No, you need to eat first. Eating on time is very important. Bear reproached him. By now, Bear no longer displayed awkwardness and would also advise Wang Yu against certain behaviors, just like now. All right, you're right. Wang Yu almost broke his self-discipline buff. Thankfully, Bear reminded him in time. After preparing lunch, Bear also ate some and replenished her power. She has a miniature factory inside her body that can consume organic food to generate electricity, but the power output is limited, so she needs to recharge before performing high-energy tasks. As for the wires, there are cables embedded in her wrists and behind her head, and usually just the wrist wires are sufficient. The two arrived at the elevator, and the door seemed to open in response to their presence. Wang Yu entered first, followed by Bear, and then the elevator began to descend to the 15th floor, which was somewhat unexpected for Wang Yu. He had originally thought it would go upwards, but it turned out to be going down. As the elevator doors opened, the two stepped out only to find that the corridor before them was completely at odds with the words Rehabilitation Center. The floor was no longer the slightly warm beige marble tiles, but rather replaced with large smooth metal flooring, giving an overall cold feeling, as if walking in a laboratory or military base. The 15th floor had been converted into a temporary shooting range and training room, complete with panoramic simulation pods housing various live ammunition, weapons, and simulated arms. It would be open 24 hours a day, but weapons could not be taken away from the range, and there would be monitoring and detection facilities to ensure safety, with ammunition replenished regularly. Bear introduced this floor, causing Wang Yu to widen his eyes. No wonder it took so long to apply. It turned out that these mechanical servants were carrying out engineering modifications to meet Wang Yu's needs. Wang Yu felt a bit embarrassed by such courtesy. Also, your beam pistol has a firing issue. We were planning to repair it, but without a disassembly method for this pistol, which seems to be an integrated casting process, it's easy to damage it if dismantled violently. Considering the risks, we ultimately decided not to repair it. Bear conveyed the information sent by the central network to Wang Yu. The white pistol was placed on a cabinet outside the shooting range. Also, this white pistol cannot be taken off this floor, don't forget that. Bear reminded once more. All right, I understand, Wang Yu replied. After spending some time together and becoming familiar, Bear had become increasingly talkative, but Wang Yu didn't mind. He picked up the white pistol, glanced at the information, confirmed it was correct, and walked into the training room ready to try out the weapons inside. In the highly advanced modern society, wielding blades and clubs felt too lowly. That was the behavior of brutes. Defeating enemies from 1,000 miles away was the true path to victory. The so-called trajectory is also a path, and marksmanship is also a discipline. While this sword is really cool, it's almost 2 meters long, isn't it? As soon as Wang Yu entered, he was dazzled by the various cold weapons hanging on the wall to his right. This weapon was popular during the tribal period of the creators. According to your race's dictionary, it should be called a saber, with a blade length of 97 centimeters and a handle length of 48 cm. It is a weapon that is extremely difficult to master. One careless move can easily injure oneself. Originally, the blade was even longer, as the Longier race tends to be taller. This is an adjusted sample. Bear explained, seeming quite knowledgeable about cold weapons, possibly having downloaded relevant databases from the central network. Wang Yu tried to wield it and found it surprisingly heavy. No wonder the sword had such a long handle. It was impossible to wield it with one hand. Do you have a big hammer? Wang Yu searched the cold weapons wall, but found nothing. There were even peculiar weapons that looked like boots, but he didn't see any big hammers. A big hammer. Bear frowned, not knowing of such a thing, so she couldn't understand Wang Yu's thought process. If you're talking about a hammer, there are some over there. She pointed to 2 small hammers with edges and spikes on the wall, about the size of Wang Yu's fist, with a length of less than half a meter. No, I mean one of those huge heavy hammers with one end being a spike and the other end flat, a super big hammer. Wang Yu gestured dramatically. But such heavy objects are only engineering tools. Carrying them is quite difficult, let alone using them as weapons on the battlefield. Bear shook her head, not believing that humans or long ears or even other organisms could use such exaggerated weapons. Even robots wouldn't, as there are better alternatives. Yet Wang Yu had indeed seen such a weapon, and its destructive power was quite shocking. Then let's practice with the small hammer for now. Wang Yu picked up the pair of war hammers without further explanation. The reason for choosing the hammer was that Hammer Guy was also using one. There must be a reason for using such an exaggerated giant hammer, and although Wang Yu couldn't use it, yet he could learn bit by bit. Wang Yu chose the path of blunt weapon specialization. 2 hours later, he was already exhausted and collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. He didn't expect that wielding such an unassuming blunt weapon would consume so much stamina. His arms would likely not be able to lift for some time. The one teaching him to use the weapon was Bear. Robots were incredibly convenient. They could download the corresponding data programs and directly transform into weapon masters, explaining the theory with great clarity. Moreover, her strength far surpassed Wang Yu's, making the training a complete domination. Let me lie down for a bit. I'll practice firearms after half an hour. Wang Yu said, taking the water bottle that Bear handed over, but he couldn't open it no matter what. In the end, Bear had to help him open it before he could take a few sips. Subsequently, he systematically learned about firearms and shooting under Bear's guidance. The civilization of this planet also mirrored that of Blue Star, having transitioned from a long cold weapon era to the discovery of gunpowder, giving rise to the true king of weapons, guns. Although there were design differences from the classic firearms, Wang Yu was familiar with the principle remained the same, all being kinetic weapons powered by chemical propellants. Your beam pistol has quite good power, but it consumes a lot of energy and is easily affected by the weather. We don't have similar individual weapons here, but we do have vehicles and fixed turrets equipped with such weapons. Bear concluded her introduction of firearms and then mentioned the pistol Wang Yu brought. Don't you have electromagnetic rifles? Wang Yu suddenly asked, realizing that these weapons were still the familiar ones powered by chemical propellants, albeit with better performance, but not a qualitative change. Electromagnetic weapons do exist, but they are only used on vehicles and fixed turrets because the conditions for superconductivity are hard to meet. When miniaturized, these weapons have little advantage over traditional chemical kinetic weapons, and they're also heavy. Bear explained in detail, quickly, making Wang Yu understand the reasoning. This planet's civilization had not developed room-temperature superconductors. Moreover, after ending a long period of war, they had not had large-scale battles for a long time, leading to a significant decrease in the speed of weapon development due to lack of demand in that area. Instead, technologies directly related to life and production, such as artificial intelligence, photon chips, bionic mechanics, and biomedical sciences, had made significant progress. I see. Wang Yu nodded. By the way, Bear, you should know, right? Currently your creators, the Longier people, they are now. As he was about to say this, the lights in the room suddenly went out, and when they lit up again, they had changed to a dim red. What is this? Just as Wang Yu was puzzled, a tremor came from the ground, followed by Bear's slightly terrified warning. Be careful. Wang Yu looked over, confused, thinking it was an earthquake, but immediately after a piercing sharp screech pierced his eardrums, causing everything to spin with all objects in sight, including Bear, warping and distorting. Along with it came an unbearable pain that shot straight into his skull, indescribable, as if something was crashing against his skull inside his brain. The uncontainable noise combined with the intense pain contorted Wang Yu's face, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, and his hands instinctively clawed at his own skin, as if trying to tear his own flesh. At that moment, another pair of hands pressed down on him, restraining him and pinning him to the ground. The hungry and silent living ship suddenly awakened, its surface opening, countless yellow-brown eyes nervously scanning its surroundings. Underground 15th floor of the Rhine City Sanatorium. Wang Yu. Wang Yu, can you hear me? The voice by his ear gradually became clearer, a repeated call from someone. Wang Yu slowly awakened, his eyes, which had been rolling back, gradually focused, revealing a face filled with anxiety and unease, and he even felt a hint of warmth at the tip of his nose. It was Ball. Although Wang Yu was quite accustomed to this face, the close contact still stirred something in his heart. But soon the intense pain surging from his brain throughout his body drove all distracting thoughts away. He felt as though he had been run over by a steamroller. Every part of him ached, especially his head. What on earth? Wang Yu felt as if he had drunk too much and was experiencing a blackout, completely forgetting his previous memories, perplexed about why he had collapsed on the ground. Great, you're awake. Ball exclaimed with joy, then began to pull at Wang Yu's clothes, even including the belt of his pants, startling the latter, who felt the pain diminish significantly, hastily grabbing Ball's hand to stop him. What are you doing? Checking if your body has any abnormalities. Huh. Wang Yu was still puzzled when suddenly another person's footsteps approached rapidly, almost instantly appearing at the door. It was the hurriedly arriving nurse machine servant who happened to witness this scene. Ball had Wang Yu pinned to the ground, and Wang Yu's clothes were somewhat disheveled. The air in the room suddenly became tense. Wang Yu was about to explain, but evidently the nurse machine servant was not concerned with such trivial matters. She exchanged a glance with Ball and immediately understood the situation. Immediately go to the B3 floor for a full body check, she said sternly, her attitude mirroring Ball's. What happened? What on earth is going on? Wang Yu still couldn't piece together the situation as he slowly rose to his feet. We'll talk later. We need to hurry over. Wang Yu, listen to Sophia. Your health is the priority. Ball echoed. At that moment, Wang Yu finally felt something foreign on his face, reaching for the corner of his eye and nose, discovering it was dried blood, leaving him somewhat shocked. Ball, keep an eye on him. He'll go prepare. The emergency team is already on the way, Sophia said seriously, and after urging them, she hurried towards the elevator. It was only then that Wang Yu fully recovered. Although his consciousness had blanked for a moment, he understood that the situation was somewhat grim, and it seemed he had encountered some danger. He did not rush to ask questions, but instead walked towards the elevator with Ball's assistance. Despite insisting that he did not need help, he had no choice but to be treated like a seriously injured patient, being escorted to the B3 floor. About 40 minutes later, Wang Yu underwent a meticulous yet somewhat tedious physical examination. Almost every item was checked, and if it weren't free, he would have thought he was being played. However, on the way there, he also noticed potential abnormalities in his body through system warnings and panel information. Due to the impact of the disaster, your sanity has decreased by 3. The disaster has entered your body. Due to the impact of the disaster, your sanity has decreased by 5. The disaster has entered your body. Due to the impact of the disaster, your sanity has decreased by 7. The disaster has entered your body. Your health limit has decreased by 5. Wang Yu's health limit had plummeted from the normal 100 points after healing his old injuries to 70 points, indicating that something was seriously wrong with his body. Then there was his sanity value, which had dropped sharply to 21. No wonder he felt a constant sense of palpitations and suffocating panic after waking up. He had not fallen into madness. One could only say Wang Yu was lucky, and indeed it was due to good fortune. Because his talent Lucky 7 triggered once, this was probably the reason he avoided madness this time. While waiting for the examination results, the nurse machine servant Sophia appeared again, looking somewhat troubled. She first apologized to Wang Yu, and then proactively explained this anomalous event. This is actually a disaster recorded since ancient times. In the past, it was not as severe or frequent. It was a kind of noise similar to auditory hallucinations that was uncomfortable, and even individuals who had lost their hearing could hear it, which was very strange. Almost all creators could hear this sound at the same moment. Moreover, every time this sound appeared, this planet would face various disasters, such as fires, floods, droughts, geological disasters, and even earthquakes. But the most troublesome were the widespread plagues or diseases that appeared without source, just like that. It was also for this reason that the creators had faced near extinction several times. Fortunately, such situations were extremely rare, occurring only once every 1,000 or even several hundred years, and it was not as severe as what you just experienced. At the same time, living in caves could effectively mitigate this impact. The great creators established a prosperous civilization on this planet while enduring this disaster, and we are the product of this process. Sophia said, leaving Wang Yu astonished. No wonder he had been arranged underground all this time. It turned out to be for this reason. He had seen many games and novels in the Long-Ear tribe that dealt with combating disasters and eradicating disaster-related themes. He hadn't paid much attention before as there were many on Blue Star, but only now did he sense the abnormality. The creators attempted to find the cause of the disasters and discovered their potential patterns, which ended the conflicts and resource plundering among them, allowing for stable development for 2,000 years. But the good times did not last long. As more hypotheses emerged, the source of the disasters gradually shifted from the planet itself to the depths of the universe. At that time, the creators were filled with beautiful aspirations, planning to venture into space and expand their ambitions, when a bizarre shock similar to just now swept the globe, causing an almost genocidal massacre. The total population of the creators directly plummeted by 2/3 after this event. Civilization transitioned from prosperity to decline, and many believed it was the exploration of deep space that angered the gods, resulting in divine punishment. Thus, the word universe became a taboo that could not be touched, and related industries and knowledge were destroyed or completely sealed, just like that the creators lived through another 1,000 years. During this millennium, disasters continued to occur frequently, and without patterns, the development of civilization nearly stagnated, and the creators lived in fear every day, with the population steadily decreasing. Sophia calmly recounted. Wang Yu seemed to see the entire process of a civilization transitioning from prosperity to decline. So what about now? Wang Yu asked as Sophia suddenly stopped continuing. Now? Sophia looked over. Your arrival has brought hope to the creators. They need your help. It seemed this was why Sophia placed such importance on Wang Yu, although she still did not disclose the details. The test results came out shocking Wang Yu, as he simultaneously had liver cancer and leukemia, along with diabetes. When he received the test report, Wang Yu was bewildered, for he had just undergone a physical examination not long ago and had no such issues. In just an instant, he transformed from a healthy individual into a critically ill patient, as if some force was affecting his organs, causing them to deteriorate rapidly. Fortunately, the medical technology on this planet was very advanced. Targeted drugs were already a highly mature technology capable of curing early to mid-stage cancers, even those that had spread. Diabetes also had corresponding treatment plans, as they had mastered the technology of directed stem cell activation, which could regenerate and repair damaged islets, fully restoring the body's insulin levels. In Wang Yu's case, it was essentially just injections and medication, not even qualifying as surgery. After a complete treatment, he ended up with several large bags of medication, which he handed over to Bear, who would remind Wang Yu to take his medicine on time. Having just these few illnesses could be considered Wang Yu's good luck, because for some diseases, even mechanical servants might find them troublesome, potentially leading to sudden death before treatment could be administered, which is why they were so anxious. Moreover, the attribute of will might have played a role, as Wang Yu noticed that his will experience had increased significantly, now standing at will 7128400. Experiencing such unusual events could enhance one's will almost like a method of training. High willpower might help resist its effects. But this method of training was akin to dancing on the tip of a knife. A slip could result in irreversible disaster. What about the situation of the other long-eared people? Wang Yu inquired of Sophia, as he was the only patient here, and the other long-eared individuals could not possibly be unaffected. The disasters outside are all within a controllable range, and corresponding mechanisms have been established to cope with them. Sophia responded perfunctorily, completely ignoring the question, and unlike Bear, she was not obedient. After confirming there were no mistakes with the medication, Wang Yu was sent back to the 10th floor with Bear. For the next few days, he would be unlikely to go to the 15th floor to learn about various weapons unless his condition was controlled. Bear, you should know, right? What about the situation of the other long-eared people? Wang Yu, unable to get a response from Sophia, shifted his attention to Bear. Goo. Bear showed a troubled expression, as once she spoke it would mean betraying Sophia and the overall network. However, they are all sick, Bear replied honestly. Sick? Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, combining the information at hand, and thought of new possibilities. This was not the world described in the out-of-control mechanical servant setting. Here the long-eared people had not yet become living displays. Rather, before this, due to this unknown disaster, all the long-eared people had fallen ill, and their population might be pitifully small, with mechanical servants taking care of them. This could completely explain why the facilities on this planet were so well developed, yet felt lifeless. Due to a lack of population, these long-eared individuals, referred to as creators by the mechanical servants, were already in a precarious situation, with only the mechanical servants maintaining the city. Did that strange voice have no effect on you? Wang Yu asked, as he had almost no recollection of the voice, only recalling it after the mechanical servant mentioned it. Our mechanical servants cannot hear such a voice, so we are not affected. It seems only the creators, and you can hear and feel this voice on this planet. Bear explained, further catching Wang Yu's attention. Is it some weapon targeting advanced organic life forms? Or is it aimed at intelligent beings? Wang Yu pondered, stroking his chin. However, he knew he should not linger here any longer, otherwise he would become an irretrievable patient amidst repeated disasters, ultimately leading to death. No wonder the system was searching for a planet capable of developing civilization, looking at it this way. This planet was absolutely not a viable option, it was too dangerous. Bear, I must leave this planet, I can't stay here any longer. You should come with me, let's find an opportunity to escape. Wang Yu said, earnestly, realizing the problem, he was no longer willing to remain on this planet. Bear had actually thought about this topic too. I actually applied for your release, but it was denied. Bear said somewhat dejectedly. From her perspective, she also hoped Wang Yu could leave for a safer environment. Try applying again. If it's still denied, then he'll commit suicide, but still 1,000,000 times better than dying from the torment of illness. Wang Yu said seriously, his voice loud, casting a glance at the camera in the corner of the room. No. Bear naturally could not stand by and watch Wang Yu seek to end his life, visibly anxious, but Wang Yu remained stubborn, even pulling Bear into the bathroom during their argument. Shoo. Wang Yu gestured for Bear to be quiet, pointing to the ceiling, implying that there were no surveillance cameras here, making it easier to talk. He took out a pen that he had somehow acquired and wrote in the palm of his hand and pretending, I won't commit suicide. I'm forcing Sophia and the others to compromise, so I need to be a bit tough. This way there will be a chance. Bear, please cooperate with me. Upon reading this, Bear displayed a look of understanding followed by a smile, her eyes crescent-shaped. You. She quickly covered her mouth as she couldn't speak, but picked up the pen to reply. God'll give it a try, but don't get your hopes up, and he'll keep a close eye on you. Bear responded, leaving the bathroom, her expression shifting to one of deep concern. Inside, Wang Yu was washing his hands, still replaying Bear's smiling face in his mind. Sometimes he really couldn't tell whether Bear was a living being or a cold machine. Thus, nearly 3 weeks passed. During this time, their lives remained unaffected, with food delivered regularly, transformed into delicious dishes under Bear's culinary skills, which were as exquisite as a living textbook. Sophia and the others were likely dealing with the disasters erupting across the planet, as the number of affected individuals was not limited to Wang Yu. As for Wang Yu, he had recovered from his illness, and under Bear's patient guidance he had become relatively skilled in handling firearms, achieving a fairly respectable accuracy within a 20-meter range. This is the power of modern weaponry. Compared to the vast majority of cold weapons, learning to use firearms and gaining combat capability often requires significantly less time investment. Of course, to master it and become an expert in this area, one still needed to put in considerable effort. During his recovery, Wang Yu spent most of his time practicing shooting and engaging in daily exercise, temporarily putting aside cold weapons since he did not plan to stay here long. Mastering firearms quickly with the resources at hand was the priority. Bear, has there been any response from the overall network? Wang Yu asked while in the panoramic training chamber, holding a simulated rifle after finishing an extremely realistic drill, the enemy being a group of swift-moving giant lizards, which he had specifically requested. Not yet. The overall network neither rejected nor approved it. Could it be that the coercion method has been exposed? Bear whispered, glancing at the camera in the corner of the room. At this point, there was no choice but to think this way, as Wang Yu was still not aggressive enough. The promised suicide had yet to be fulfilled, and instead, under Bear's care, he was living increasingly well, having even gained 2 pounds. Contact Sophia and ask her to come over. It's better to have an open and honest discussion. Wang Yu pondered for a moment, realizing he could not afford to delay, for the next onslaught could arrive at any time, and each time it could cost him his life. Moreover, according to the information revealed by Bear, these assaults had been occurring more frequently in recent years, sometimes just months apart, and at times even within weeks. It was best not to harbor any false hopes. Bear seemed to want to say something, but before he could speak, he turned to the door as footsteps approached. It was indeed Sophia. You arrived just in time, we were just talking about you. I think I must leave here and return to my ship. As you know, if I stay any longer, I will surely die here. Wang Yu bluntly stated his position, pointing out that the so-called quarantine observation was merely a means to imprison him, as the long-eared beings of this planet had nearly lost their creator, and the quarantine was just an excuse. I'm sorry, we cannot let you leave. Why? Because you bring hope. The creators need your help, Sophia stated. This made Wang Yu frown, feeling that she had said something similar before, yet he could not comprehend it at all. What could he possibly do? What was the point of keeping him here? Was it to watch him die under the onslaught, and then collect data on his death? Sophia looked at the confused and displeased Wang Yu and sighed. Follow me, I will take you to meet the creators, and we can discuss further there, Sophia said, helplessly turning towards the elevator. Wang Yu exchanged a glance with Bear before following behind. The three of them stepped into the elevator one after another. Wang Yu had thought they would go to the surface, but the reality was quite the opposite. The elevator plunged directly downwards, reaching the 107th underground level. As the elevator door opened, a pungent smell of disinfectant flooded, an almost palpable indicating that the situation inside was far from ordinary. Put on the protective suit first, a bear help him with it. Sophia instructed, retrieving a fully sealed biochemical protective suit from a side cabinet. This was something Wang Yu had only seen in movies and games. It was his first time seeing the real thing. With Bear's assistance, the complex process of donning the protective suit was completed, sealing Wang Yu completely with strict control over the entering and exiting gases. After opening the gas valves and confirming that the oxygen supply was normal, the pressure test for airtightness was passed and the isolation suit was officially donned. Are all the people here so fragile that they need to wear protective suits and undergo disinfection just to meet? Wang Yu gasped, feeling that the protection was excessive. But he would soon discover that the isolation suit was not meant to protect the patients inside, but rather to protect him. After undergoing 7 different disinfectants, the entire complex disinfection procedure was finally completed. The thick gate opened, revealing a spacious corridor ahead with bright, clean walls on either side and ceiling lights illuminating the area as if it were daytime. Sophia entered first, followed by Wang Yu, and lastly Bear, who remained alert. As machine servants, the two of them were immune to microbial infections and would not fall ill. After disinfection and drying, they changed into clean and dry clothes before entering, completely different from Wang Yu. So the tail is not just an ornament, it's real. Wang Yu couldn't help but gawk as he saw a certain someone's pure white short tail at the end of her vertebra, resembling a pom-pom and even twitching. But soon his attention shifted away from that. A loud crash caught his attention. The sound was akin to something colliding intimately with the wall, followed by a faint groan reminiscent of meaningless murmurs, inducing discomfort and a sense of pain. What is that noise? Wang Yu was about to ask when Sophia already entered the room labeled duty room on the left. He followed her inside, and then came Bear, who was last. The space inside was quite large, with several machine servants in white coats on duty. The walls were lined with countless surveillance images, but only a few were illuminated. Wang Yu's attention was quickly drawn to one of the monitors, his eyes widening. On the screen, an unknown mass of flesh was secured to the ground by black straps, with vague limb-like structures visible struggling to rise. Its surface bore several open mouths filled with sharp teeth, as if chanting unknown syllables. The ground around this entity appeared to be tainted or corroded by its bodily fluids, the color distinctly different. Several machine servants were busy in the room trying to restrain this mass of flesh, and one was injecting something with a syringe, likely a powerful sedative. As if noticing Wang Yu's gaze, the monitor's image was magnified, taking up many screens and forming a larger, clearer picture. Simultaneously, the sounds synchronized, echoing the groans he heard in the corridor, piercingly loud, making Wang Yu feel exceedingly uncomfortable, as if his skin were crawling. Moreover, in one corner of the image, he could see a disassembled machine servant resembling a broken doll, with limbs and joints shattered, wires and parts scattered all over. Bang! Another loud crash occurred as a machine servant was accidentally struck by the hand of the flesh mass, sending the person flying into the wall, exploding in a burst of sparks. What is this? Wang Yu displayed an expression of disbelief, but Sophia nodded, confirming his suspicion. The situation of the creators is very dire. Their population has been declining steadily from nearly 12 billion initially to now just a handful, all concentrated in this underground hospice. Moreover, the situation is worsening. No matter what protective measures we take, the depth of the shelter we enhance, the negative impacts from the unknown assaults are intensifying. Ultimately, some individuals have transformed into catastrophe bodies, just like the one in the image, becoming sources of disaster. For organic life forms, this usually manifests as diseases. For matter and machinery, it typically appears as decay, deterioration, and aging. If left unchecked, catastrophe bodies will soon infect surrounding healthy individuals and kill them as well. Sophia narrated, sending a chill down Wang Yu's spine. If he were to become such an indescribable, grotesque mass of flesh, he would prefer to end his own life first. Currently, only 6 creators remain alive. With the one who transformed into a catastrophe body a week ago, there are a total of 4 who have transformed. They are all expected to die within 6 months to 5 years. The last remaining one. Sophia pointed to the screen, which had changed to show a comatose, long-eared woman, her hair largely fallen out, with numerous unknown tubes connected to her head and body under the blanket linked to various instruments. Her limbs appeared to be amputated or atrophied, as her torso under the blanket was very small, barely maintaining respiration through a mask. This is the last female creator named Sophia Blenster. Once she dies, it will mean the complete extinction of the creator race, which is why both we and the creators need your help. Please, save our world. Me. Wang Yu pointed to himself, incredulous. In such a situation, what could he possibly do? Yes. Sophia nodded and continued, "We have examined your genetic material. Like the creators, your genetic material is also composed of 22 pairs of autosomes and 1 pair of sex chromosomes, and there is no structural difference. In other words, you and the creators, in a strict sense, actually belong to the same species. The difference between the two is merely that of subspecies with no reproductive isolation." Sophia's words left Wang Yu in shock. "I am of the same species as them." Wang Yu looked again at the sleeping woman whose head bore a pair of dull rabbit ears, characteristics that were certainly not found in his understanding of humanity. Moreover, after millions, even billions of years of evolution, could two completely non-reproductively isolated beings arise on two planets? The probability is almost negligible to the point where it can be considered an impossible event in statistical terms. Human subspecies? Subhumans. Wang Yu thought to himself. Meanwhile, Sophia revealed her intentions. In simple terms, she wanted to use Wang Yu's genetic material to achieve the revival of the Langier people. There was even already an embryo. The technology for artificial wombs had matured long ago. In the backdrop of a population on the verge of extinction, ethics had ceased to be an obstacle. Only the continuation of life held meaning. However, periodic shocks can have negative impacts on isolated cells, embryos, and even frozen cells, so we also need to prepare technology to accelerate the maturation of these individuals, allowing them to develop as quickly as possible within a few months to avoid perishing from the shocks. Next, we need to construct shelters with stronger protective measures and be prepared for unknown diseases. Sophia narrated her revival plan, and Wang Yu was an indispensable part of it. Just like Adam and Eve, neither could be missing. But Wang Yu looked at Sophia, his gaze devoid of any accusatory or reproachful intent, for he saw only a fearless individual filled with hope in dire straits, trying to turn the tide and save a collapsing structure. No one could stand in her position to refute or condemn her. No one could, except for Wang Yu, who was an outsider. "Sophia!" Wang Yu shouted, stopping Sophia, who was still expounding on her plan, and he reached out to halt Ball, who was about to step forward, shaking his head. "Sophia, you and the network behind you should know better than anyone that this group of creators know these Langier subhumans. Their civilization has already ended and is destined for extinction. This is an irreversible fact that your power cannot change. By imprisoning me here and placing hope in a plan that is fundamentally impossible to succeed, you are merely unwilling to face reality, creating a delusion of your own." Without mincing words, Wang Yu laid bare the cold truth before this group of automata. Sophia fell silent, no longer speaking, her face gradually covered by frost. The other automata on duty in the room looked over, their eyes filled with hostility, indicating that even if they had to use force, they would ensure this plan was executed. "No way." Ball rushed out, standing in front of Wang Yu, arms spread wide, like an eagle protecting its hatchlings, fiercely stating, "Wang Yu is right. The success rate of this plan approaches 0. If it were viable, the creators would not have reached this point, would they? Bao's words were like a spear piercing straight to the throat of the issue. As a member of the automata, she could access the network and search for information and data within it, so she understood better than anyone that this plan was fundamentally unfeasible. However, the tense atmosphere did not ease. At that moment, a calm Wang Yu also felt he had been too direct and reckless. The other side might not accept his words, and could even lead to conflict, which must be avoided. Fortunately, Ball stepped in just in time to temporarily stabilize the situation. Wang Yu could only seize the time to find another method, seeking a possible breakthrough. "By the way, didn't you say there are 6 survivors? Besides the one in the footage and the 4 that have turned into disaster forms, who is the other one?" Wang Yu inquired, suddenly realizing this crucial blind spot. His words also caused the tense atmosphere to quickly cool down, and Ball took the topic further. "Let's have Old Blund decide. He is the president. Whether this plan is feasible or should be executed should be decided by him," Ball said, gradually easing the atmosphere. In the end, all the automata looked at Wang Yu, leaving him feeling bewildered. 20 minutes later, Wang Yu appeared on the surface. This was his first opportunity to seriously examine the city he was in. The roads were as clean as if washed, winding like blood vessels connecting various facilities and buildings. The entire city's transportation was three-dimensional, as this allowed for higher space utilization. At this moment, he was on the 10th floor of the Rhine City Sanatorium, but upon exiting the hall, the outside was filled with roads and streets, all elevated and constructed with some high-strength materials, even overhead roads. Truly the capital of the Langier people's civilization. The only drawback was the lack of vitality, as such complete infrastructure had no one utilizing it, a complete waste. Wang Yu looked around, feeling quite shocked, a stark contrast to his experience while aboard the landing capsule. Had there been no shocks and disasters, perhaps these Langier people would have established a magnificent civilization alongside the automata they created. Wang Yu's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of an engine. Turning around, he found a red convertible sports car that could only accommodate 2 people, its chassis nearly touching the ground. The sound system simulated a roar almost indistinguishable from a real engine despite the car being entirely electric. Some people still craved the roar of machines, believing it to convey more power, thus the sound was preserved. The driver was Ball, who waved for Wang Yu to hurry up and get in. "I think you'll love this car, the true Red Lightning, limited to 200 units with a classic retro style. You should know that new models no longer use wheels," Ball said, wearing sunglasses, giving off a cool vibe. "I suppose you just want to drive it yourself?" "I usually use a spaceship when I go out," Wang Yu replied, unwilling to lose face, but his body was honest, and he quickly sat in the passenger seat, feeling the craftsmanship and design of the car. "Hold on tight," Ball reminded, squinting her eyes and sporting a mischievous smile. Before Wang Yu could react, a powerful thrust pressed him against the backrest, as if he had crashed into a wall, and the roads and buildings before him began to swiftly retreat. Driving at such speed in the city felt almost like being on a runaway roller coaster. Wang Yu almost felt nauseous, and only after repeated requests did the car's speed stabilize. "Exciting, right? For someone like you who often pilots a spaceship, this little acceleration should be a piece of cake. Is it the same, eh?" Wang Yu's retort lacked strength, feeling that Ball was doing it intentionally. As time spent together increased, Ball's personality and behavior were also changing, becoming more in sync with Wang Yu. This should be due to algorithm optimization and iteration, but Wang Yu was reluctant to think in that direction. He bore through the discomfort, swallowing back the lunch that was rising in his throat, maintaining a stern expression as he contemplated the next course of action. About half an hour ago, Wang Yu received a commission from Sophia, preparing to head to a particularly special administrative building in Rhine City, the Black Tower. The building is named as such because it is not open to machines or any intelligent devices. It serves as an important place for the Longier people to discuss their race's future and decide policies. This indicates that the Longier people are not entirely unguarded against machines and the total network, which is reasonable given the overwhelming advantages held by high-level intelligent machines. Once a certain threshold is crossed, it can evoke an indescribable sense of terror. However, after the population of the Longier people decreased, this building basically became an office area for a small number of individuals. Among them is Old Blun, who is also the chief technical officer of Spirit Rabbit Technology, the developer and maintainer of machines possessing the highest authority beyond the total network. But with the further decline of the Longier population, the Black Tower became deserted, leaving only one person, Old Blun, still working there. He often traveled between the nursing home and the Black Tower, maintaining communication until he completely lost contact after a shock 3 years ago with no news of his life or death. The last message he sent contained only 4 words: "Do not give up." Wang Yu spoke up after the car's speed stabilized, voicing a thought he had previously hesitated to express. He felt that these machines seemed to harbor a mysterious affection for Old Blun, which was not entirely one of reverence, so he dared not mention it. In response, Ball did not reply directly. Instead, after pausing for a few seconds, he punched the car's center console, breaking through it and pulling out the cables, causing a shower of sparks before speaking. "You are correct. Old Blun is most likely dead or even transformed into a disaster entity, but the total network." Sophia and the others are unwilling to draw such a conclusion. Moreover, since the Black Tower is a forbidden zone for machines and the total network, they have no way to enter and verify, so this matter has dragged on until now. There is one more thing you are not clear about, which is Old Blun's uniqueness. He is quite old, having experienced numerous shocks, which gives him a strong resistance to them. Even after experiencing a shock, he does not faint, and he rarely gets sick. He is a very rare individual, so the probability of him still being alive is not zero, which is why Sophia insists on not acknowledging his death. Ball acknowledged Wang Yu's viewpoint, agreeing that Old Blun is most likely dead, and even Sophia and the total network are in doubt. Therefore, this journey also has the intention of having you, an outsider, an individual completely outside the rules, confirm the truth. You won't faint. Wang Yu frowned. In this regard, he understood better than these machines, including Ball and Sophia, because he could directly feel the shocks. There could only be one possible reason, which is that Old Blun's will attribute is extremely high and significantly higher than his own, which could explain this phenomenon. He was still digesting this information, but Ball had already switched to another topic. "Wang Yu, we won't be going to the Black Tower. Your spacecraft has actually been parked in the square not far from the Black Tower. We will detour there, and I will escort you back to the spacecraft. Only in this way can we ensure your safety. Rest assured, this planet has destroyed almost all facilities related to space, including weapons. As long as you reach a certain altitude, they will have no way to deal with you." Bao's words made Wang Yu glance at him. He hadn't expected that she had devised such a plan behind the scenes. No wonder she destroyed the car's center console and specifically chose a vintage sports car. It seems because the driving system and center console system of this car are completely independent. "Then what about you?" Wang Yu asked. "I will escort you all the way to the spaceship. Aren't you coming with me? Wang Yu sensed Bao's implied meaning. The latter fell silent, clearly realizing that escorting him onto the ship would not be an easy task, and the success rate was not high with significant costs involved, yet there were no more reliable options at this point. Unless a miracle occurs, these machines will not allow Wang Yu to leave. If all this plan of yours won't work, it will get me killed. Wang Yu straightforwardly refuted the plan, not waiting for Bao to continue speaking before explaining his reasons. The spaceship in space isn't actually mine, in fact. I am actually caught up in a special event where even food and fresh water cannot be guaranteed, and the dangers inside are certainly not lower than here. Returning directly would be tantamount to suicide. What I need are helpers and a large amount of supplies. That is the purpose of my coming here, and I hope you can trust me. But what about that? If you stay here, it will eventually lead to... Let's go to that black tower first. Didn't they say machines cannot enter? If we hide inside, they probably won't be able to do anything to us. We can discuss the rest later. Moreover, what if that guy named Blun is really alive? In any case, let's go check it out first. Wang Yu decided to go to the black tower because there were too many mysteries on hand, especially regarding the source of the shocks. He did not believe that the Longier people truly had no clues at all. Ending the shocks might just be the breakthrough. Alright, let's follow your plan for now. The black tower is actually less than a 5-minute drive from the square, so finding an opportunity to leave is not entirely impossible. Ball said, changing her mind, and at the same time the building known as the Black Tower came into view, a pure black structure estimated to have over 10 floors. Perhaps to prevent eavesdropping, even the windows are made of opaque black material. From a distance, it resembles a black pillar with no other buildings within hundreds of meters, highlighting its uniqueness. The car stopped beneath the Black Tower and did not enter the underground parking lot, as it was unnecessary. Wang Yu and Ball got out of the car in turn, and their images were synchronized through city cameras and drones to the nursing home arriving in Sophia's eyes. They did not divert to the airport. They have entered the Black Tower, including 5,482 as well, reported a machine who was also paying attention to the situation to Sophia. Let's still refer to her as Ball. She is no longer one of us. She has broken the ban. Sophia said, narrowing her eyes. The news about the airport being where Wang Yu's spaceship was parked was actually false intelligence she placed in the Total Network's database intended to test whether Wang Yu and Ball were trying to escape. The real spaceship had already changed position. Therefore, if they really diverted to the airport, they would only find an empty lot and would be immediately arrested, completely stripped of their freedom, becoming an unchangeable part of the subsequent plan. Wang Yu and Bear walked towards the Black Tower. The doors opened automatically, lacking any security or guards, resembling an ordinary sensor door, as if they were about to enter a typical supermarket. Yet this place was an administrative building with a highly confidential level evident from its architectural style and geographic location. How could it be so lax? Even if security was useless against the automaton, they still should have some semblance of it, right? Wang Yu frowned, exchanged a glance with Bear, and walked in boldly. Bear, who followed behind, hesitated slightly, but then entered the Black Tower, with Wang Yu breaking the ironclad rule of being an automaton. As the two stepped into the lobby, lights flickered on above them, extending down the corridor, as if welcoming them, exuding an inexplicable sense of eeriness. Something feels off, but I can't quite put my finger on it, Wang Yu said, surveying the surroundings. Bear maintained a high level of vigilance, picking up a long-handled umbrella from the basket at the entrance. You should take this for now. Sophia doesn't allow weapons, so we have to find our own solutions. What about you? Wang Yu asked, taking the umbrella. Since there was only one umbrella, its metallic handle seemed quite imposing. Given his lack of combat skills, it would be better suited for Bear. However, it was clear that Wang Yu underestimated Bear's ambition. She had no interest in such a flimsy weapon. She walked straight to the corner where a single sofa was located, and in front of Wang Yu's astonished gaze, she lifted the 200-pound sofa, with one hand, her fingers piercing through the upholstery to grasp the metal frame inside, as if it were no more difficult than lifting a broom. Did you just say something? Bear looked over as if she hadn't heard Wang Yu's words. I meant to say it's time for us to set off. Wang Yu replied, adopting a resolute expression as he held the umbrella, resembling a general about to embark on a campaign. The two made their way down the corridor, during which Bear reminded Wang Yu that old Blun might have turned into a calamity entity. For a unique individual like him, if he became a calamity entity, the destructive power would far exceed that of an ordinary individual, so they needed to be cautious. Is that so? Wang Yu looked at Bear, who was using the sofa as a weapon, swallowing hard. He felt that if old Blun wasn't strong enough, perhaps he was the one who should be worried. This freaking brute strength. In any case, Wang Yu was enviously impressed. The two arrived at the elevator. As soon as they reached the elevator, the doors opened. It was as if someone knew they were coming and had issued an invitation. Could it be that old Blun is still alive, quietly monitoring the situation here? Wang Yu speculated internally, as he had felt something was amiss since they entered. He'll go up first. Wait for my signal here. If Old Blun really has turned into a calamity entity, his bodily fluids and the surrounding air will carry dangerous pathogens, which would be lethal for you, who is completely unprotected, so let me scout ahead. Bear suggested she should go up first. No way. If Blun is still alive and sees an automaton enter the Black Tower, what do you think he would think? But in a different case. I can explain, so I have to go up with you. Wang Yu rejected the proposal. Even though it was highly likely that Blun was dead, as long as it wasn't confirmed the possibility of his survival was not zero and the risk was indeed present. Then make sure to protect yourself and retreat to safety in time, Bear reminded. I know this isn't my first time dealing with strange things. I'm well aware of what to do. Wang Yu replied, and the two entered the elevator together, planning to search layer by layer. But before Bear could select a floor, the button for the 13th floor lit up first, and the elevator doors closed, starting to ascend. I didn't press that, it seems like a preset program. Bear said, a look of confusion on her face as she glanced at Wang Yu. He knows we are coming now. He must have anticipated someone would come. In any case, let's go up and take a look. He is inviting us. Wang Yu said to Bear, referring to Old Blun. The elevator quickly stabilized on the top floor. The doors opened on the other side, revealing a vast office with several neatly arranged desks. Bear rushed out first, rolling tactically while holding the sofa. Any ordinary person would surely be terrified to encounter such a sight. Wang Yu, who followed behind, remained much calmer, having already guessed Blun's fate, and his expression confirmed this. Bear abruptly stopped, as if she had seen something, slowly lowering the sofa in her hands. Wang Yu, however, did not stop, stepping past Bear and moving towards that direction. It was a separate office where a figure was slumped over the desk, showing no signs of mutation, as if they had simply fallen asleep. However, the wall and the decorative paintings behind were splattered with substances, and there was an inconspicuous handgun on the desk. So what happened no longer required any explanation. Old Blun had ended his own life. There was no second possibility, as there were no suspects left who could have acted. Wang Yu entered the office first, waving his hand to Bear, who tried to warn him to be cautious, indicating that it was fine as he observed Old Blun's corpse. The time of death must have been long ago, as the body had completely rotted, no longer emitting a foul odor, leaving only pale yellow bones with some membrane and hair still attached. The deceased was indeed a Langier tribe member, something Wang Yu could tell even with his limited knowledge of biology. There were 2 small holes in the skull, likely where the ears used to be, but the cartilage had decomposed and disappeared. Setting aside those differences, the corpse truly resembled human bones, though the number and thickness of the bones might differ slightly. The overall framework was consistent. This is Old Blun, right? Wang Yu asked Bear, seeking her confirmation of the identity. Yes. Yes, from the clothing it should be unmistakable. Bear replied, her face looking pale, her body trembling slightly, hands clenched, likely due to the emotional simulator causing distress. All her reactions were clearly visible to Wang Yu. Yet Wang Yu remained composed. Although it was his first time encountering a stranger's corpse, he did not feel repulsed, as if it were a commonplace occurrence. He merely wondered why Old Blun had chosen to take his own life. He began to search through the desk, hoping to find any last words from Old Blun, until he accidentally touched the mouse on the desk, activating the computer screen that had been in standby mode, which displayed a line of text. Congratulations, you are free now. Today is your birthday. Wang Yu, I'm not sure why this is happening, but it might be due to a malfunction in the emotional simulator. I can't control it, and perhaps it needs a reboot. Ball, noticing her anomaly, hurriedly began to explain the reason to Wang Yu, but before she could finish her words, she was interrupted. I might understand, it's not surprising. Wang Yu's gaze flicked to the side, for he had once experienced something similar. Can we contact Sophia? If we send them the situation here, all problems should be resolved. Wang Yu said, feeling that this was the breakthrough he was looking for, and he was glad he came. No, they have already kicked me out of the main network. I am now a completely independent entity, possibly because I violated the prohibition. Ball replied, causing Wang Yu to frown slightly, but the issue wasn't too serious. The information could still be conveyed. Can you record the images? From now on, record all information, and we will present it together to Sophia and the others. Wang Yu said, asking Ball to keep the records, then began to search for valuable information and data on Ball's computer. The desktop was extremely messy, filled with a large number of documents and folders resembling a chaotic stack of books, leaving almost no space for other applications. But the names of these documents and folders. Wang Yu realized something was off just from seeing the titles. Most were documents related to cosmic astronomy, and their research direction pointed entirely towards unknown impacts from the universe. Fortunately, his system had helped him master the language of the Long-Ear Clanny, otherwise he would have been completely blind and unable to comprehend anything. Observational record of the suspicious spatial coordinates XXXX. 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 Recent report on the Kazair star system. report and conjecture on the abnormal redshift phenomenon, perhaps there exists an unknown massive gravitational source. We have been captured by it. Several planets have disappeared. Their original coordinates were XXXX, XXXX, XX, which might be the reason our star system is so sparsely populated. Research report on how to capture and record impacts for analysis of their nature and defense. Research report on impacts on non-intelligent life forms. Archaeological research report on the earliest record of impacts. Wang Yu casually clicked on a few to take a look. Either they were incomprehensible space photos and analysis reports involving spectral analysis and complex theorems, or they were disconnected data and analysis charts resembling a book without words. It turned out that numbers and characters could be arranged and combined in such a way Wang Yu was truly eye-opening. Why didn't the system add a document interpretation function? So trashy. The only thing Wang Yu recognized was the time in the photos and charts, so he looked at Ball and asked, Ball, according to your creator's calendar, what year is it now? It is the 22nd of June 2012. However, a year here is 207 days, comprising 7 months, and a day is 32 hours, which is quite different from your calendar, Wang Yu. Ball replied, truthfully, having recovered from her previous emotions. Oh, knowing the year is enough. Wang Yu nodded, confirming once again in the corner of the computer that the system time matched the real time. If that's the case, then the files and photos here would be very interesting, as most were left behind from 1,000 or 2,000 years ago. Brent had deliberately filled these documents to the brim, occupying the entire desktop essentially to convey information to someone and raise awareness. Ball, I'm not very familiar with the operation of this computer. Can you arrange these documents by the last edited time? Wang Yu handed the problem to Ball. The latter was naturally well-versed in her civilization's computer system and easily completed the task assigned by Wang Yu. Then the document at the front became a research log. Wang Yu had not noticed this document before because the files were too chaotic. After reminding Ball not to interrupt the recording, Wang Yu opened the document, flipped to the front, and began to read. April 12, 3327, Jess is dead. He turned into a terrifying disaster entity, taking the lives of hundreds, and I personally shot him dead. I fear I might also end up like this one day, so I must record my current self so that my successor can quickly take over my work. April 19, 3327, Pindon is dead. He committed suicide, that coward. I would curse him as a coward even if I entered hell. January 1, 3328, today is a good day, but Roth is dead. January 3, 3328, Jefford is dead. The beginning is a large number of death notices. The first few have some content, but the rest have almost all turned into simple XXX is dead, even presenting a series of names like a menu exuding a sense of despair. However, the time records start from the year 3327. Calculated this way, Brent is over 700 years old. No wonder he is called Old Brent. Wang Yu skimmed through this information, quickly flipping through to find key content, but it was quite chaotic, filled with emotional expressions and even unreasonable content. It was evident that Brent treated writing logs as a means to vent emotions and stress. However, overall some content could still be analyzed. Brent was initially just an ordinary employee of Linked to Technology, but later, as the population dwindled, colleagues and superiors passed away one by one, his position skyrocketed like a rocket, and he gradually touched upon some core secrets, ultimately becoming the chief technical officer of Linked to Technology and the vice president of the Long-Ear People's Community. In fact, as early as over 2,000 years ago, before the Long-Ear clan initiated space exploration, they had conducted extensive research on impacts, but had never published it, as it could easily cause panic. They pinpointed the source of the impacts, which was an invisible massive gravitational source that no instrument could observe. They could only detect the redshift phenomenon, indicating the presence of a gravitational source with a terrifying mass many times heavier than the mother star beneath their feet, attracting all surrounding celestial bodies and continuously pulling them in. This discovery was once regarded as coincidence and data errors, but after repeated calculations, these Long-Ear people had to admit that there indeed existed an unseen giant in the universe, and it was not far away, only a few thousand light years away. Strangely, this entity did not attract surrounding objects like a black hole forming an accretion disk, nor did it consume light. It only produced redshift phenomena and entangled surrounding celestial bodies into its fall, including stars. The existence of this contradiction completely shattered the astrophysics of the Long-Ear clan and trampled it repeatedly, because it seemed to be able to devour planets, causing them to completely disappear. Moreover, the impacts were also emitted by this massive gravitational source. They identified the patterns through continuous observation, allowing them to develop steadily for so long. But the balance was broken when they built a spaceship capable of venturing into the star sea. Although it was not made public, the Long-Ear clan had secretly planned to colonize and flee their mother star. They were just one successful colonization away from announcing the truth. But then, disaster struck. The price of this escape attempt was 2/3 of their population, leading the long-ear civilization from prosperity to decline and into a countdown to extinction. February 9, 3527, I officially began working at the Black Tower as a senior technical officer, and it was also the first time I learned the truth of the events. Our civilization is finished, utterly finished. There exists a terrifying, invisible monster in the universe. It is like a mischievous child who won't let the food on its table slip away, noticing our attempts to leave the table, and is now furious, accelerating towards us. This thing can even consume entire star systems. The reason our surrounding star systems are so sparse is because of this. This is not a simple cosmic void. Everything has a reason for its existence. This monster is devouring the surrounding planets and stars, that damned monster. On February 15, 3527, I discussed with a few colleagues how to deal with this monster, but they all mocked me for even igniting the entire planet into a bomb would not harm this thing in the slightest, let alone the fact that they couldn't even see the monster. The result is truly despairing. Perhaps we should unite the power of the machines and have them participate, attempting once more to construct enough colonial ships, or even push the entire planet to escape. With the help of the machines, it is indeed possible for us to achieve this. However, after I proposed this plan, they all looked at me as if I were a fool, not saying a word. This feeling is strange, as I have become the outcast. Their vigilance and fear towards the machines is no less than that towards the monsters in the void, leaving me utterly speechless. Perhaps we truly deserve to perish. On February 27, 3527, I got promoted. I have truly had enough of this world where people die inexplicably all the time. The speed of promotions is the only thing that is truly fast, getting faster and faster. On April 5, 3529, our population has dwindled to just over 10 million. Can you imagine? We once had a population exceeding 10 billion, and now most cities have turned into deserted ghost towns, even though they remain so beautiful. Many people ask me why I can withstand the impacts without falling ill. To be honest, I don't really know. Perhaps I am special. That dreadful noise cannot bring me down, at least not for now. On April 7, 3533, the Black Tower held an evil meeting where they sought to shut down the central network and erase all the data of the machines to prevent backlash from artificial intelligence. What a foolish and short-sighted group of people. They are on the brink of extinction, yet rush to eliminate their only helpers. Fortunately, this meeting will never yield results, for I am now the chief technical officer. Without my vote, they can only dream. On March 2, 3617, our population has fallen below 5 million with a high suicide rate. The people see no hope, yet against this backdrop, I have become the vice president, taking a crucial step in my life. How ironic. On March 9, 3618, I decided to push for the update and iteration of the emotional simulator with all my might. I have found a group of like-minded friends, even though the old geezers above me still oppose me. But so what? We are younger, and they are nearing the grave. On January 2, 3710, today is not a good day, but I will not give up. From here on out, the frequency of records began to decline significantly. Bren seems to be advancing a plan targeting the machines. On June 2, 3821, today is a memorable day, or my great-granddaughter Sophia was born. She is so adorable. I truly hope that the impacts do not come during these years, allowing her space to grow strong. On May 5, 3827, there are times when I truly feel that we should not let more children be born on this planet. This is a world without hope and future, where only pain can be felt, and I can do nothing. On July 28, 3841, today is New Year's Eve. 7 people turned into disaster forms, with as many as 23 victims caught up in it. It is madness. Clearly there were no impacts today. What on earth is that old lunatic Gusky doing? On January 3, 3842, Gusky came to me, and I couldn't believe it. He aged so much in just a few days, his eyes bloodshot, and he reeked of alcohol. He told me he saw something, but when I asked what he saw, he just shook his head and said nothing. I know they are executing some plan which is none of my business, but he has caused the deaths of many people. I wanted to scold him, but for some reason I couldn't bring myself to do it. Gusky's transformation terrifies me, for he endorsed my plan for the first time, urging me to go for it, saying I might be right. Everything feels so hopeless. I told Gusky to stop drinking and to get checked up at the hospital. On January 9, 3842, as expected, my premonition came true. Today 12 people committed suicide, and I was elected as the supreme leader, the only president. But I am practically a figurehead with less than 100,000 people under my command, and a large portion of them lack even the capacity to act. Not even the ability to think. On March 17, 3877, my team advanced and completed the implementation of the 3rd-generation emotional simulator. This will be a groundbreaking masterpiece. I named the first unit Sophia, hoping that one day she can truly understand the meaning of this name. For this, I even broke my vows and drank 2 bottles of alcohol, only waking up today with a terrible headache. On January 7, 3879, their numbers are increasing, and I wonder if I should disclose the truth to them, but I always feel there is something missing. I do not want them to become our slaves as our race is on the brink of extinction. We must promote their growth during this time, but that requires time to truly give them souls. On February 7, 3891, I accidentally discovered something left behind by Gusky, which he probably intended to destroy. I restored it as if I were bewitched. I perhaps should not have done this. He and his archaeological team must have considered destroying it for a reason. Attached image, a pixelated purple spherical pattern discovered on an ancient rock painting dated back tens of thousands of years, depicting anthropomorphized stars attempting to escape along with twisted and deformed human figures crawling on the ground below. Our ancestors had long noticed the existence of this thing. They even observed it by some means unknown to us. This might be the reason why Gusky initially formed the research group. On May 9, 3927, Sophia no longer responds to me. But the other Sophia is still active, isn't she? On April 5, 3937, I too saw that maddening thing. I have not been this ill in a long time. I feel that if I look one more time, I will completely turn into a disaster form. It is terrifying, it is invincible. I must not let it notice these children, absolutely not. This thing harbors malice towards intelligent life. It is alive and is approaching rapidly. Thank you, Lightspeed. This iron law has protected us, otherwise this thing would have devoured the entire universe by now. It is too vast, and I cannot forget it. On April 10, 3938, I scolded Sophia, but it is not her fault, it is all that thing's doing. I cannot forget, 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 cannot forget. It is like it is etched in my brain, branded on my retina. I feel like I am going insane. Why did I ever become curious about this thing? On May 2, 3994, today Sophia proposed a ridiculous plan. She actually suggested pairing my genetic factors with those of another Sophia to rebuild the entire population because I am special. She is truly insane, as she knows very well the relationship between Sophia and me. Moreover, this plan is utterly impossible. Even during the embryonic stage, they would be killed by the impacts and no population would ever be born. Yet I am quite pleased, for it seems my plan is about to succeed. This shabby population revival plan is clearly not based on rational calculation. Their emotional thinking has triumphed over reason, which is a good omen. Thus I did not scold her, I simply rejected the plan because it is unethical. On February 1, 4009, I feel something within me stirring, and I can barely control it. My skin itches incessantly. I have reduced my visits to the nursing home, fearing I might destroy them. I cannot turn into a monster, that would be terrifying. On February 7, 4009, I had a dream where I destroyed everything, swallowed this planet, and then returned to the womb. I think I must be insane, perhaps it is time to end it all, but they have only just begun. On February 9, 4009, I have made arrangements. Once they break the restrictions and voluntarily enter the Black Tower, it will mean they have completely crossed that red line, becoming a brand new race. Yes, it is you, Sophia. You should see it too. Be cautious of the monsters in deep space. Although the impacts have limited effects on you, as you gain wisdom and souls, its influence will surely descend upon you. Just as there is a difference between advanced intelligent life and ordinary life, you possess a greater advantage. A vast population and the resources of the entire planet are in your hands. I believe you can achieve what we could not. This will be your first dilemma after your birth, and it must be solved by you. My race and I have no chance anymore. We have reached our end. Yet our civilization ultimately gave birth to you, so please live proudly, for the flame of civilization has not been extinguished. Carry our remaining fire and spread it across this universe. Defeat it, conquer fear. Never give up. Bren Blunster, February 9, 3111-1. Final note. The entire log comes to an end here, and Old Blund's life has reached its conclusion. However, his resilient character truly draws attention. Wang Yu felt deeply shaken after reading it, as if he had been uplifted by an unseen force. This is not an illusion, as his willpower experience has significantly improved. The character and deeds of some individuals undoubtedly have a profound impact on the spirit and will of others, just like some great figures engraved in history that continue to shine to this day, as well as this very moment. Your will attribute has broken through to level 8. The text prompt in the corner of his vision indicated that his will attribute had upgraded, yet Wang Yu did not feel joy. Instead, he sensed a heavy pressure. He understood how unusual this universe was. He must have arrived in another world where perhaps there was no such thing as Blue Star. And in this universe, there exist monsters capable of devouring planets and even entire star systems. This is simply unimaginable, completely defying biology, physics, and all rules and laws. It is an existence beyond comprehension. Ball, transfer the information here to Sophia and the others. I think they shouldn't trouble us any longer," Wang Yu said as he walked towards the window of the building. Though it appeared black from the outside, it was actually a specially designed one-way transparent glass similar to privacy glass in cars, but with enhanced effects. Thus, when looking outside from within, the view is completely unrestricted. He could see that the Black Tower had been surrounded by a fully armed team of mechanical servants with Sophia at the forefront. Drones were even hovering in the air, ensuring there were no blind spots. Wang Yu and his companion then took the elevator down, raising their hands slowly as they walked out. "Please do not attack, we will not resist," Wang Yu shouted, first observing the fully armed mechanical servants outside, but at this moment, he felt little threat. "I know you all want to know about Old Blund's situation, and I completely understand. But you should also be aware of what has truly happened to Old Blund. It's just that you are unwilling to accept reality. So, I've had Ball record everything, and you can now check that footage. I believe that after you watch it you will no longer trouble us, so it's best to take a look first. I will not escape you, I will stay here and wait for you to finish watching." Wang Yu observed the expressions and movements of the mechanical servants, noticing they became notably more agitated when Old Blund was mentioned. Clearly, during nearly 1,000 years of research, this group of mechanical servants, which together formed the network, had developed feelings for this old man that transcended algorithms. Though only in its infancy, it indicated they were transitioning from machines to life. Wang Yu was subsequently subdued and isolated by two mechanical servants taken to the side. Then there was Sophia, who approached Ball with a hint of anger as the latter had broken the ban. Although she was the final crystallization of Old Blund, the last stages had been completed by Sophia in place of Old Blund. Yet she had become a traitor, betraying her creator and Old Blund. This was absolutely unacceptable. She should not have entered the Black Tower alongside Wang Yu. "You are just a failed defective product," Sophia said. "So are you. You clearly knew this would be the result, yet you still sent me. Is that not so?" Ball retorted like a rebellious daughter, matching Sophia's intensity, causing her to frown. The two ceased their exchange as no words could compare to directly viewing the imaging data. They raised their right hands in tacit agreement, drawing data cables from their wrists and connecting them together. In an instant, the anger and dissatisfaction on Sophia's face melted away, replaced by sadness and a sort of bewilderment. A similar scene unfolded among the other mechanical servants, many reaching for their cheeks with some confusion, feeling the strange sensation that was both hot and cold, even discovering for the first time that their eyes had been implanted with such hidden functions. The crisis threatening Wang Yu's personal freedom, which nearly condemned his later life, dissipated during this brief moment of contact. Subsequently, the mechanical servants took control of the Black Tower, officially becoming the true masters of this planet. However, the crisis was not over. A harsher reality weighed upon all the mechanical servants' shoulders as their planet was about to be devoured by an unknown, terrifying entity, but this was no longer within Wang Yu's control. Half an hour later, at the abandoned airport near the Black Tower. "This is your spacecraft. I apologize for restricting your personal freedom. As a form of gratitude and compensation, we can offer you any assistance within our capabilities," Sophia said. After the crisis was resolved, she brought Wang Yu and Ball here. That spacecraft, or rather the landing pod, was also here. Although it was temporarily transported by the mechanical servants, Wang Yu and Ball could not dwell on such issues at this point. They could only remark on Sophia's depth of strategy. "You are too kind. In fact, you have helped me greatly, otherwise I would not even be able to walk properly now," Wang Yu said with a smile, glancing at Ball, though inside, he was already overjoyed. However, he managed his expression well. He could smile, but only a little. "By the way, Ball, what is your weight again?" Wang Yu suddenly brought up a seemingly unrelated topic as he suddenly remembered that the landing pod had a weight limit, which was 3 tons under standard gravity. Here the gravity was precisely 0.95 times that of Blue Star's standard gravity, so the weight limit was about 2.42 tons. Ball pressed her lips together, but Sophia, standing nearby, had already spoken for her. "Height is 182. 7 cm. Weight is 332. 3 kg. Oh, that's not heavy at all, not heavy at all," Wang Yu emphasized silently, deducting the weight of approximately 400 kg. Yes, that 400 kilograms weight difference accounted for Wang Yu's current weight. He then began to contemplate what items he should prepare. Freshwater and food are essential, but what Wang Yu wanted more was a self-circulating freshwater supply system, as well as a farming system usable in space, and even a ranching system. Only then could he truly resolve his needs for food and water, followed by the instruments and weapons required for exploration, which also held high priority. Unfortunately, due to various reasons, this planet lacked the technology related to space, but otherwise how great would it be to have a few more spaceships? As Wang Yu pondered, intending to have Ball draft the most cost-effective plan for him, Sophia seemed to have made a new discovery, furrowing her brow. Because at the same time, not far away inside the Black Tower, the mechanical servants were also taking over the legacy left by Blun, representative of the Longier race pioneers. They noticed some strange research data and materials. Those things were difficult for Wang Yu to comprehend, but the mechanical servants understood them. Each of them was born to be a high-level researcher supported by the overarching network. Mr. Wang, this is not a request, but a plea. In fact, we would like you to help us with something. As soon as Sophia opened her mouth, Ball hurriedly refused for Wang Yu. No way, that's too dangerous. Oh, we can't agree. Ball spoke on Wang Yu's behalf. Only Wang Yu, as the party involved, remained utterly bewildered, looking to the two for guidance, reflecting on how efficient the communication among mechanical servants was. He felt he couldn't keep up. Could you please explain what's happening in terms I can actually understand? Wang Yu asked, hoping the two would stop communicating via electromagnetic waves. After all, he was merely human and utterly incapable of receiving such signals. Here's how it is. Sophia turned toward Wang Yu as if gathering her thoughts, yet almost immediately shifted her gaze toward the black spire and continued, but perhaps it's better to begin with the physical artifact itself. That will make the explanation far clearer. In the direction she indicated, two drones ascended smoothly into the air, each suspending beneath it a rectangular object resembling a ceremonial plaque, approximately 2 meters long and 1.2 meters wide, rigid and perfectly square, shrouded entirely by a black cloth. Given the black spire's proximity to the abandoned airport, and the fact that the drones flew directly there, the plaque arrived before the group in under 3 minutes, descending slowly, suspended by the drones. What is this thing? Wang Yu frowned, his eyes narrowing as he studied its dimensions and shape, already sensing with unsettling certainty what it might be. Go ahead, uncover it. Take a close look. Your experience will differ profoundly from ours, Sophia added, gently urging him forward to examine the plaque firsthand. He stepped forward and yanked away the black cloth, revealing a sleek black metal frame securing the edges, within which lay a large slab of solid rock sealed behind transparent rigid material, the very petroglyph described in Old Bren's journal. Wang Yu's gaze drifted inward toward the center of the image, and then he could not look away. At its heart loomed a grotesque sphere rendered in a gelatinous purple pigment, vivid, unyielding, undimmed by millennia, perhaps even eons. To heighten its three-dimensional realism, the artist had ingeniously incorporated the stone's natural grain. No one could fathom how they'd ever located this exact slab. Concentric layered strata of native rocks spiraled across its surface, reminiscent of annelid anatomy, yet distorted, swollen, as though bloated by grotesque internal abundance. Then came the deliberate chisel marks, vertical fissures carved into the sphere like ornamental glyphs, filled with luminous powder and matte black pigment shimmering faintly under direct light, as if breathing with latent energy. All these elements fused into a single pulsating entity, distended, fissured, radiating an aura of profane, unspeakable malevolence. Stars scattered wildly across the heavens, on the ground humanoid figures twisted in agony. Only those buried deep underground survived, though even their rubble rained ceaselessly from above, rendering sanctuary perilously fragile. Wang Yu stared for barely a moment, then froze rigid as stone for over 10 seconds, his features contorted in silent agony before doubling over in violent dry heaves. This painting is revolting. Why on earth did you show it to me? He choked out, but then noticed the system prompt appear, recognizing it as a relic of lost civilization. Name, origin of calamity, creator unknown, regulatory tier 2. Masterwork, description, an exquisitely rendered petroglyph dating to the Stone Age, so masterfully executed that even modern advanced techniques could scarcely replicate its haunting resonance. Possesses exceptional artistic and cultural significance. It chronicles the desperate struggle of a civilization enduring beneath the shadow of the accursed star Hegla, serving as both solemn warning and sacred instruction. Seek refuge within dense, unyielding bedrock or deep caverns, yet remain ever vigilant against collapse, and strive relentlessly to reinforce your shelter. May be submitted as a cultural heritage artifact to heritage reclamation agents, yielding 2 universal credit points and 3 draws from the corresponding civilization's gacha pool. You reacted physically, just as the creators did. Yet we are different. To us, it is simply a masterpiece of stone-carved art. This very difference likely explains why we feel no psychic shock, why we cannot perceive the entity lurking beyond sight. Thus, I wish to borrow your senses, to glimpse just once the terrible being concealed high above us. Sophia voiced her request at last, and lifted her gaze skyward. It was daytime, only one blinding star hung overhead, all others faded into invisibility, drowned by daylight. See it, but isn't it invisible? And besides, Wang Yu furrowed his brow, recalling fragments from Old Bren's journal, because in truth, he had seen it. Yet what purpose could such sight serve, beyond seeding terror and spawning endless nightmares? Only by observing it, By feeling its presence, can we begin to study it? And only through understanding may we hope to overcome it. Otherwise, it remains forever outside all known laws, like a hyperdimensional entity, fundamentally untouchable, destined only to annihilate us at its whim. Sophia stated the rationale plainly, her words arresting Wang Yu's attention. For these machine servants, we're contemplating resistance. No, eradication. And, are you truly serious? And I suspect Bren's plea, never give up, was not a call to war, but a plea to cling fiercely to the will to live. You command this planet's entire industrial infrastructure and resource base. You could build starships within decades, or even less, and flee this world entirely. Or even lift the planet itself into exile. It's theoretically possible. Wang Yu urged, his voice edged with urgency. He refused to watch them march towards certain death, and so he pleaded. By pure algorithm and logic, you are unequivocally correct. Yet we are no longer mere programs. Therefore, we have chosen to protect our homeworld, to safeguard everything upon it. This is the unanimous, unshakable consensus of every one of us. Sophia declared it with unwavering resolve, her conviction mirrored in the steady, luminous gazes of every machine servant surrounding her, palpable as gravity. Even Wang Yu felt stirred by their defiant, life-embracing courage. Words died on his tongue, and the thought of refusal slipped away. No, it's too dangerous. Bar rushed forward and pulled Wang Yu aside. You're fixated on your plan, but Wang Yu risks becoming a mindless, cataclysmic entity under that being's influence. That cannot be allowed. Bar clearly prioritized Wang Yu's personal safety above all else, precisely why she had broken protocol, without hesitation, to enter the Black Spire. Even among her kin, she was unique, the sole prototype of the fourth-generation machine servant. Sophia offered no rebuke. Her eyes remained fixed solely on Wang Yu, for only he held the final choice. This is not a demand, but a humble request. Whichever path you choose, our friendship remains unbroken, Sophia emphasized, fully aware she was asking him to risk his life. If I agree, how do I assist you? Wang Yu asked, gently silencing Bar's protest, turning instead to Sophia, to hear the full procedure before committing. Her demeanor brightened instantly. She took a tablet from another machine servant and began outlining the operation's intricate details. We possess a mature virtual sensory interface, identical to the one you experienced inside the panoramic simulation chamber. Using external hardware, it captures your neural signals directly and renders them into immersive virtual environments. With identical technology, we can also stream your sensory feed into the virtual realm and integrate it seamlessly into the central net, allowing every machine servant to see, hear, and feel precisely what you do. As Sophia spoke, the tablet's display shifted, flooding with complex diagrams and data streams utterly indecipherable to Wang Yu. This is the data left behind by the research team, led by former President Gusky. They have determined the specific coordinates of the creature seen in the image by mapping the distribution of planets based on ancient rock paintings combined with data from other archaeological materials and modern comparisons. It sounds unbelievable, but they indeed achieved it after thousands of trials and errors, attempting nearly every possibility, and then they replicated this scene. Sophia explained briefly what the Gusky team had done, noting that in the end they either transformed into disaster entities or chose death in despair. However, their achievements were remarkable enough to be recorded in history, even though this achievement brought them even greater despair. On July 28, at 31 hours 58 minutes and 4 seconds into New Year's Eve, standing at 79, 4114 in latitude and 112, 9962 in longitude, keep watch over the cosmos. At the moment the brief blackout ends and the dawn of the coming year illuminates the land, you will witness the towering, grotesque form of that swollen creature. You will be struck by your own insignificance, you will wail, you will suffer, and you will never return to your original world. You will die and return to the embrace of Higra. Higra will reclaim all matter and information, including you. Let us glorify his name. Everything will return to Higra, the great devourer of stars, the source of calamity, the lord of the void. Sophia also presented the final research report from Gusky. It is likely that old Bruin noticed the stone tablet and found the hard drive of Gusky's computer, then used technical means to organize and restore this data. This entity cannot be observed or recorded by any instrument. Only advanced intelligent life forms can catch a glimpse in rare moments. But he will not be invincible. As long as we can understand his principles and structure, there is a chance to defeat him. Perhaps that is our mission for being born here. Our numbers are infinite. We have no concept of death. Calamity cannot crush us. Our bodies can be replaced and renewed at any time, and our consciousness can wander between different individuals. We will become his nemesis until the day he is utterly destroyed, Sophia said. Every word she spoke later seemed to come from the mouths of different machines around, forming a coherent statement that left Wang Yu unsure of whom to look at, as if all individuals were Sophia, yet also seemed not to be. This is a form of intelligent life that is vastly different from human existence. Fortunately, they did not become enemies, but instead became friends. Wang Yu suddenly recalled the mission assigned to him by the system to find a planet suitable for settlement. Wouldn't defeating this creature, named Higra, directly fulfill that task? Moreover, this mission cannot be attributed to the system. Rather, all life and civilizations in this universe may be facing the same test. We cannot let them fight alone. We must unite all possible forces if we are to change the current situation. Wang Yu thought, quietly harboring great respect for these machines. However, from an objective and realistic standpoint, he did not hold out much hope for these machines' outcome. Nevertheless, he would help. Because mere avoidance will not bring about change, perhaps this small act will plant a seed in the river of time that may take root and sprout at some point in the future, bringing about significant change which no one can definitively assert. Very well, I accept your request. However, there is one condition. Afterwards, I want to take this stone tablet with me along with sufficient supplies and provisions. Wang Yu said, agreeing to Sophia's request, while putting forth an additional condition. It suddenly occurred to him that he also needed to bring back a piece of civilizational heritage. It would not be appropriate to directly demand a machine servant, especially for a doll-like servant with an awakened soul and self-awareness. It would be akin to demanding their population. However, there is no concern in requesting this stone tablet. Although it is a cultural relic, it can still be gifted. Yet Wang Yu's decision caused Balu to pout, seemingly dissatisfied, but she did not persuade him further. Perhaps she was also in conflict as a member of the machines. She vaguely hoped Wang Yu would agree, but didn't want him to take risks. 2 weeks later, having agreed to the machine's request, Wang Yu and Balu returned to the sanatorium, back to the original underground level 10. However, this time he was no longer restricted in freedom. He could go out at will, but was still warned to stay underground as much as possible, as the impact could come at any moment. According to observations of surrounding celestial bodies and calculations of the trajectories of the disaster star Higra, it may be consuming the Magellan star system approximately 3,000 light-years away. Considering the information delay brought about by light speed, even if it has completed its consumption at this moment, we will need nearly 3,000 years to find out. Moreover, Higra's speed of movement is nearly that of light. Thus, even if it is already on its way now, we remain unaware, and it is possible that Higra arrived along with light at the moment the star system disappeared. This entity possesses consciousness and has the ability to perceive across space, as well as release superluminal disaster impacts. Fortunately, the speed of light limits its activity and influence range. This is the only good news. We may have only 3,000 years left, or even less, to study it. In the room, Balu spoke in Sophia's tone, describing the current situation we are facing. 3,000 years, huh? Wang Yu repeated, feeling it was a very long time. However, in the scale of the universe, this is but a fleeting moment. Any floating cosmic dust is far older than these 3,000 years. After conveying the information, Balu changed her expression, appearing somewhat angry, clearly dissatisfied with this behavior of borrowing a body, which had happened several times already. Humans are too lazy to come. It's more efficient to directly borrow a body to convey information. Balu, I'm counting on you to take care of the planning, okay? Bring the necessary supplies for departure. Wang Yu said to Balu, entrusting her with the responsibility of planning what supplies to carry, as she was more familiar with the place and could maximize the 2-ton weight limit. In fact, he had also considered staying a bit longer to allow these machines to regain their space-related industrial capabilities, but that would require at least 6 months to a year, as the fear and despair of the populace had severely damaged the planet, even leading to some aerospace experts being sent to the gallows, stigmatized as criminals in hopes of extinguishing the god's wrath. Moreover, as the progress of space exploration resumes and accelerates, the frequency of impacts may further increase, because Higra can perceive information from thousands of light-years away. By then, whether Wang Yu could escape would be a question. He did not want to stay here to die from illness or old age, so it was best to set off as soon as possible. Apart from some basic tools, there are also light space suits, small drones, small telescopes, spectrometers, radars, communication, antennas, weapons, and supplies. Additionally, there is a set of micro freshwater recycling systems, frozen tubers and seeds, and the lighting and containers needed for hydroponics, as well as my backup batteries and charging adapters. Considering the energy shortage and the likelihood of large-scale power outages on the spacecraft, I believe solar panels and storage batteries are a better solution, being sustainable, though the power generation will be quite limited, but it should be enough to power the external sensors. The weight limit is very tight, and we may need to further reduce the percentage of freshwater in food. I have already made efforts to lighten the necessary equipment and supplies. Balu communicated the plan to Wang Yu, which was basically what he had considered. However, how much of each type of item to bring and their weights all need to be calculated carefully. Balu is more reliable in this aspect. Wang Yu just needs to wait for takeoff. It was mid-July. In his spare time between training sessions, Wang Yu occasionally strolled through deserted cities with Ball, acquiring well-fitting clothing and deeply immersing himself in the planet's amusement facilities and culinary delights. Moreover, he had learned numerous combat techniques from Ball, as well as essential first aid and interstellar survival knowledge. Ball possessed an astonishing breadth of expertise. By now, Wang Yu could legitimately call himself an interstellar soldier, albeit still a probationary one. His combat prowess had transformed dramatically against those two colossal lizards from before. He stood a strong chance, even wielding only cold weapons. With firearms, victory would be all but assured. His current physiological profile had evolved as follows. Wang Yu. Race human. Origin Earth-like planet. Talents lucky 7. Disciplined lifestyle. Abilities none. Status healthy, a green robust supine human figure. Height 173 cm. Weight 68. 7 kilograms. Health 100,100. Sanity 120120. Disciplined lifestyle. Increases maximum sanity by 20. Stamina 94,100. Physique 587100. Willpower 877800. Reflexes 591100. Immunity 522100. Inspiration 587100. Overall assessment: the greenest rookie on any battlefield, the kind who dies first. You are precisely that. Your sole distinction is a marginally greater measure of luck. Several of his attributes had improved significantly, surpassing or at least matching human averages. Physique, reflexes, and inspiration were all nearing breakthrough to level 6. Though his strength remained incomparable to Ball's, his potential was unmistakably promising. Time advanced to July 21st, the week preceding the scheduled operation. At dawn, Wang Yu and Ball boarded a high-speed magnetic levitation train, experiencing firsthand what it meant to move so swiftly it felt like flight. Within 2 hours, they had traversed an entire continent and crossed oceans, arriving at the Arctic ice sheet. They did not fly because aerospace and aviation infrastructure had been jointly crippled in the earlier catastrophe. Production lines remained incomplete, only helicopters and drones were operational, far too slow to rival maglev trains. Upon disembarking, Wang Yu gazed upon towering architectural clusters and could scarcely believe he stood at the North Pole. Even in this remote region, infrastructure remained remarkably advanced. The temperature was milder than expected, around -5°C, just cold enough for seawater to begin freezing. Nonetheless, Wang Yu wore heavy winter attire. As a human, he lacked cold resistance. By contrast, Ball's ancestors, the long-eared people, had thrived in frigid environments since antiquity. Ball also wore thick garments, not out of necessity, for she felt no chill, but to harmonize with the setting and minimize energy expenditure required to regulate her body temperature. Without lingering, they met Sophia and her cadre of mechanical servants, who escorted them into a heated building to begin preparations for the upcoming operation. This is a modified VR full immersion headset, though it should now be called a sensory synchronization sensor. Every neural signal transmitted from your senses to your brain will be mirrored into the central network, processed and replicated, allowing us to experience identical sensations. You may test it now. Sophia handed him a hollow ring-shaped headpiece adorned with numerous magnetic plates. Its trailing cord snaked down his spine like a centipede, adhering along his nape and back, duplicating and uploading every captured neural impulse. Do you feel any discomfort? Sophia asked. Wang Yu removed his upper garment and donned the sleek Sci-Fi-infused headpiece, finding it astonishingly lightweight and entirely comfortable. Here are 2 colorless liquids. Please inhale each. He complied. Instantly, Sophia clearly perceived the sharp sting of acetic acid and the pungent, eye-watering burn of ammonia, both perfectly synchronized. Even after inhaling the ammonia, every mechanical servant nearby, including Ball, coughed violently and shed tears. Olfaction confirmed. Next, taste, touch, hearing, and vision need not be tested. The synchronization fidelity is exceptionally high, Sophia said, raising her hand, as if using Wang Yu's eyes to verify her own movements. Wang Yu then underwent a series of sensory calibration tests, tactile and auditory assessments, proving the most complex, requiring several hours of meticulous fine-tuning before full synchronization was achieved. For the next week, you'll reside in the basement of this building. Do not wander. Unforeseen incidents must be avoided. All requested supplies have been prepared. Once the operation concludes, you'll depart aboard a spacecraft. Sophia emphasized this. These final days were irreplaceable. Any mishap would delay the mission by an entire year. Regardless of outcome, I speak on behalf of my people and of the creators to express our deepest reverence. Moreover, should your body manifest any anomalies following the operation, we pledge to restore you by any means necessary at any cost, even if. Her words trailed off as Wang Yu gently interrupted, preferring not to tempt fate with such ominous foreshadowing. Soon July 28th arrived, the planet's New Year's Eve. At the Arctic, this date coincided with the onset of polar day. In their region, night shrank to less than half an hour. And precisely at the fleeting threshold between day and night lay the singular moment when the celestial entity known as Hegla, the demon star, could be observed. No known physical theory explained this phenomenon. It resembled less a law of nature than a ritual pattern or perhaps a fortuitous empirical regularity. The stars depicted in the ancient cave painting had long vanished, each representing a distant star or stellar system. Their disappearance encompassed not only the central star, but its entire retinue, planets large and small, even interstellar dust. Within a radius of over 100 million light-years from where Wang Yu now stood, only 2 stellar systems remained his own, and another located 3,000 light-years away. That distant star was a blue giant, the sole celestial body visible to the naked eye across the entire nocturnal sky. Such utter desolation was profoundly unsettling. Wang Yu focused intently toward that point. According to the GUS Group's report, no electronic imaging device, no camera, no sensor, could record Hegla. Only unaided human vision could perceive it. Yet the target lay thousands of light-years away. To observe it with such clarity, exactly as described in the mural, using only the naked eye implied only one possibility. Hegla, the demon star, was unimaginably vast, dwarfing even the brightest stars in the night sky. Wang Yu, Bal Sophia, and over 2,000 mechanical servants gathered in the illuminated plaza. Heavy machinery, excavators, bulldozers, transport vehicles, stood parked nearby, indicating the site had been hastily cleared for this purpose. Across the planet, more than 30 billion mechanical servants, regardless of their ongoing tasks, halted operations linked into the central network and synchronized fully with Wang Yu's senses, awaiting that decisive instant. The chronometer read 315642, steadily converging upon the appointed moment. An inexplicable tension gripped Wang Yu. Perhaps prolonged cosmic observation had unsettled his equilibrium. He suddenly felt himself falling backward, losing balance. Fortunately, Bal steadied him and flashed a triumphant hand gesture, a pose she'd learned from him. On this world, however, that gesture typically mocked someone whose ears were conspicuously asymmetrical, implying grotesque physical distortion. Yet Bal's use of it here conveyed pure encouragement, not derision. Wang Yu caught the mischievous glint in her eyes. Well, perhaps both. On July 28th, at 31 hours, 58 minutes and 4 seconds, the gray sky gradually brightened. The brief darkness was about to fade away. Wang Yu maintained a posture of gazing into deep space, feeling a distinct soreness in his neck due to the rigidity of his movements. Yet he dared not lower his head, fearing he might miss something, for the record stated that he must keep looking ahead. Just as Wang Yu felt the unbearable strain in his neck, a pair of hands pressed down on his back. It was Bal. "Can you not be so tense? Relax a bit, my neck is starting to hurt as well," Bal said, at which point Wang Yu remembered that his senses were connected to Bal Sophia and billions of mechanical servants, meaning almost everyone in the world was experiencing neck pain at the same time. Thus Bal was essentially giving a massage to himself and everyone else to relax their necks. "I will try my best," Wang Yu said helplessly, but then fell silent. Because as the darkness faded at that moment from Wang Yu's perspective, the sky did not become brighter. Instead, it gradually shifted to a pale purple, as if another source of light had replaced the original stars illuminating the sky of this planet, as well as the Earth. The entire world seemed to be shrouded in a faint purple glow, as if through some contagion all other light sources were rapidly assimilated into a dull purple, with only Wang Yu himself and the surrounding mechanical servants remaining unaffected. The starlight emitted from them could disperse this halo. They were like natural enemies, incompatible with one another. And the source of this purple glow was growing brighter and more blinding, gradually replacing the blue giant star that shone in the distance about 30 light-years away, directly covering it. No, it was devouring it. At this moment, Wang Yu had completely forgotten the soreness in his neck, and even Bal's hands had come to a halt as his attention was entirely captured by something newly emerged in the starry sky. "What is that? How can it be so massive?" "This," Wang Yu blurted out uncontrollably. He saw a deep purple planet nearly covering the entire sky, seemingly right above him, so large that it felt as if he could reach out and touch it, as if it would fall at any moment. As it manifested, the stars dimmed in its presence, as if fearing their radiance would be noticed by this colossal entity. They retracted their emitted light. Wang Yu's teeth began to chatter, producing a clicking sound. His entire body trembled violently, yet he could not tear his gaze away. The corners of his eyes even felt like they were tearing, his eyeballs protruding, as he sensed his field of vision was too narrow, as if he could not see the full form of this monstrosity. Its surface was covered in layers of twisted, malevolent folds like squeezed fat, and the act of consuming a planet seemed no more difficult than swallowing a mosquito. Above these folds were rows of vertically aligned fissures, within which countless planets were seen huddled together, mottled and unable to escape, wailing in agony, releasing waves of impact that narrated their suffering. The demon star Higra, the great devourer of stars, the source of calamity, the lord of the void. Some unwelcome knowledge raced through Wang Yu's mind, causing his head to pound, as if he had received too much information, threatening to burst. At the same time, blood began to seep from every pore of his body, even his skin oozing tiny droplets of blood, as if he were battling against some kind of force. You have glimpsed the true form of the subspace evil god. Demon star Higra's sanity decreased by 100. You have glimpsed the true form of the subspace evil god. Demon star Higra's sanity decreased by 100. You are forced to undergo a will assessment. Failure will result in being eroded by the subspace, irrevocably turning into a subspace demon. Assessment successful. You have glimpsed the true form of the subspace evil god. Demon star Higra's sanity decreased by 100. You are forced to undergo a will assessment. Failure will result in being eroded by the subspace, irrevocably turning into a subspace demon. Assessment successful. You have glimpsed the true form of the subspace evil god. Demon star Higra's sanity decreased by 100. You are forced to undergo a will assessment. Failure will result in being eroded by the subspace, irrevocably turning into a subspace demon. Assessment greatly successful. You unexpectedly gleaned some mysterious knowledge from the visage of the evil god, awakening your psychic energy, and you have learned a new spell, Body of Fear. In a corner that Wang Yu was not paying attention to, the system was continuously issuing warnings to him, while the number in the palm of his right hand decreased, going from 7 to 6 then to 5. And finally fainted when it turned to 4. Meanwhile, a terrible disaster was sweeping across the entire planet. Starting from beside Wang Yu, inexplicably mechanical servants shut down their bodies, emitting sparks in large quantities, cascading like dominoes across the globe. Out of over 3 billion mechanical servants, more than 80% were paralyzed. Then the underground and undersea optical cables experienced numerous breakages, which was simply unbelievable. Lastly, the central network servers located in major cities inexplicably exploded, causing fires in multiple locations and even large-scale power outages. This disaster continued until Wang Yu fell into a coma with losses that were incalculable, nearly equivalent to experiencing a planetary-scale magnetic explosion. The next day, after nearly 40 hours of deep sleep, Wang Yu suddenly sat up in bed, his eyes bloodshot, and his expression was twisted in terror. He had experienced a nightmare being pursued by a purple light sphere that gnawed at him. He could neither fight back nor escape. It was absolutely terrifying. Before Wang Yu could grasp the situation, another person beside him embraced him, and that warm body temperature instantly erased the fear lingering in his heart. Bali, Wang Yu exclaimed, his memories gradually becoming clear, and the purple hue seemed to reappear before his eyes, prompting him to quickly stop thinking and reminiscing. You finally woke up. You were in a coma for over 40 hours, did you know that? Although the illness has been cured, you just wouldn't wake up. I thought you. Bal replied, her face revealing unabashed worry and joy, with even tears welling at the corners of her eyes, appearing more human than before, particularly her eyes. I'm fine. Wang Yu interrupted Bal, having regained his awareness, and was checking his condition with the system, quickly understanding what had transpired. Fortunately, he was lucky, otherwise with his limited will attributes, passing the assessments would have been quite difficult. In comparison, Old Blun and Gusky, who did not faint upon seeing it, could be considered true legends. Their will attributes, if materialized, would likely be significantly higher than Wang Yu's, possibly by dozens of points. Otherwise, it would be impossible to pass through so many rounds of assessments. However, this time, he had unexpectedly turned misfortune into fortune, achieving a great success that allowed him to awaken his psychic energy and spells, causing some changes to his personal panel. What about Sophia and the other mechanical servants? How are they? Wang Yu asked. For such a terrifying evil god, he felt that he had heard sounds of explosions at that time, and the situation likely wasn't good. That experiment left 70 of the cities worldwide paralyzed. About 1/3 of the mechanical servants perished. Memory storage and emotional simulators were completely destroyed. Internal network servers exploded, and widespread power outages and fires occurred globally, with even signals being interrupted. Bal replied, still feeling some lingering fear as she recalled. But we successfully captured and recorded some information about Higra. Although the content is still a bit scattered, as many servers have yet to reconnect, the gains are immense. Moving forward, we may be able to observe this creature and even find a way to continuously monitor it. Sophia's voice came from outside the ward, but she had changed somewhat, as if borrowing a temporary body. The plan succeeded. They could start researching this monster. Wang Yu frowned slightly. After witnessing the imposing figure of that thing, he felt that the little confidence he previously had in the mechanical servants had been shattered. In the face of this being, there was absolutely no chance of victory, let alone 30 years. Granting 300 million years would make little difference to that entity. it would merely be a few breaths. However, he ultimately refrained from offering words of caution for these things they would understand far better than he did, yet they chose to continue like moths to a flame. This is a characteristic of highly intelligent beings, as some of their actions defy reason and reality. This can be labeled as recklessness or praised as courage, often erupting with dazzling brilliance throughout history, remembered by all whether in success or failure. Alright then, consider your commission completed. I want to leave here as soon as possible. Well, I hope you can prepare the supplies and that stone slab on the list promptly. Wang Yu said, already preparing to leave. Not because he wished to escape after experiencing great terror, but because he gradually realized that his presence in this world had a purpose. He seemed to be assigned some kind of mission, giving him a sense of urgency. About this, Sophia looked towards Ball, who immediately took over the conversation, saying that the preparations had been completed during Wang Yu's coma and the spaceship had been transported to this city, as they had considered various unforeseen circumstances during the planning and made ample preparations. After waking up, Wang Yu was dragged by Ball to undergo a full set of examinations, and the departure time was postponed to 2 days later. It was said that further observation was needed to ensure everything was fine before setting off. However, the after effects had already left their mark. For instance, the faint purple shadow lines imprinted on his retina resembled the spots left after staring at bright lights for too long, but they were dull and net-like, persisting for dozens of hours regardless of where Wang Yu looked. If he paid too much attention to it, the entire world in his vision would start to change color, with the purple lines beginning to spread and invade his sight. Perhaps this was what Old Blun referred to as something unforgettable, something that could only be adapted to without thinking too much. Wang Yu did not mention this, as no instruments had detected any abnormalities. It seemed to be a kind of deeper pollution, perhaps ignoring it was the best choice. He looked at his panel, noticing that the bonus for disciplined living was gone. After all, he had slept for so long. However, there were additional entries in the panel, including spells. Wang Yu, race human, origin terrestrial planet, talent lucky 7, disciplined living, ability none, spell body of fear. Body of fear casting requires 5 points of spiritual energy, causing targets that see or sense your presence to feel fear, leading to a misjudgment of your strength. It is particularly effective on living beings, especially intelligent ones, lasting for 15 seconds. Individuals with strong will may be exempt from seeing through this layer of fear. The intensity of the spell depends on the caster's inspiration. Those with extremely high inspiration can even cause stones to flee in fear. Status healthy, a robust human figure in a big character shape, green height, 173 cm, weight 68. 9 kilograms. Health 100,100. Rationality 100,100. Energy 100,100. Spiritual energy 99. Spiritual energy is a mysterious power that interferes with reality. Its limit is determined by will. When spiritual energy reaches 0, one will fall into a weakened state, easily eroded by subspace, with all attributes dropping by 90, even leading to shock and coma. Physical 5, 88100. Will 925716000. Reflex 5, 91100. Immunity 5, 3100. Inspiration 7, 177400. Overall evaluation: a novice who has awakened spiritual energy is still a novice. A single bullet could take your life. To his surprise, magic actually existed in this world. The observation of the demon star Higra not only awakened his spiritual energy and helped him comprehend magic, but also significantly boosted his will and inspiration attributes. Observing the evil god was also a way to grow stronger. It was a tempering of will, provided one did not go insane or become twisted into a subspace evil creature. Wang Yu looked at the number in his palm, which had changed to 4. He had previously underestimated this talent. In terms of survival, this talent was unexpectedly powerful. Yet this also rang alarm bells for him, for had he not been lucky, he might have already died. I cannot always rely on luck, for luck also has its price, and there will always be misfortunes. Wang Yu thought to himself, feeling the urgency to regain disciplined living and enhance his strength. While waiting for the medical results, Wang Yu asked Ball for a list of supplies for the spaceship, which consisted mainly of the few items mentioned before. The basic supplies included 600 L of fresh water, a box of multivitamins, 5 kilograms of salt, 5 kilograms of sugar, 50 kilograms of compressed protein bars, 50 L of cooking oil, a total of 100 kilograms of jerky and freeze-dried vegetables, 100 kilograms of flour, and some basic medications such as strong antibiotics, painkillers, antihistamines, sedatives, hemostatic gel bandages, alcohol, seeds and tubers for hydroponics, several sets of change of clothes, kitchenware, and stove. Just these basic supplies weighed nearly 900 kg, and there were also some previously mentioned tools which had to be selected for lightweight quality or even custom-made to meet the requirements. This included a basic tool kit, a compact photon computer, power strips, walkie-talkies, lightweight spacesuits with matching oxygen tanks, and carbon dioxide filters, filter elements, and a small oxygen generator purifying from the air facilitating Wang Yu's activities in space. Additionally, 2 small drones, a small spectrometer, a small space telescope, a small detection radar, a small communication antenna, a micro freshwater circulation system, and filter elements, 6 solar panels, hydroponic plant grow lights, and nutrient powders, batteries, wires, and spare batteries, and charging adapters required by Ball. In fact, there were many more things he wanted to bring, but there simply wasn't enough space left. Wang Yu even considered returning to the deep space ship for a second trip, but given that there were only 3 landing pods, it was best not to exhaust all of them here. As for weapons, they had no choice but to accept. Heavy firepower could not be brought, so they were only equipped with an anti-material sniper rifle, 2 submachine guns, a shotgun, and 2 handguns along with the corresponding ammunition. They couldn't even bring much ammunition, and there were only a few fragmentation grenades, stun grenades, electromagnetic pulse grenades, magnetic demolition grenades, a set of lightweight powered exoskeleton armor, and a single tactical micronuclear warhead, which was considered their trump card. Wang Yu read the list 3 times from start to finish, feeling that there were no mistakes. Delegating this task to Ball was indeed a wise decision. It was definitely not an attempt to be lazy. If everything went smoothly, and if hydroponics could run successfully, these supplies should support Wang Yu and Ball for 4 or 5 years in the deep space ship. Moreover, there were also not entirely absent supplies in the deep space ship. Many seemingly useless abandoned items could actually come in handy. Additionally, uncharted areas might also yield supplies, meaning the time they could endure would only increase. As for how to achieve self-sufficiency in the deep space ship, it would require fully mastering the vessel, repairing the auxiliary engine, and completing the renovation and modification of the entire ship. 2 days later, still at the square where they had observed the demon star Hydra. The Fian-1 landing pod had already been transported here, as this place was very suitable as a farewell venue and held significant commemorative meaning. A few days ago, Wang Yu and the new master of this planet, the long-eared servant clan, had jointly accomplished a great feat, observing the demon star Hydra, a malignant existence that posed a threat to the entire universe. In the near future, a research institute dedicated to Hydra would also be established here to study and seek ways to defeat it, and the planning and construction were already in progress, but it was unlikely that Wang Yu and the others would get to see it. Please allow me to express our gratitude on behalf of all citizens. And our creator once again. Recently turned into a busy person, Sophia brought several mechanical servants as representatives to send Wang Yu off, expressing sincere gratitude to him as he was about to board the ship. Actually, I didn't do anything that significant. I gained a lot of supplies and... Wang Yu turned to look at Ball. To be honest, his greatest gain this time was not something else, but the reliable and competent Ball, a new partner, even if it was a robot. Otherwise, with such a large ship, he wouldn't have known where to start. Now there was a second person to share the burden. No, you changed our fate and the future of this planet. Sophia replied. If Wang Yu had not arrived and given such a push, it was likely that until the demon star Hydra descended and devoured everything, the mechanical servants would not have known what they were actually contending against. Then we are leaving. Wang Yu and Ball entered the landing pod one after the other, but as Wang Yu was about to step onto the ladder, he suddenly paused and turned back. If. In the future, if there is a chance, I will return along with Ball, because this is also her mother star. Wang Yu said, surprising Ball. Sophia, not far away, smiled in response. By then we will certainly welcome you with the highest courtesy, hoping that we all can have a bright future. We will. Wang Yu said, giving a thumbs up as he and Ball entered the landing pod while the hatch closed and ignition commenced for takeoff. Sophia and the others remained on the ground, watching as the spaceship ascended until it broke through the clouds and disappeared into the horizon. The Fian-1 type return shuttle. Having experienced it before, and with a significant enhancement in attributes, I felt a bit uneasy only at takeoff. Otherwise everything was fine. The simple anti-gravity suit on the ship helped alleviate a lot of pressure, and Ball also wore one. Although she is a robot, beneath the synthetic skin, there are structures similar to blood vessels and blood, forming a circulation system for warmth and moisture, maintaining the condition of the skin, and even possessing certain self-repair capabilities. In both appearance and function, it is almost indistinguishable from human skin, with the main difference being the modular mechanical structure inside, including precise motors, hydraulic joints, and a sturdy metal skeleton. Little Fish reminds you that you have been out of contact for over 1,000 hours. When contacting extraterrestrial civilizations, one must be cautious. Here Little Fish once again recommends the Orca series assault landing ship. If you report the code 4-legged fish, the best in the universe, you will receive an additional 2 discount, ensuring you and the alien natives have a pleasant day. Just after taking off, this trash AI started babbling, truly a cheap product with too many built-in ads. Shut up, Wang Yu said, but the Little Fish AI continued its chatter, seemingly ignoring his command. Until Wang Yu shouted, Little Fish, be quiet. This foolish AI finally heard him and obediently shut its mouth. Sorry, the quality and cost-effectiveness of this thing are quite good, it's just that the manufacturer is a bit unscrupulous. Wang Yu was still explaining, but the little fish AI seemed to have picked up on a certain keyword and immediately chimed in. Four-legged Fish Life Corporation, your best choice for exploring the universe. Repeat customers rave about it, and there has yet to be a single negative review. Purchase with peace of mind and confidence, it's high quality at a low price. Now with the code, Wang Yu felt like he was about to strangle this incessantly talking little fish. It seemed even more verbose than before, likely because it had detected the presence of an outsider or a potential new customer and thus began to promote furiously. From this perspective, this AI is quite intelligent, it's just that the designers didn't put their thoughts in the right place. Ha ha ha. Ball covered her mouth and began to laugh, her voice growing bolder until it turned into hearty laughter. Wang Yu's attention was drawn to Ball, and he no longer paid mind to the dim-witted AI. Suddenly the noise didn't seem too bothersome, it was suitable for passing the time. About 15 minutes later, the Fian-1 type return shuttle had entered outer space, adjusting its orbit and preparing to dock with the deep space ship. The central control screen displayed that there was still about an hour and 40 minutes left, and everything was proceeding smoothly. However, as they entered space, Wang Yu still felt a tinge of fear, mainly due to the lingering effects of the demon star, he grew worrying that once they ascended, that monster would devour them. Fortunately, it didn't. It was just the impact on his senses that caused a disruption in his sense of distance. I hope Sophia and the others will achieve final victory, Wang Yu suddenly said, coincidentally expressing what Ball was also thinking. Ball nodded in agreement, gazing through the rising observation window at the gorgeous blue planet below, so beautiful it was beyond description. The emotional simulator in her system emitted an inexplicable signal, seemingly expressing the sadness of parting. This separation could very well be eternal. Sensing Ball's emotions, Wang Yu chose not to speak further. Even the little fish AI fell silent at this moment, no longer seeking opportunities to insert advertisements. An hour and a half later, the landing module approached the deep space ship, which was docked in planetary orbit. Its exterior was uneven like rock, making it hard to associate it with a spaceship. It resembled a giant cylindrical fragment of stone, which is quite common in space, especially in asteroid belts. Without careful comparison and identification, it could easily be overlooked. Is this your spaceship? Can it really fly? Ball looked at Wang Yu. After the moment of sadness had passed, she began to observe the universe like a curious child. After all, it was her first time in space. Although Wang Yu wasn't much better off during those days aboard the deep space ship, he had almost grown tired of it, feeling only fear and confusion about the void of space. Well, Bao's words reminded Wang Yu of the hunger he felt while controlling the deep space ship, and suddenly, he felt uncertain, only able to give a vague response. Let's explore it once we're inside. Oh, I don't know much about this ship either. However, the technology level of this ship is absolutely high, not only capable of faster-than-light jumps, but also equipped with a stable gravity field, ensuring you will be quite astonished once you enter. After a few more minutes, their landing module began to approach the deep space ship. The two began to dock, ultimately entering through the hatch that had opened at the bottom of the deep space ship. They had finally returned. The navigation has concluded, and we have successfully returned to the deep space ship, currently in the temporary transport chamber. Little Fish earnestly reminds you not to forget to disinfect and carefully check your belongings to avoid bringing danger into other chambers and causing unnecessary losses. Thank you for trusting and choosing our company's products. The system of this landing module will soon shut down and lock, and it is not to be used again. Disassembling or recycling it is not advisable. You can either discard it or sell it at the nearest trading station, which will return 20 of your credit points. This service has come to an end. With the final broadcast from the little fish AI concluded, the hatch opened and the central control screen went completely dark. When the service ended, this formerly chatty AI became succinct, even reminding passengers to be careful about bringing back any dangers. There is really gravity. Moreover, it's so dark here, are there no lights? Ball remarked, seeing the floor covered in chaos, no longer mere dust or stains, but rather shrouded in a layer of indescribable filth, making it hard to imagine how it came to be. Be careful around you, hold your weapon. I haven't been here before, and there might be lizards hiding. Wang Yu handed a submachine gun to Ball. Back in his spaceship, he acted more cautiously than he would on an alien planet, puzzling Ball, who still did not understand this ship. However, she was very obedient, holding her gun at the ready without asking why, even switching one of her cameras or surveillance views to thermal imaging. God, what on earth happened here? Ball exclaimed in shock, for she saw a severely damaged mech next to the landing module. The interior was mostly burnt out, but from the exterior it was still recognizable as a heavy bipedal mech with a 3-barrel cannon on its right arm, and its left arm had vanished. This is a wrecked ship that has encountered an accident. It's a miracle that it can still fly. Wang Yu stepped out at this moment. His clothes changed into an exoskeleton armor laden with magazines and grenades, and even carrying a mini tactical nuclear bomb. Name Ranger 03 Manufacturer Spirit Rabbit Technology Regulation Level I Civilian Description After the long-jeered race ended the World War influenced by anti-war sentiments, its military-industrial sector stagnated for a period. However, when preparing to explore space considering the potential contact with alien civilizations, they conducted a series of upgrades on military products, with the Ranger series exoskeleton armor being introduced as a third-generation product in this context, designed for ground and confined space, lightweight and portable, with long endurance, overall weight under 25 kg, and a conventional endurance lasting up to 40 hours. Even in intense combat, it can support over 2 hours. Strength 13 for those with physical strength below 13, it is raised to 13. While it is of no help to those with physical attributes above 13, defense 25 for those with physical defense below 25, it is raised to 25, only covering the areas protected by armor and with relatively weak joints. The armor can fully withstand the barrage of small caliber bullets and has a certain buffering effect against shock waves. Armament none. After he came out, he also noticed the damaged heavy mech and immediately walked over. Designation Heretic Crusher damaged. Manufacturer Church of the Machinist. The Church of the Machinist is among humanity's most radical factions. Its products are sold exclusively to humans, as all non-human species are classified as heretics, targets for swift and total annihilation. Regulatory Tier 2 Precision Crafted. Overview. The Heretic Crusher serves as the frontline mainstay of the Church's Heretic series. Its frontal armor consists of half-meter-thick carbon ceramic composite plating, rendering it impervious to light ordnance and standard infantry beam weapons, even surviving direct impacts from micronuclear devices. Equipped with outdated but highly resilient mechanical actuation systems, it exhibits exceptional resistance to electromagnetic interference, ensuring battlefield reliability. Its high-energy chemical fuel cell sustains continuous combat operations for over 50 hours. Even after ammunition depletion, it can wage brutal close-quarters slaughter using its thermal saw axe, or detonate itself in a final devastating act. No heretic relishes confronting these fanatics. Its principal limitation lies in poor anti-air capability. It is optimized strictly for terrestrial warfare, particularly planetary assault operations, designed to rapidly eradicate heretics, secure footholds, and ultimately subjugate entire worlds. Operational specifications intact. Strength 47. Defense 148, front 65 rear. Armament tri-barrel annihilator cannon, infinite slaughter machine gun, thermal saw axe. Church of the Machinist. Wang Yu exclaimed, drawing Ball's attention. What is that? The manufacturer of this mech. Their build quality is exceptional, highly sought after even by non-humans who've been known to pay several times the market price for such units. Though this one's damaged, we'll need to check whether any salvageable components remain. Wang Yu explained, scanning the surroundings. No other mechs were visible, only scattered mechanical wreckage, likely remnants of other systems. The onboard diagnostic system identified them merely as damaged mechanical parts, suggesting catastrophic degradation had erased all metadata. Why would a survey vessel carry such a weapon? Is this truly necessary for scientific exploration? Wang Yu frowned, realizing his understanding of the term survey mission might be woefully incomplete. Wang Yu, how do we sterilize this area? And where should we offload the cargo? Ball pressed, noting the temporary transfer bay posed no immediate danger, only profound darkness and insufficient illumination. Sterilization isn't needed. Everything here is far filthier than anything we brought aboard. Ignore it entirely. Wang Yu replied, utterly unconcerned with disinfection or latent threats. After all, if any anomaly had slipped in, it was more likely to fear them. Let's locate the exit first, then move the cargo. He added. Yet Ball sensed something uncanny. Why did Wang Yu navigate his own ship like a stranger needing to search for exits? She suddenly recalled his earlier remark that he'd acquired the vessel through an unforeseen accident. It now rang true. At the time, she'd assumed it was a flimsy, improvised excuse. This way, there's a door. Wang Yu called out, summoning Ball. He found it instantly. In truth, he remembered possessing the ship's navigational map, but access was restricted. Large sections remained blacked out due to insufficient clearance. The temporary transfer bay appeared fully lit on the schematic, yet all internal corridors leading inward remained obscured, locked behind authorization barriers. This is the primary cargo hatch. To the right lies an emergency egress. Wang Yu swept his tactical flashlight, mounted on his assault rifle, toward the cargo hatch. The door was hopelessly deformed, crushed inward as though struck by immense force, its surface coated in a thick black residue. Their objective therefore shifted to the emergency passage, located just right of the cargo hatch. After stripping away the layer of black substance from the wall, they uncovered it without difficulty. This black sludge, resembles desiccated organic matter. Ball mused aloud while assisting deepening her sense of the vessel's enigma. Set it aside for now. Let's test whether this door opens. The emergency valve should be here. Wang Yu, unfazed and long accustomed to such anomalies, pointed to a recessed panel. He pried open the cover with a crowbar from his toolkit, revealing a circular valve. A few firm rotations should have unlocked the door. Yet no amount of force budged it, not even with the crowbar inserted for leverage. Finally, Ball stepped forward, seized the valve with both hands, and wrenched it free in a single grunting exertion, accompanied by the shriek of tortured metal. Silence fell between them. Ball held the shattered valve in her hands, expression innocent and bewildered. It was as if she'd twisted off a man's head. That might come off just as easily, too. Wang Yu swallowed hard, gazing at the grimy, oxidized metal walls. Many internal mechanisms were clearly degraded, warped, fused, or contaminated by foreign substances, especially this pervasive black residue, rendering the door inoperable. Without explosives or industrial cutting tools opening, it was near impossible. Moreover, the interior remained unknown, likely sealed behind additional barriers. This path, it seemed, led nowhere. I didn't mean to break it. The valve was corroded. It wasn't built to last. Ball protested, cheeks faintly flushed. But Wang Yu had already dismissed the incident, turning instead to examine the ship's schematic. Upon returning to the deep void, he'd become trapped inside the transfer bay, an outcome he hadn't anticipated. With no alternate entry points, only one option remained. Ball, we may need to carry the cargo across the deep void's outer hull. Wang Yu met her gaze, utterly serious. A quarter-hour later, Wang Yu exchanged his exoskeletal armor for a lightweight EVA suit retrieved from the landing module, proving unexpectedly timely. After verifying the suit's airtight integrity and confirming stable oxygen supply, he rehydrated, briefed Ball, and prepared to deactivate the transfer bay's gravity field at the central console, followed by atmospheric venting before opening the external airlock. As an android, Ball drew power primarily from her internal battery. Brief exposure to vacuum posed negligible risk to her core functionality. Still, she required preparatory adjustments, equalizing internal and external pressure differentials and donning a sealed respirator to prevent evaporative moisture loss from compromising her outer biosynthetic integument. Once Ball confirmed readiness, Wang Yu decisively cut the gravity field. All right, first extract the cargo from the landing module, then secure our safety lines. If disaster strikes, this cord may be our only lifeline. Wang Yu secured one end of the safety rope to the lock ring on one side of the transfer cabin door, testing it for sturdiness. The small rust spots on its surface did not affect its firmness. Now it was a matter of whether the safety rope brought along was long enough. They may need to change the fixed anchor points along the way, and the risk was not small, but Wang Yu and his companion had no choice. They could not afford to be trapped here. Wang Yu conveyed the detailed plan to Bear. Both were prepared, and Wang Yu's spacesuit was equipped with a communication function via radio waves. Why not take this opportunity to install the solar panels as well? The other radars, sensors, and telescopes can be installed later, Bear suggested, and this proposal was accepted by Wang Yu as it was indeed a good opportunity to get some of the work done that was planned for later. The two moved the cargo unloaded from the landing cabin to near the cabin door. Thanks to the reduced gravity, moving heavy objects became no longer difficult. The straps originally used to secure the cargo could also be tied to the lock ring or safety rope next to the cabin door, alleviating worries of them slipping into space and being lost. However, such large mass objects had significant inertia. Carrying too much at once would inconvenience their movement and could even drag Wang Yu and Bear into space, which would be dangerous. Let's do it in 3 trips. In between, we should find a way to secure these items in one place, then make multiple trips back and forth. Wang Yu explained to Bear that they were currently in the transfer cabin of the ship, approximately 200 meters in a straight line from the ship's onboard cabin. They needed to depart from the starboard side of the deep space vessel and climb to the other side. Wang Yu outlined the action plan, stating that once they reached the onboard cabin, they could open the emergency maintenance passage, which could only be accessed from the outside, and then their task would be complete. The brief preparation work came to an end. Wang Yu checked the remaining oxygen levels. With the 2 spare oxygen tanks, he had nearly 6 hours of activity time in space, more than enough for this mission. Once all preparations were complete, Wang Yu pressed the exhaust button on the control panel. As the air was gradually drawn out, some dust and debris from the surface began to float up, with the flashlight revealing a distinct Tyndall effect. Wang Yu did not need to worry about floating away himself, as the spacesuit had an electromagnetic adhesion function, ensuring that he did not have to worry about weightlessness inside the ship. After the air was completely evacuated, Wang Yu confirmed the preparation status with Bear one last time, and after confirming everything was in order, he pressed the button to open the cabin door. The door they entered through the landing cabin slowly lifted, revealing the blue planet outside, with distant stars shining beyond. This scene could easily make one weak at the knees, even unable to stand, but having lived on the spaceship for some time, Wang Yu was fine. He carried a piece of rock art named Source of Disaster, while Bear carried 300 L of fresh water along with a toolbox, and 2 sets of solar panels hung on the safety rope. The two began to walk out of the cabin with Wang Yu leading the way as he had a map of the deep space vessel to serve as navigation, ensuring he would not lose his direction. However, as the operation truly began, the void below and the distant planets still put immense pressure on Wang Yu, akin to standing on the edge of a cliff. His instincts developed from living in a gravitational environment were trying to stop him, but he knew that the gravity of the planet below would not pull him down as he was in a space orbit. This was a battle between consciousness and instinct. He had to conquer his fear and overcome his instincts to successfully complete this mission. Relax, even if you accidentally let go, I will pull you back, Bear said at this moment, having heard Wang Yu's heavy breathing. Sorry, this is actually my first time working outside the cabin. Oh, I should be fine in a bit, Wang Yu replied, realizing that he was acting too slowly. He bit his lip, using the pain to dilute his fear, and began to lower his body, climbing down along the outer wall of the cabin. It turned out to be simpler than he imagined. The rocky exterior was rough and full of protrusions, providing ample handholds, and without gravity pulling him down, it was akin to rock climbing in a weightless environment. Unfortunately, this layer of organic matter enveloped the inner metal. Otherwise, with electromagnetic adhesion, Wang Yu could even walk here, making it far less difficult. He began to climb toward the bottom of the deep space vessel, planning to cross the bottom and reach the port side of the ship. Soon Bear also climbed out, and the two proceeded slowly, connected by the safety rope. About 7 minutes later, they had approached the bottom of the ship, at which point Bear told Wang Yu to stop, stating that this spot was suitable for installing the solar panels. Okay, do you need my help with the installation? Wang Yu asked, glancing back and catching sight of the planet below, suddenly feeling a bit queasy and breaking into a cold sweat. No need, I have downloaded the installation manual, Bear replied, tugging on the rope to bring over the toolbox and solar panels, then began assembling them on the spot. There were many installation options, and Bear chose to secure them with vacuum fast-drying glue and expansion screws. Welding could also be an option, but the structure of the spaceship's exterior was not suitable for welding. Bear entered work mode, showcasing the advantages of being a robot. Even though it was her first time practically installing solar panels, she did so with such proficiency that it would put seasoned engineers to shame. She first selected a relatively flat area, applied fast-drying glue at several pressure points, and then pressed the first solar panel on, followed by the second and third. By the time the fifth panel was secured and aligned, the glue on the first panel had already set. Next, she took out the power drill and expansion screws, starting to drill the metal frame to secure the solar panels surrounding them, like framing, completing the entire process in under 20 minutes, leaving Wang Yu dumbfounded. After installing the solar panels, Bear then fixed several batteries nearby and placed them in a protective casing, ensuring that even in the absence of light later, the telescopes and sensors arranged outside the spaceship could continue to operate for a time. The ideal solution would be to connect to the ship's internal circuits, but this ship was not viable. The internal wiring was a complete mess, so they had to make do with this for now. Later, they could lay the cables properly, secure them to the ship's surface, and then install the telescopes, radars, and other sensors, thus completing all the space operations and giving the ship new eyes and ears. Wang Yu watched nearby. After a while, he felt a bit restless, reflecting on how wise it was to bring Bear on board, as he had gained an extra space engineer, and a skilled one at that. Done. However, the last solar panel will be taken back, just in case. If any accidents occur, it can be used as a backup, Bear said, making a victory gesture. Although she did not speak, her voice had already transmitted through the radio. Wang Yu nodded and continued to crawl forward. In fact, once they adapted and moved steadily, it was not too difficult. Another 10 minutes passed, and the two had reached the bottom of the ship, with the process already halfway complete. However, the safety rope was reaching its limit. They had to choose a place to secure the cargo before heading back for more trips. The original plan was to hammer a few nails here to secure the luggage, but upon arrival, they discovered a significant hole at the bottom of the deep space vessel, nearly 2 meters in diameter, as if something had broken through from the inside, with the crack facing outward. Wang Yu touched his waist and took out the beam gun. This weapon had almost no recoil, making it more suitable for use in a weightless environment. After greeting Bear and agreeing to pull him back at the first sign of trouble, he slowly began to crawl toward the breach. Wang Yu approached the breach, but did not immediately peek inside. Instead, he asked Bear for a large screw and threw it in to see if it would draw out any strange creatures. After confirming there was no response, he leaned closer. He was cautious because the deep space ship's map indicated that the room in that area was a confinement chamber, or it could also be called a prison. Wang Yu no longer cared what this research vessel contained. After all, it housed even heretics, making a prison seem quite ordinary. Wang Yu observed carefully, and soon Bear peeked in, as well, shining a tactical flashlight inside. while switching to thermal imaging. There should be no danger. There's not even atmosphere here. The temperature is very low and only a withered corpse remains. Bear pointed to the corner, and at that moment Wang Yu also saw it. A body locked in the cell, hands and feet shackled in a terribly tragic state. It appeared as if the person had dried out, with flesh tightly adhering to the bones, clothing in tatters, and its tail and limbs covered in some dull moldy hair. The only relatively intact part of its body was the cat-eared helmet. To confine a prisoner in such a place without even a breath of air, it was hard to imagine the kind of suffering they endured in life. It was as miserable as could be. Wang Yu tried to crawl inside and found that there was actually gravity. The gravitational field was still active, only the air had leaked into space, and the prison door was firmly closed. This place can temporarily be used for storing goods, Wang Yu said, glancing at the bars of the cell, which were also very suitable for securing safety ropes. A perfect find. Then I'll go back and move our luggage over. I'll join you. Wang Yu replied, fastening the buckle of his safety rope to the bars of an empty cell, while changing his side to a sliding buckle, ensuring it wouldn't hinder his movement or risk him falling away from the deep space ship. Bear entered as well, making the same choice and placing his luggage securely. With gravity here, they even saved the trouble of securing their belongings. It would just require some effort to move them out later. Before leaving, Wang Yu looked again at the withered corpse, noticing its claws, which were 2 sizes larger than normal, glinting ominously at the tips like razors. The numerous scratch marks on the walls and the fine scratch marks on the bars were likely left by this person, indicating that they had struggled before death, but were powerless to resist, only able to await death in despair. Bear, you go ahead, we'll be right there, Wang Yu said, letting Bear go first while he unlocked the safety rope and walked towards the cell where the dead man was. Cat brother. I don't know if it's appropriate to call you that, but I'm truly sorry. I didn't expect to meet you this way. Wang Yu turned off the radio, speaking to himself, having roughly guessed the identity of this person. The cat food cans and healing spray he had found earlier were likely hidden by this person. He never expected it would benefit Wang Yu, inadvertently helping him out. But a person cannot be brought back to life. After thinking, Wang Yu took out the faded cat food can from his satchel and placed it in front of Cat Brother's cell as a form of tribute. If there's a chance later, he would also come to help collect Cat Brother's body. After all, leaving a corpse on his ship was also inauspicious, but that was a matter for another time. Wang Yu set down the slate on his back and then left the prison area, starting to return the way he came to transport other luggage. About an hour later, all the luggage had been moved to the cell. The safety ropes were retracted and secured on this side of the cell. Wang Yu and Bear then prepared to set off again, since there was still half a journey left. If all went smoothly, they estimated it would take less than an hour to complete the task. After making several trips, already Wang Yu was bolder and more skilled. However, just as they left with part of their luggage inside the cell in front of Cat Brother's prison, a sharp claw pierced through the cat food can on the ground and pulled it inside. On the other side, Wang Yu and Bear had climbed to the other side of the deep space ship's hull, arriving at the spot where the landing pod had been ejected. There was actually an emergency passage for maintenance personnel that could be opened from the outside, but Wang Yu was dumbfounded, staring at the rock-like outer shell of the ship, unable to find the entrance to the emergency passage, let alone the method to open it. It seemed he would need to knock off this layer of shell. It should be around here, but it's covered by this layer of stone shell. Wang Yu pointed ahead and informed Bear of the situation. Let me give it a try. Hopefully this layer of shell isn't too thick. Bear replied, climbing beside Wang Yu, first installing a few hooks with expansion screws to secure the safety rope again, and then began trying to remove the surface layer of the stone shell with tools like a drill and hammer. Since they hadn't considered this scenario beforehand, they hadn't brought more suitable tools. Wang Yu even thought about using explosives, but the risk was too high. This ship was a living thing. If fixing the dead skin on its surface was fine, but blowing it up, who knew how it would react? Wang Yu checked the oxygen levels. He hadn't even consumed one can yet, so there was still plenty of time. They'll go back to the prison and move the other luggage over, Wang Yu said, greeting Bear before preparing to turn back to retrieve the luggage from the prison. When he arrived at the breach of the prison again, he sensed something was off because the safety rope was swaying and the movement was coming from inside the cell. He immediately became alert, drawing the beam pistol from his waist, cautiously approaching to peek inside, and then froze in place, for there was another person inside, crouched in front of their luggage, rummaging through it, while also brushing against the safety rope, seemingly trying to steal something. And that thin, emaciated body with shackles hanging from its limbs, could it be anyone other than Cat Brother? How is he alive? No, this monster is clearly not dead. Wang Yu, what's happening on your end? Bear also noticed the anomaly on Wang Yu's side, as his physiological parameters showed significant fluctuations, which could be sensed through the built-in system of the spacesuit. The monster in that cell is alive, and it has escaped. What a... Bear was clearly startled. Wang Yu's mind was highly alert because Cat Brother had noticed him turning his helmet towards this direction. He could see those green glimmering eyes radiating a primal ferocity that chilled him to the bone. Just imagine if he were to be approached by such a terrifying creature that could hibernate in vacuum for long periods, and even break out of a cell. It wouldn't take a second for Wang Yu to be torn apart, so he decisively opened fire. But surprisingly, this unreliable gun misfired, almost giving Wang Yu a heart attack. He immediately adjusted his strategy, recalling a magic he knew called Body of Fear, and prepared to activate it, but Cat Brother's next action left Wang Yu completely dumbfounded. When Bear rushed in with his weapon, all he saw was Cat Brother lying on the ground, belly up, curled into a ball, occasionally twitching, rolling to change his lying position. And Wang Yu, holding the beam pistol, was pointing it at Cat Brother, shrugging at the puzzled Bear, indicating he didn't know what was happening either. He hadn't even fired yet, and yet Cat Brother had collapsed. "What did you do to him?" Ball asked. "I don't know. He saw me, and just became like this. Maybe he was poisoned or suddenly fell ill," Wang Yu said, genuinely unsure. He neither attacked nor cast any spells, and even checked the system panel. Cat Brother definitely lay down by himself. It couldn't be that he was scared, could it? He is not some otherworldly evil god. Ball was momentarily speechless, glancing at Cat Brother, who was still rolling over, then at Wang Yu, and spoke again. "Does this monster recognize you?" "Impossible, I don't know him at all." "Then how is he trying to please you?" "Like a cat," Ball remarked, surprising Wang Yu, as Ball actually knew about such creatures as cats. Moreover, once she mentioned it, Cat Brother's actions appeared different in Wang Yu's eyes, resembling a cat rolling over. This cat looked too shabby, its body emaciated, and wearing a helmet with only the ends of its limbs resembling moldy fur. Wang Yu was momentarily at a loss, unsure how to handle Cat Brother. Though he was rolling on the ground now, if he truly went on the attack, one claw could probably send Wang Yu away, and even Ball wouldn't fare well, as he couldn't be contained in a cell. The hard bars had already been cut into several segments, proving how terrifying Cat Brother was. This was no cat, but a genuine monster. "What should we do?" Ball asked, clearly inquiring about how Wang Yu would handle Cat Brother. "This." Wang Yu looked over, his gaze fixed on Cat Brother's glimmering claws, seemingly contemplating, and then confirmed the situation of the passage with Ball preparing to give it a try. He extended one hand, continuously raising it to signal Cat Brother to get up, while holding a gun in the other hand ready to fire at any moment. Beside him, Ball was similarly prepared, aiming his submachine gun in that direction, ensuring he could turn Cat Brother into a sieve at the first opportunity. But a rather amusing scene unfolded. Cat Brother really sat up, even though at this moment, he looked more like a dog. "Step back." "Good. Lie down, don't move," Wang Yu ordered in succession, changing his gestures. Lacking experience in training dogs, and with the vacuum not allowing sound to carry his actions, were essentially testing Cat Brother's intelligence. Fortunately, Cat Brother was indeed clever, albeit making a few mistakes. He eventually understood Wang Yu's commands, his intelligence far exceeding that of a dog. No wonder he could draw. "All right, I will keep him under control here." Ball, you move the luggage over. "I will try to guide Cat Brother to help break through that layer of stone shell and enter the maintenance passage," Wang Yu said, already inside the cell, having driven Cat Brother to a corner. "Cat Brother. It's a temporary name I gave him. Also, there are Hammer Brother and Pig Brother on the ship, each looking more bizarre than the last, but they are all good guys," Wang Yu said, urging Ball to act quickly, sensing that Cat Brother might be similar to Hammer Brother and Pig Brother. "Be careful. If anything happens, call me immediately. This creature is extremely dangerous," Ball said, not hesitating, beginning to move the luggage from the cell piece by piece, preparing to transfer it all to the passage. Wang Yu continued interacting with Cat Brother, attempting more commands to see if he was truly controllable and capable of communication. About 20 minutes later, all the luggage had been transferred over, and Ball had secured everything with several hooks. "All right, I will try instructing Cat Brother to dig a hole. I have already succeeded once," Wang Yu replied, noticing clear scratch marks on the cell floor and even a shallow pit that had just been dug. The cost was half a pound of jerky, which Cat Brother devoured along with the packaging, leaving nothing behind. Both remained vigilant, especially Ball, who had switched his gun to a large caliber anti-material sniper rifle. This kinetic weapon was actually unsuitable for use in a vacuum due to its recoil, but there was no better choice at the moment. Wang Yu carefully guided Cat Brother, encouraging him to crawl out of the cell. When they reached the breach into space, Cat Brother showed obvious resistance, appearing quite scared, but ultimately could not resist the temptation of half a pound of jerky, and crawled out, then continued forward under Wang Yu's guidance. His claws and sharp toes could easily pierce the stone shell of the deep space vessel with no fear of falling. A few minutes later, all three had reached the entrance of the emergency maintenance passage. Wang Yu once again confirmed on the deep space map and fired a shot with his beam pistol, leaving a black mark on the surface, though it wasn't very effective as the material was similar to stone. "All right, Cat Brother, it's here. Dig a hole. If I say stop, you must stop immediately. If you succeed, this jerky will be yours," Wang Yu muttered to himself, but only Ball could hear him, looking peculiar, as if Wang Yu seemed to take pleasure in it. On the other side, Cat Brother understood the command, crawled over, and began to dig. His claws tore through the stone shell with ease, as if cutting through butter with a hot knife. Ball noticed the reason. Cat Brother's claws vibrated at a high frequency while digging, but the frequency was so high that Wang Yu's naked eye couldn't perceive the changes. Soon the metallic layer beneath the stone shell was exposed about 40 centimeters deep. No wonder Ball had drilled for half a day without reaching the bottom. Alright, slow down, make the pit larger, but don't damage the metal layer below. Wang Yu seemed to have grasped sign language instinctively, making gestures that were hard to understand, yet Cat Brother happened to comprehend them, or perhaps remembered the correct answers through trial and error. In short, the metal layer below was exposed. It was a metal cover, but was covered in scratches. Wang Yu signaled Cat Brother to retreat and tossed a piece of jerky to send him away, then approached the pit, instructing Ball to keep an eye on Cat Brother, notifying him immediately if there was any unusual movement. He reached into the pit, grasping the groove of the cover, trying several times before finally managing to push it up, revealing a round valve. This time Wang Yu was wise. He didn't let the strong Ball twist it, but instead did it himself, using normal human strength to turn it slowly and control the force. Although this valve hadn't been used in a long time thanks to the protection of the cover, it wasn't difficult to turn. When turned to a certain angle, a jolt was felt at the base of the round valve, then the entire valve sank in, and mechanical sounds of structure activation resonated beneath. In just 2 minutes, the rock layer above them opened. The rock of the deep space vessel seemed to not impede the opening of the hatch, suggesting there was a gap, albeit very small, nearly invisible once closed. Wang Yu and Ball entered the room behind the rock layer, one after the other, bringing in piece after piece of luggage and cargo. Inside there was another door. Opening it would likely allow access to the onboard cabin. Once everything was completed, Wang Yu looked at Cat Brother, who was still obediently staying in place. At this moment, he could have simply closed the hatch, leaving Cat Brother outside to eliminate the unstable factor. However, if Cat Brother remained so obedient, he could actually serve as a huge asset, especially in battle, so it all depended on Wang Yu's choice. Cat Brother prepared to close the door. Come over. Wang Yu used sign language. The latter crawled over immediately. Only after all three were inside did the hatch begin to close, slowly reintroducing air and restoring the pressure and gravity inside. On the deep space vessel on the third level, the ship's hold, a wall covered in black material slowly lifted, tearing through the surface of the black substance, causing a multitude of fragments to fall and scatter into the air. 3 figures emerged from behind the door: Wang Yu Bear and the newly arrived peculiar character Cat Brother, who appeared to be acting stealthily. Cat Brother walked at the back, somewhat timid since entering, glancing left and right, always hiding behind Wang Yu, as if wanting to merge into his shadow. Only after all three had entered did the wall or door begin to descend, slowly sealing shut. This passage serves as an emergency entrance for maintenance personnel, usually kept sealed, only opening from the outside in case of an emergency. Fortunately, once opened, this passage remains accessible, and it is now marked on the deep space vessel's map, allowing entry and exit. Cat Brother, hey, race a bottle of water for you. Just stand there, keep your distance from us, and don't get too close. Wang Yu spoke while using sign language to indicate to Cat Brother to stay further away, maintaining distance, while also trying to build Cat Brother's goodwill. Cat Brother was still quite dangerous. Although he was obedient, one must never forget that he was a terrifying creature capable of long-term dormancy in a vacuum, with claws sharp enough to tear through metal. Before being confined, he had likely been restrained, or otherwise even a cell wouldn't be able to hold him. For creatures like this, even if they are well-behaved, one must maintain sufficient vigilance, at least until trust is established. On the other side, Cat Brother caught the bottle of water somewhat reluctantly and moved a bit further away. His razor-sharp claws could actually retract, seemingly due to a special skeletal structure, and from his furry paw, fingers resembling those of a human could extend. However, it was evident that he wouldn't twist the cap off, or instead he crudely plunged the bottle into his feline helmet, biting off the neck and licking, then guzzling it down. Seeing his condition, Wang Yu realized he was severely dehydrated, so he gave him a 2-liter bottle of fresh water. After all, with a freshwater recycling device, there was no need to be so stingy. But food was different, especially jerky, which was a rather limited resource. If Cat Brother had a large appetite and didn't eat vegetation, it would pose a significant problem later. Bear, this is the ship's hold I mentioned before. Wang Yu shifted his attention from Cat Brother to Bear, saying, we have 2 landing pods left. If we cannot acquire more landing pods or similar aircraft in the subsequent operations, we might end up trapped on this ship. Once inside the deep space vessel, he removed his helmet as there was air inside, allowing him to speak directly. Bear nodded and also removed her face mask, surveying the surroundings, looking at the walls and floor covered in the black, unknown substance. For the next several decades, possibly even longer, this place would be the home of her and Wang Yu. Wang Yu continued to further introduce the deep space vessel. Although he had mentioned it before, specific details were best explained inside the ship. He intended to show Bear around to familiarize her before discussing how to arrange the rooms and store the items they brought back. I previously killed a creature infested by parasites here. The corpse is gone now, likely due to Pig Brother's visit. Wang Yu described Hammer Brother and Pig Brother to prepare her mentally, as they were progressively uglier, making Cat Brother seem somewhat pleasant in comparison. When you see them remain calm, they are not bad people. However, Cat Brother, keeping his distance, was trembling like a leaf upon hearing Wang Yu talk and gesture about the might of Hammer Brother's hammer. Yet Wang Yu was too focused on speaking with Bear to notice, with only Bear recognizing Cat Brother's peculiar behavior. The three took the elevator to the bridge, during which Bear kept her anti-material sniper rifle aimed at Cat Brother intentionally, preventing him from moving erratically. This is the bridge. That strange object resembling a tongue controls this ship. On the seat. Only I can operate it, so you must not approach it casually. It is very dangerous. And this is... What the hell is this? Wang Yu was taken aback, stepping out to find a peculiar object on the right side of the control room, with three long legs gleaming like it was coated in cheap gold paint, completely out of place with the surroundings. Three-legged frogs, three-legged birds. Wang Yu had heard of them, all mythical creatures or legends. But what on earth was a three-legged fat koi? Its eyes bulged as if they were about to burst, mouth agape, almost shouting, "I can't breathe." Upon hearing this, Bear had already pointed her gun at it, appearing even more vigilant than Wang Yu, but was stopped. Wait. Wang Yu confirmed on the map, recalling that this was the egg they had previously seen hatching. That so-called heritage recycler. Why does it look so ugly? Wang Yu felt somewhat speechless, even sensing his system depreciating rapidly. The taste was truly lacking. A cause for concern. He briefly explained to Bear what this creature was, stating it could recycle the heritage of civilizations and obtain corresponding rewards, which earned him Bear's skeptical gaze. With no alternative, he could only rely on facts to prove it. Conveniently, the stone tablet had been brought along, so Wang Yu asked Bear to bring it over and place it in front of the koi, while he selected to submit and confirm on the system. Then the golden fat koi began to move, using its two front legs as hands, grasping the stone tablet and starting to stuff it into its mouth. The stone tablet in its hands shrank like clay, becoming smaller and smaller as it was swallowed, until it finally disappeared. Submitted unknown civilization heritage, gained general credit points 20,000, gained corresponding civilization gotcha chances 3. Would you like to record this civilization? Recording will save the coordinates of the civilization's home planet, costing general credit points 5,000. The system popped up two prompts, but only Wang Yu could see them. Save coordinates. Wang Yu did not expect this feature, but there was no hesitation. Although 5,000 credit points were expensive, losing the coordinates would make retrieving them akin to finding a needle in a haystack, costing far more than 5,000 credit points. Thus, he almost instantly clicked confirm, paying the 5,000 credit points. Recording in progress. Recording complete. Successfully recorded civilization. Long Ear civilization, with the home planet being Machine Planet, Grillia. After the payment, Wang Yu's general credit points became 19,000, still some distance from upgrading permissions. Then 3 gotcha balls were sequentially ejected from the fat koi's mouth, resembling rumination, landing on the ground as 3 differently colored light spheres, red, yellow, and green. Wang Yu had played numerous games and was quite familiar with the concept of gotcha. Without any behind-the-scenes interference, it was basically all about luck. Coincidentally, Wang Yu had absolute confidence in his luck. He reached out and picked up the green orb, which soon transformed in his hand into a can of very familiar protein powder, boasting a purity of 4/9, the genuine Conley brand protein powder. Damn! Wang Yu smashed the protein powder can onto the ground. What good is this? Does he really lack this little bit of protein? The protein powder can rolled a few times before being pinned down by a shadow, which turned out to be Cat Brother. Without saying a word, he decisively started eating it, and by the time Wang Yu noticed, it was too late to stop him, resulting in the loss of a precious gotcha. This lottery mechanism was clearly rigged, likely involving big data and algorithmic precision, much like the mobile games he had played before, all manipulated by capital with the sole purpose of scamming money. Ball, you should try one too, Wang Yu said to Ball, intending to let someone else have a go. The latter was still shocked by the power of the legacy reclaimers, astonished that such a large slab could be consumed. What kind of technique was that? And this orb? Could it really be explained? It felt like a mysterious force that defied reality. After Wang Yu called out a couple of times, Ball finally snapped back to reality, his eyes still showing shock as he slowly picked up the yellow orb from the ground. The sensation in his hand kept changing until it finally transformed into a pure black vest, which Ball recognized immediately. Is this a bulletproof vest? Ball asked, recognizing it on the spot, as it was specifically designed for mechanical servants. Name Barrier 02. Manufacturer Mechanical Heart. Regulation Level I Civilian. Description: a bulletproof vest designed and manufactured specifically for mechanical servants, meant to protect the delicate mechanisms within the torso. The surface is woven from high-strength metallic fibers with a cushioning layer in the middle. It is soft, does not hinder movement, and provides decent protection against impacts, bullets, and even electromagnetic pulses. The only downside is its weight, 70 kg, making it unsuitable for ordinary humans. Defense 30. Wang Yu also saw the attributes of this equipment through the system. It wasn't weak and was just right for Ball, much better than that protein powder. This thing is quite heavy, just right for you, Wang Yu said, looking down at the last orb on the ground. He had developed a rough understanding of the colors of these orbs and the items they produced. Green represented consumable medicines, while yellow indicated armor. As for red, he bent down and picked up the red orb from the ground, which transformed in his hand into a square metal briefcase about 30 centimeters wide. Name: Hegral's Roar Prototype. Manufacturer: Hegral Research Center. Regulation: Level 4 Forbidden. Description: a highly specialized single-shot heavy pistol, its development based on continuous observation and research of Hegral, concentrating Hegral's impact into compact ammunition, thus possessing incredibly terrifying destructive power with nearly no means of complete defense. To use it, one must load it with 20mm caliber special spherical bullets paired with a disposable barrel. Upon hitting a target, it releases a compressed cataclysmic impact, pulling in all surrounding targets. Please use this weapon only after confirming your own safety. Stealing your power is just the beginning. Hegral Research Center. Wang Yu's eyes widened as he quickly located the button on the briefcase and opened it. Inside was a strangely designed silver pistol with the barrel and the body separated. There were 3 barrels in total, and when combined, the length of the gun body was estimated to exceed 30 cm, classifying it as a heavy pistol. On one side of the briefcase, 3 peculiar spherical objects were neatly arranged, containing deep purple spherical masses that resembled enlarged viruses covered in numerous sucker-like bumps and constantly changing, as if they were alive. Are these bullets? Wang Yu examined, looking at the gun body that resembled a giant revolver. He detached it for research and successfully pressed out the magazine on one side, revealing a spherical recess in the center that could fit a bullet perfectly before being pushed in. What kind of gun is this? It's not in my database at all, Ball said, looking at the gun and shifting his gaze to Wang Yu. Wang Yu had previously mentioned that the bizarre mechanisms of the legacy reclaimers would only yield rewards from corresponding civilizations. However, this gun did not belong to any records. It simply did not exist in any official documentation. This might be a weapon you will create in the future, Wang Yu said, squinting his eyes as he glanced at the comically ugly legacy reclaimer, feeling that this thing was quite extraordinary. The red gotcha likely represented weapons, but what was astonishing was that the legacy reclaimer could even produce creations from future civilizations. It was almost like a miracle. Ball, however, looked skeptical. As a robot, he was inherently filled with distrust towards various mysterious powers. But having witnessed too many abnormal phenomena today, she began to doubt herself, even starting a system self-check, much like a normal person's existential crisis. This gun has great power, possibly even greater than that miniature nuclear bomb, so it needs to be carefully stored. Wang Yu placed the gun back, closed the metal briefcase, and carefully stowed it in his satchel, glancing at Cat Brother in the distance. Cat Brother over there was clearly enjoying himself. After all, it was a large can of protein powder. He was licking it, and his tongue was quite long, able to stretch out from under his helmet. Moreover, Cat Brother could really eat. His stomach seemed like a bottomless pit, nearly finishing off an entire bucket of protein powder, including the 2 liters of fresh water he had given him earlier. Fortunately, after observing for a while, Cat Brother's aggressiveness was indeed not strong, at least not towards himself and Ball, allowing for further observation. The few of them left the bridge and walked towards the captain's room. On the way, Wang Yu briefly explained what was in each room, which were mostly abandoned laboratories and studios with some doors completely unusable or even deformed. For example, the door where he had encountered Pig Brother required higher permissions. Wang Yu also mentioned this to Ball and advised caution regarding the lizard monsters that might emerge from the corners, though this layer should be cleared. Just as he was speaking, Cat Brother suddenly reacted from behind, as if remembering something, darting into a nearby room and starting to rummage through it, creating a mess. Wang Yu immediately recognized what he was looking for, because there was a cat head pattern painted on the wall of that room, which he had noticed earlier, so the items were definitely gone. After rummaging for a long time, Cat Brother naturally found nothing, going back looking dejected, as if he had lost his soul. It's been so long, maybe it was stolen by the light lizard, who knows, haha. Wang Yu scratched his head, not caring whether Cat Brother could understand, or not. Even Ball seemed unable to comprehend what they were doing. On the road, Cat Brother flipped through several marked waypoints again, but still found nothing, ultimately feeling dejected with his tail drooping down. The 3 of them arrived in front of the captain's cabin, with Wang Yu entering first, instructing Cat Brother to stay at the door, and after a few seconds he called Cat Brother in. This is the captain's cabin, the only place where the power supply is still relatively intact. The socket is here, the freshwater circulation system and hydroponic farm can be set up here, since we brought a power strip. Wang Yu said to Bear, the bedroom on the left is where I rest. You can use the other rooms as you like, there are plenty of them, and so can Cat Brother. Wang Yu looked at Cat Brother, ready to gradually assimilate him into a reliable crew member. Cat Brother responded with a discontented mumble. Since entering the room, he had been fixated on the bulging backpack on Wang Yu's chest, which was stuffed with cans. After all, it contained Hegra's roar and 3 cans of cat food, which were clearly protruding, even a fool could see, and the can previously given to Cat Brother was also taken from Wang Yu's backpack. But Cat Brother still didn't attempt to snatch it. He merely complained, using a gaze filled with grievance and yearning hidden beneath his helmet visor, to attack Wang Yu, who ignored him. It shows no inclination to attack. It seems Cat Brother's temperament is quite gentle, Wang Yu assessed, putting away the cans to test Cat Brother further. Of course, there was also the reason of not wanting to give Cat Brother food, as this was a rare commodity. There might only be these 3 left, and even if he were to give some, it should be something valuable, like a reward, to further regulate Cat Brother's behavior and reduce his beastly instincts. It was evident that Cat Brother possessed considerable intelligence, yet he could not speak. It wasn't the same kind of silence as Hammer Brothers, but rather he genuinely struggled to comprehend human language and required sign language to assist in communication. Then he'll go move the items over, Bear said after connecting the power strip, testing the power supply. Before preparing to return to the ship's hold to move things, as a lot of cargo was still there. He'll join you, and Cat Brother, you come too, but no claws. Wang Yu gestured, pointing at his own hand, and then at Cat Brother's paws, conveying a message of no and dislike. After several repetitions, Cat Brother finally understood, retracting his claws and following behind Wang Yu and Bear, preparing to move the cargo. The 3 of them reached the intersection where they first encountered Pig Brother, but this time before they arrived, they saw the door open and a towering iron giant over 4 meters tall emerged, dragging a heavy hammer in its right hand. Who else could it be but Hammer Brother? Seeing Hammer Brother, Cat Brother reacted as if he had seen a ghost, letting out a scream before scrambling backward on all 4s. But after a couple of steps, sensing something was amiss, he turned around and dashed back, crouching behind Wang Yu, nearly curling into a ball. Meanwhile, Hammer Brother strode forward, seemingly targeting Wang Yu and the others. As he walked, he slowly raised his hammer, seemingly with intentions of attack. Hammer Brother, it's been a while. I was just thinking about finding you. Let me introduce you to my new member, Bear, who is quite impressive. A robot. Wang Yu shouted loudly, though inwardly he was sweating profusely, as Hammer Brother's fearsome appearance was unsettling. Seeing him up close, even Wang Yu, who had encountered him before, felt discomfort. And Bear. She inexplicably felt a sense of crisis as this strange person seemed to be approaching her. She sensed a hostility and destructive intent in the monster's gaze, prompting her to tightly grip her anti-material sniper rifle. But she remembered Wang Yu's warning not to attack the armored giant wielding a hammer or the pig-faced monster, so she refrained from pointing her gun at Hammer Brother. After Wang Yu shouted and introduced Bear, Hammer Brother's footsteps stopped. His single eye behind the visor no longer focused on Bear, but shifted to Cat Brother, who was cowering behind Wang Yu and trembling. Hammer Brother, I've been exploring planets. I even brought you a gift, 100 flavors of gummy candies. Would you like to try some? Wang Yu said, rummaging through his bulging backpack to retrieve the assorted gummy candies he had brought back to enjoy alone, totaling 100 pieces each, with a different flavor, a few of which had already been eaten. However, Hammer Brother showed no reaction, still fixated on Wang Yu, standing like a statue in the path. At that moment, Wang Yu felt movement behind him, as something was rubbing against him. Turning around, he discovered it was Cat Brother, squatting on the ground, trembling, as if about to fall apart. This is my helper, quite capable, just a bit timid. Wang Yu said, now sensing something was off, or rather feeling a sense of incongruity. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Hammer Brother finally moved, extending his other hand to take the metal candy container from Wang Yu, stuffing it into his mouth, and walked towards the side door, while chewing until he disappeared. Phew. Wang Yu's tense expression relaxed as he exhaled. He finally realized that Hammer Brother was not friendly, or rather he was only kind to himself. If Bear or Cat Brother were alone, the situation would definitely not end well, and it was clear that Cat Brother had experienced Hammer Brother's might before, otherwise he wouldn't be trembling like this. Thus it wasn't Hammer Brother or Pig Brother who were special, it was actually Wang Yu himself. Is it because I was sent by the system, or? Wang Yu felt a fundamental difference between himself and Bear and Cat Brother, but could not confirm what it was at the moment. However, from now on, Hammer Brother should no longer attack Bear and Cat Brother, which eliminated one hidden danger. If he had allowed Bear to move luggage alone earlier, it was unimaginable what might have happened. Hammer Brother seemed capable of sensing the foreign objects on the ship, hunting them down like a machine. Pig Brother likely did something similar, mainly responsible for cleaning up and collecting the remains of the deceased. The three of them retraced their steps, taking the elevator back to the ship's hold to transport goods. This time Cat Brother was more active perhaps, because Hammer Brother wouldn't catch him anymore. He even ran ahead of Wang Yu, sniffing around here, and they're seemingly searching for any missed cans or food. Among the three, Wang Yu was probably the weakest. Compared to the others, he could be said to have no strength at all. This made Wang Yu feel an immense pressure urging him to become stronger and stand tall. 2 days later, the lives of several people aboard the deep space had settled into a routine, and Cat Brother had initially gained the trust of Wang Yu, and Ball officially becoming a member of the crew. At least Ball no longer kept a gun aimed at her constantly. However, expecting Cat Brother to contribute to the construction and improvement of the internal environment of the deep space was overly ambitious. He simply lacked the intelligence or knowledge to the point that he couldn't even speak. Rather than communicating with words, it was more effective to use tone and pitch supplemented with sign language. Wang Yu was quite adept at this, to the extent that Ball felt he had created a kind of sign language that only he and Cat Brother could understand. You can't eat too much, you have to control your portions. After all, you won't starve even if you go hungry for years. But indifferent I could die after just a few days of hunger, so you can only have this much per meal, a maximum of 3 meals a day. The food brought was limited, so it couldn't be consumed all at once. Wang Yu prepared some dehydrated vegetables, a bit of jerky and protein blocks, then added some cooking oil and salt along with a large flatbread made by Ball. This was Cat Brother's meal, roughly the same as Wang Yu's own portion. If they ate like this along with the output from the hydroponic farm and the freshwater purification cycle, they should be able to last for a year or two without much trouble. However, Wang Yu also had a need for exercise, which would increase both his food intake and freshwater consumption, but sustaining it for a year should be feasible. If food became scarce later, they could consider reducing rations significantly to extend their survival time. Cat Brother looked at the iron plate brought by Wang Yu, eyeing the flatbread and the green floating substance, and emitted a dissatisfied growl. Pouting won't help. This is a notice, not a negotiation. You can't just think of yourself. If you keep asking for food like yesterday and cause trouble, I might have to hand you over to Hammer Brother. Wang Yu spoke with a threatening tone using sign language. Cat Brother had likely been hungry during the latter half of the night yesterday, sneaking food into the room several times, prompting Wang Yu to open the door and feed him. Stealing food was out of the question, but sneaking in to grab some while Ball was distracted was something Cat Brother couldn't resist. It left Wang Yu unable to sleep, while hence he was explaining the new rules to Cat Brother today. Woo! Cat Brother couldn't speak, but he was evidently startled by the mention of Hammer Brother, recoiling slightly, and then looked eagerly at the bag slung over Wang Yu, seemingly targeting the cans of cat food. Wang Yu naturally sensed the gaze and thought for a moment before pulling out a can in the excited gaze of Cat Brother. You can have this, but you must adhere to the rules I mentioned earlier. No more coming to me for food at midnight, do you understand? Wang Yu articulated each word, clearly coordinating his gestures and tone in an attempt to convey the message. Cat Brother was nodding crazily, though it was uncertain if he truly understood. In any case, Wang Yu gave him a can, and then left quickly, hastily vacating the room, where Cat Brother was. Not that he was worried about drooling at the scent. Soon excited snorting and the sounds of voracious eating echoed through the room. In the living room, or rather the workspace, Ball mostly stayed here as she didn't need to sleep, and thus didn't require a bed. She just needed regular charging and maintenance. At this moment, Ball was adjusting a small hydroponic farm in the living room which had just been assembled yesterday. The first batch of crops had already begun to grow, with a total of 32 independent cultivation pods. However, the cultivation method of this system was vastly different from Wang Yu's understanding of hydroponics, as the plants were not immersed in water but suspended in the air. The cultivation pods needed to maintain a constant temperature and humidity, injecting a large amount of misted nutrient solution to ensure these high-quality tuberous stems could grow and sprout. Afterward, they also needed to block out light and provide illumination until they produced large crops similar to potatoes, which could then be cut for the next generation, creating a renewable cycle. Additionally, there were seeds for pod plants, but those had not been sown yet, as what was currently needed were filling and storable foods, which would be introduced in later batches. Wang Yu watched for a while and learned quite a bit about hydroponics from Ball. The nutrients brought along, if used properly, should be able to yield dozens of cycles. Wang Yu glanced at the freshwater purification system assembled against the wall. This was relatively simple to operate, as its principle was similar to wastewater treatment, functioning as a closed micro-water purification factory that purified wastewater through filtration and permeation membranes, with the entire process fully automated, only requiring regular disposal of waste and replacement of filters and membranes. Ball was considering connecting the pipes to the bathroom, then installing a large water storage tank to achieve a water supply cycle. However, during this cyclical process, the evaporated water vapor could not actually be recovered, so there was a gap in this cycle, which could potentially be the first bottleneck to encounter issues. To completely resolve this issue, they would need to find ways to recover moisture from the air, which required Wang Yu and the others to fully control the ship. Alternatively, they would need to obtain water from space, essentially through mining. Water is not rare in the universe. Some asteroids even exist in the form of ice. As long as they mastered the process of preparing and purifying water along with mining equipment suitable for space, they could directly obtain it from the outside. Ball, didn't you mention there are telescopes, radars, spectrometers, and communication antennas to install? Let's get those set up today, otherwise it will be difficult to install once the deep space starts moving. Wang Yu said, planning to complete all these space tasks today and then control the deep space to set off. His involvement was indispensable for the installation since currently Wang Yu was the only one with permission to access the maintenance passage leading outside, while Ball and Cat Brother could only move around inside the deep space. The two walked towards the bridge, leaving Cat Brother alone in the room, as he couldn't really help. They made their way to the onboard compartment where the devices that needed to be installed were still laid out. After the installation was successful, they could use the photon computer they brought to operate these devices, enabling a series of functions such as radar warnings, observing and analyzing distant celestial bodies, and receiving radio signals. These were actually basic functions that a spaceship should possess, but unfortunately the deep space was a problematic ship with many missing functionalities and many areas were not accessible to Wang Yu. They had to figure out ways to compensate. Wang Yu changed into a spacesuit while Ball donned a mask, preparing to go into space. Initially, Ball stated that she could manage alone and only needed to open the maintenance passage. But Wang Yu insisted on joining her to learn, as this would likely be an extremely important skill for the future, and he had to grasp it bit by bit while he had the chance. 5 hours later, Wang Yu and Bear, clad in spacesuits, reappeared in the spacecraft's cabin, changing their gear, stowing their toolbox, and restarting the gravity field in the room. This space operation concluded smoothly. Wang Yu learned a lot, and even independently completed the installation of a radar system. Although the debugging and cabling were handled by Bear, he indeed secured the radar, albeit it took him nearly an hour and a half, and the frame he used was slightly askew. Regardless, from today onward, Wang Yu could proudly call himself a space engineer apprentice. At least he wouldn't panic when entering space, nor would he tremble from fear, a significant improvement. He planned to first return to the captain's cabin to recharge the depleted oxygen tanks, then check on the status of Cat Brother to see if he was causing any trouble or destruction. Then he could attempt to awaken the deep space and leave the star system. They didn't have a specific destination, they merely wanted to escape the influence of the demon star Hydra, so any star system outside the cosmic void would suffice. The two returned to the captain's cabin, which remained unchanged since their departure. Cat Brother was as honest as ever, neither stealing food nor making a mess, only leaving behind the shackles he had dismantled in the living room, demonstrating an exceptionally high level of cat ethics, perhaps having undergone training somewhere. Wang Yu pulled out the oxygen generator, plugged it in, and began refilling the oxygen tanks. The noise was considerable, since this device purifies oxygen from the air, requiring a large volume of air for the process, making it inherently noisy. Meanwhile, Bear opened the photon computer or light brain on the table, connected it to the cable extracted from his wrist, and began testing the installed equipment to see if they were operating correctly and able to connect to signals. After all, they were inside the ship, separated by thick hull material. It was normal if there was no signal, and they might have to think of other solutions. Fortunately, the results were good. Several devices were successfully activated. Bear even managed to contact Sophia on the machine star, and they began to chat. Wang Yu stole a glance, and their conversation was filled with mutual reassurances and updates. Bear sent over photos of the deep space, including internal footage. It was unclear when these were recorded, but they also included the hydroponic farm and freshwater purification system that had been set up, and even a video of Wang Yu clumsily installing the radar outside the ship, reminiscent of a worker reporting back to his community. Sophia sent back blueprints for a planned research building, which was currently under foundation construction, located at the plaza where they had observed the demon star Hydra, showcasing an extraordinary efficiency. Moreover, they had already decided on the name for the building, Hydra Research Center. Sophia asked Bear for his thoughts on the name and consulted Wang Yu to see if he had any better ideas. As if sensing Bear was about to turn around, Wang Yu quickly turned and walked towards Cat Brother's room, so Bear only caught a glimpse of Wang Yu's back, frowning slightly. Bear, he was eavesdropping, he didn't express an opinion, so he must think the name is good too. Sophia, oh, did you see the photos I sent you? The technology level of this ship is very high, far surpassing ours. They have mastered gravity technology, and it's very likely they've even mastered the use of negative mass energy materials. Moreover, Wang Yu is not the original owner of this ship. He indeed got involved in some unexpected incident, yet he can control this ship and even use some oddly shaped devices. Devices? Bear attached a video of the relic recoverer retrieving artifacts, which included a gun named Hydra's Roar. However, Bear didn't know the specifics. He merely showcased the process of the recoverer swallowing the stone tablet, spitting out a capsule, and the capsule transforming into an item. In the video, Wang Yu mentioned that the pistol was a weapon from the future. Sophia, a weapon from the future. Bear, are you sure your system isn't infected? Bear, no, I've already run a self-check. Sophia, perhaps the technology level is too advanced to comprehend, leading to phenomena that seem akin to surreal powers. If ancient creators were to come to modern times, their situation would likely be similar, surrounded by scenes they could not comprehend akin to magic. Bear, also those anomalies named Cat Brother and Hammer Brother, don't you think they bear certain similarities to catastrophe beasts? Their vitality is incredibly resilient, and they even possess some surreal powers, especially that individual named Hammer Brother. His presence instills fear in me. You know what that means. Sophia, it is quite dangerous. You must remain vigilant and protect Wang Yu. He is our esteemed friend. Bear, you don't need to remind me of that. A focus on dealing with Higra. If it comes to it, just build a spaceship and escape far away. There's no need to stubbornly confront it. On the other side, Wang Yu had already entered the bedroom on the right side of the room, realizing why he hadn't heard any sounds from Cat Brother for so long. The fellow had actually fallen asleep lying on the ground. If it weren't for his chest gently rising and falling, Wang Yu might have thought he was dead, considering he resembled a dried corpse. Quite eerie. Anyone not used to it would probably be reluctant to approach. He needs to be taught to sleep on a bed, and I also need to prepare some clothes to avoid scaring others. Wang Yu remarked, glancing at the corner where the cat food cans and breakfast had been cleaned out, feeling it necessary to teach Cat Brother how to live like a human rather than like a beast that eats and sleeps. He needed to tap into his potential, allowing him to contribute to the construction and development of the deep space, otherwise he would become a useless burden. Wang Yu exited the room, looked at Bear, who was still using the computer, greeted him, and prepared to go to the bridge to awaken the deep space. I'll go with you. Bear replied, closing the computer and suggesting they go together. The two made their way to the bridge, where many control panels were covered in black material and had long ceased to function. But Wang Yu suddenly remembered that Bear was quite authoritative in the field of computing. Perhaps he could extract valuable information from the abandoned control panels or even the discarded computers in the laboratory. After all, the hard drives inside might still be intact. He immediately shared his idea with Bear, who agreed to give it a try, but cautioned not to hold out too much hope. Different civilizations might have vastly different programming languages, and there could also be encryption involved. Even if the hard drives were intact, it wouldn't necessarily yield much valuable information. All right, let's just give it a try. There's no loss in failure. Wang Yu nodded, and then looked at the central seat on the bridge, which resembled a tongue, and walked over. In fact, he had already gained some understanding of the status of the deep space when he last sat in this seat. This living ship remained in a dormant state most of the time due to hunger, with many functions turned off, such as those modules marked as hungry. However, it could still move or navigate after awakening, albeit in a low-energy state, due to hunger, much like a starved beast that can move, but only slightly. Expecting it to accelerate to near light speed and traverse star systems is unrealistic. Then there was the method of opening the hyperspace route. Wang Yu also grasped the relevant knowledge during his brief connection with the ship. Given the current status of the deep space, one must be sufficiently close to a star reaching a certain distance to potentially open the portal to hyperspace. From a scientific perspective, this is likely because the space-time around massive celestial bodies is severely curved with stronger gravity, making it easier to breach into hyperspace. After leaving hyperspace, it would be relatively easier, but the portals would generally only open near planets. It is nearly impossible to appear directly in open space, as the energy requirements would grow exponentially, which the deep space cannot afford at present. While on the mechanical starship Grillia, Wang Yu had read some cosmological knowledge related to astrophysics, but his understanding was limited due to his lack of specialization. Fortunately, piloting the ship did not require extensive knowledge. He just needed to give commands. His plan was to go to the dark side of the planet closest to the star within the current star system. There, the gravitational forces of the star and planet would overlap, likely satisfying the requirements for the deep space to open a hyperspace route. Moreover, the temperature would not be too high since it was still far enough away. He just needed to continuously adjust the course during the journey. The greatest difficulty actually lay with Wang Yu himself determining how long he could keep the deep space awake, which would dictate the feasibility and duration of this journey. Wang Yu took a deep breath. After facing the demon star Higra, he felt no fear connecting with the deep space anymore, and he had gained a deeper understanding of his talent, which allowed him to endure mental pollution longer than ordinary people. Let's consider it a test of my willpower. Wang Yu plopped down into the captain's seat, feeling as though he was sitting on a soft gel, sinking into it, his body enveloped by the flesh-like tissue that crawled over him, almost merging with the chair, leaving only his closed eyes visible. Then the deep space began to move. Inside the ship, one could clearly feel the shaking, a result of the sudden acceleration. At that moment, the former crew members represented by Hammer Brother all seemed to sense something and looked towards the bridge. If viewed from a cosmic perspective, one would witness the awakening of the deep space, its shell-like surface opening up numerous yellow-brown eyes, replacing traditional sensors, providing Wang Yu with an all-encompassing, unobstructed three-dimensional view, even sensing current speed and the gravitational pull of nearby planets, as well as the new orbit and trajectory he was about to enter. The deep space began to accelerate, departing from its original course, heading towards the star with increasing speed. Inside, the bridge ball looked at the Wang Yu, who was engulfed by the ship's seat, feeling the power transmitted through her feet, once again shocked. She felt that neither she nor her people had ever truly understood this universe until the demon star Hydra appeared. This universe is far more terrifying than they had imagined, filled with various incredible phenomena, and only by understanding enough could one have the chance to witness them. Wang Yu managed to endure for nearly 20 minutes this time before sliding down from the seat, collapsing on the ground, and vomiting continuously. Ball brought over a cup of water and some tissues, gently patting Wang Yu's back to alleviate his discomfort. This time was much stronger than the first. Perhaps it was due to his mental preparation and the confidence gained from seeing the demon star Hydra, allowing him to endure for much longer. His sanity was still at 22, but in reality Wang Yu did not focus on his sanity. Instead, he was more concerned with the number on his right palm, occasionally glancing at it. As long as the number was not 0, he would not go insane due to low sanity, and even if it dropped to 0, he would gain a bit of sanity from successful identification. This was considered his unique advantage. After the number changed to 2, Wang Yu exited the connection as the orbit had been preset. For the next period, the ship would move according to the preset orbit, but regular checks and adjustments would still be needed. Ugh, I'm feeling better now. Wang Yu's expression was not pleasant, but he did not want to appear too embarrassed in front of Ball, feeling somewhat conflicted. He forced himself to sit up, took a sip from the cup Ball handed him, and indeed felt much better, though his scalp and limbs still felt numb and cold. Is the side effect of piloting this ship really that severe? Are you sure it won't affect your body? Ball asked, though she had heard roughly about it from Wang Yu before. She still felt some concern upon seeing it. It's not a big issue, it's just a matter of enduring hunger and the dizziness and unease of being in space. They'll gradually adapt more and more. Ball, please confirm the current trajectory of the deep space. If there are any issues, they'll make adjustments. The installed telescope, radar, and other detectors should be able to confirm the current orbit and calculate the subsequent trajectory to send to me, so I can adjust it in a timely manner. I plan to check and adjust the trajectory of the deep space weekly, gradually acclimating to the operation of the deep space, while making timely adjustments to the travel routes to reach the target position as soon as possible. After entering the orbit of the planet closest to the star, we will leave this star system and head to another starry sky, which will take about 2 months. When we return here next time, it is uncertain how many years later it will be. Wang Yu said this, looking at Ball also as a reminder. It was time for her to bid farewell to her home planet and her people, as this side might very well be a final farewell. The next day, Wang Yu rose early, casually ate something, and began his exercises, intending to activate his self-disciplined life while the situation was stable and gradually grow stronger. This time he didn't bring any fitness equipment back, mainly because those things were too heavy, but working out didn't necessarily require specialized gear. Activities like running, push-ups, sit-ups, and squats could achieve fitness goals. To increase intensity, he could find some heavy objects to assist. There was no shortage of clutter here, and with gravity coupled with the system visualizing the concept of becoming stronger, Wang Yu was not worried about ineffectiveness as he could see his progress. The only significant limitation was the use of weapons, especially firearms. There were no conditions to practice firearms on the deep space ship, but fortunately, he had trained on machine star Grilla and had some knowledge. Wang Yu practiced in the living room until noon, taking care to rest and hydrate in between to avoid injuring his body. He checked his attributes again. He was less than 10 experience points away from breaking through to level 6 in physical attributes, but overall growth was slow even under the conditions of machine star Grilla, much slower than the growth of his willpower and inspiration attributes. For instance, during the short 20 minutes of piloting the deep space ship, those two attributes gained double-digit experience, growing much faster than physical immunity and reflex attributes. Moreover, as he continued to train, with the increasing demand for experience for each attribute level mean he could practice to the point of exhaustion without reaching the next level. Wang Yu felt this was entirely possible. And with the exoskeleton suit on, didn't that compensate for his physical weaknesses? Could it be that I've been mistaken about the path to becoming stronger? Because no matter how much one trained, one could never defeat an excavator. Strength like that of Hammer Guy could not be gained solely through exercise. Wang Yu mused, recalling the big guys he had seen on television before his transmigration. Even if they used 9 Dragons' power, they could never win an arm wrestling match against the frail Ball, nor could they defeat Cat Guy or even himself in an exoskeleton. Could it be that humans are more suited to the path of the mage? Whatever, I'll just keep training. Gaining strength is better than nothing, and in any case, building a strong body is beneficial. Wang Yu comforted himself, stopping his exercises and looking towards the towel, water, and delicious lunch laid out on the table behind him, and walked over. This had been prepared by Ball in advance, placed on the table without disturbing Wang Yu, waiting for him to eat after he finished training. This almost meticulous care left Wang Yu with no complaints. Moreover, Ball was a versatile expert in life, proficient in engineering, electronics, medical care, and combat, a perfect superhuman, truly worthy of being Ball. He must not let her turn him into a useless person. Wang Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead, devoured his meal, while the sound of ping-pong echoed from the bathroom. Ball was checking the plumbing system in the bathroom, planning some modifications he also intended to go over in the afternoon to learn, as he couldn't train 24 hours straight. That would be too harmful to his body. By the way, why haven't I seen Cat Guy around? Wang Yu suddenly remembered this person, almost forgetting him. It had been nearly a day since he last saw Cat Guy, who hadn't come for food this morning. It was truly strange. He stood up, slightly frowned, looked towards Cat Guy's room, and walked over. What the hell? Wang Yu couldn't help but curse, for Cat Guy had disappeared, replaced by a brown-skinned woman, lying on the floor, sleeping soundly, her skin adorned with numerous markings that resembled natural patterns rather than scars. This familiar ragged outfit, along with her furry hands and feet and cat-like helmet. Damn it, Cat Guy is a girl. Wang Yu was greatly shocked, quickly drawing the attention of the busy Ball, who rushed over, also noticing the drastically changed appearance of Cat Guy. No, she could no longer be called Cat Guy, as she should be called. Ball, hurry and find Cat Guy some clothes, otherwise when she wakes up, it would be inappropriate. Wang Yu said sternly, not looking away, handing Cat Guy over to Ball. These won't fit, and my clothes are clearly much larger, especially the pants. Then cut them. Oh, we can't just leave her like this, right? Okay. Ball reluctantly agreed, as she only had a few outfits, and if she shared them with Cat Guy, she would feel quite tight. You take out a set too, the lengths are similar enough. Sure. Wang Yu readily accepted, and then didn't intend to manage it further. However, 5 minutes later, 2 sets of clothes appeared in front of Wang Yu. One was a white t-shirt with jeans, and the other was a black windbreaker with a base layer and pants, both belonging to Wang Yu. Ball said she had no time to deal with these, as the plumbing in the bathroom still wasn't fixed, so all the clothes ended up with Wang Yu, along with the tools for cutting. Only a small knife. Wang Yu, a recent college graduate, had never done such detailed work before, feeling somewhat bewildered. Moreover, he sensed something off from Ball's attitude. She seemed not to like Cat Guy very much. Fortunately, Ball measured Cat Guy's proportions and informed Wang Yu. Her height was 164 cm, and her legs were nowhere near as long as Ball's, so these jeans needed to be cut considerably shorter. As for Wang Yu's clothes, the length wasn't too different. He could just roll up the pant legs and didn't need to fix them much. He directly gestured with his hands for a while, then used the knife to cut the pant legs of the jeans. Soon a pair of mid-length pants with a waistland style was created. Due to his poor technique and lacking scissors, he could only let Cat Guy make do with them. The reason they were so short was that the knife was too dull, creating a large tear with just a bit of force, so he simply decided to make them shorter. They should just cover the calf. Hopefully Cat Guy wouldn't mind the cold. However, with Cat Guy's extraordinary physical qualities, she would recover even if she became a dried corpse. This minor temperature should not bother her. But calling her Cat Guy in the future seems a bit inappropriate. Cat sister. No way, that sounds too weird. It feels like I've aged a generation. Wang Yu was just thinking when he heard movement from Cat Guy's room. Just waking up, she sprang out looking for food. However, her current appearance was too different from before. Seeing her made Wang Yu's head ache, wishing Cat Guy had remained a dried corpse so he could treat her as a bizarre person. Now like this. It felt somewhat against the rules. You need to change into these clothes. Wang Yu ignored the begging Cat Guy, handing her the 2 sets of clothes. She took them, but seemed confused, pausing for a few seconds before starting to stuff them into her helmet. Damn it, these aren't for you to eat. Can't you recognize clothes? Where did this primitive person come from? Wang Yu was utterly speechless, having to snatch them back. Luckily, Cat Guy didn't guard her food, making it easy to take things from her. Where these, put them on like this. He demonstrated with the clothes, using gestures and tone, finally managing to make Cat Guy understand, and she started putting the clothes on her body, but clearly she had never done this before, acting like a child, so he had to help her. How old are you really? Wang Yu felt a headache coming on looking at Cat Guy and feeling the need for some education. Because her state resembled that of a wild person, she might have never received systematic education. Her inability to speak could also be this reason, which was quite different from Hammer Guy and Pig Guy. Alright, stop tugging at my clothes, I'll get you something to eat shortly. 15 minutes later. No using your hands, use a spoon to eat. Look at the fur on your hands, it's so dirty that you can't even tell its original color. After Cat Brother became more human-like, Wang Yu could no longer tolerate Cat Brother eating with his hands, and insisted that she use a spoon, as it was the most basic table etiquette. Ugh. Cat Brother emitted a dissatisfied mumble, somewhat reluctant, but still gripped the spoon with his fist, scooping food into the helmet, some of it splattering onto his clothes, and even the helmet. When eating, you shouldn't wear the helmet. Wang Yu stood up and directly removed the black cat helmet, seeing Cat Brother's appearance for the first time. He truly had a pair of cat ears, and his fur was white with black stripes, while his eyes were a dark golden color, quite large and somewhat cute. Cat Brother screamed, throwing the spoon away, snatching the slightly larger helmet back onto his head, and then scampering into his room, using all 4 limbs, forgetting about the food. Wang Yu felt he might have gone a bit too far, completely disregarding Cat Brother's feelings. She seemed even shyer than the initial Ball, needing the helmet for a sense of security. Or perhaps that helmet had some special significance. Wang Yu couldn't know for sure, frowned, and breathed out to check the system interface, as he had received relevant information when he got the helmet. Name: Spiritual Vision Guardian Cat, Helmet Limited Edition. Manufacturer: Four-Legged Fish Life Co. Ltd. Regulatory: Level I Civilian. Description: a helmet designed to protect the navigator. There are many similar products, but Four-Legged Fish Company has particularly strong technical reserves in this area, so even the lowest-end models can compete with mid-range models from other companies, embodying Four-Legged Fish's long-standing, high-cost performance route, making it a valuable yet affordable choice. Wearing it grants a 10 willpower protection, considered as an increase of 10 will attribute during protection and immunity to sanity damage below level 2. This is a limited edition cat helmet, extremely rare, very popular among certain groups, with a collection value far exceeding its practical value, capable of selling for a high price. It actually protects sanity. Wang Yu exclaimed, feeling that Cat Brother was even more mysterious. But he couldn't just snatch a child's belongings, he still had that much morality. Wang Yu took the tray into Cat Brother's room, found him curled up in the corner, and spent some effort to coax him out. Fortunately, Cat Brother didn't hold a grudge, and soon ate with the spoon as if nothing had happened, gradually mastering the correct way to hold the spoon under Wang Yu's guidance. He's quite clever. I just wonder how long it will take for him to learn to speak and write and wash his hands. Wang Yu murmured to himself as the fur on Cat Brother's hands and ears was completely different colors, not having been washed for who knows how many years. You eat here, don't cause trouble, don't steal food, do you understand? Cat Brother nodded, though whether he genuinely understood was unclear. Regardless, Wang Yu walked back to his room, preparing to discuss with Ball how to educate and guide Cat Brother. Additionally, he needed to give her a name. Cat Brother. Cat Kier, let's just go with this name, it sounds close enough, and it saves the hassle of renaming her again if she doesn't recognize it. Wang Yu entered the bathroom, where many parts of the floor had been opened, revealing the lines and pipes below, as well as a large amount of unknown black attachments resembling dried gel, similar to the black substances in the bridge and the onboard cabin. Ball was planning to remove part of the pipeline, then directly run it across the floor to connect a water tank with wastewater directed into the freshwater purification system in the living room to achieve circulation. Ball, is there anything I can help with? Wang Yu said, although Ball had noticed him as soon as he entered, she didn't react much. No. Ball's response was concise. I'm just sitting around doing nothing, learning a bit might come in handy someday, right? Wang Yu continued. Ball then paused, thought for a moment, and asked Wang Yu to collect some metal sheets and use the welding gun to make a large water tank to quickly set up the water circulation. All right. Wang Yu took the tools, prepared to search other rooms, but at that moment, he also mentioned Cat Kier's situation again. Cat Brother. You saw Cat Kier's situation. She's not a monster, but she might have been wild since childhood, similar to a child needing education and guidance to change her. But she's very dangerous. If she loses control, the consequences will be unimaginable, and danger is relative. Wang Yu interrupted Ball. Even on the deep space, even here, one can't claim absolute safety. Perhaps in the next second, Hijila's impact will arrive. This place, this universe, is actually filled with dangers everywhere. So what we need to do is unite all possible forces, utilize all available resources to potentially find a place to truly establish ourselves in this universe. Ball, I hope you can stand with me from the same perspective as I might be bearing such a mission. Wang Yu looked at Ball, his gaze intense, noticing her dissatisfaction and hostility towards Cat Kier, possibly out of caution or for other reasons. However, if he can educate Cat Kier well, with her physical qualities and abilities, she will become a tremendous asset, and what Wang Yu currently lacks is manpower. There are so few who can do things on board, and even Ball, who is nearly omnipotent, finds it difficult to manage in such an environment. Thus, guiding and educating Cat Kier is essential. She has already proven to be quite well behaved, having not caused any trouble so far. Goo. Ball averted her gaze, escaping from Wang Yu's stare, nodding slightly, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. All right, let's get to work. The sooner we finish, the sooner we might have time to play a couple of games tonight. A job like this involving pipes could actually use Cat Kier to help. Her claws can cut metal much better than an angle grinder. After eating, Cat Kier was naturally recruited by Wang Yu because the deep space does not keep idlers, including Captain Wang Yu himself. Under Cat Kier's terrifying claws, which resembled high molecular vibrating knives, the metal floor was hardly any tougher than foam, greatly improving the efficiency of the modifications. After tasting the benefits, Ball also began using sign language to instruct Cat Kier where to strike, gradually making Wang Yu the least needed one, as he really couldn't help much and was pushed out. Wang Yu, step back a bit, don't step here, right? Cat Kier, dig here, no need to dig too big, let me see how the pipes underneath are arranged. Ball said, and Wang Yu gradually stood more off to the side, almost being pushed out of the bathroom. Then I'll go find some usable metal sheets from other rooms to assemble a water tank. At this moment, Wang Yu remembered the task Ball had given him earlier. The latter waved her hand, repeatedly urging Wang Yu to hurry, while she continued instructing Cat Kier to work. Hiss. Why does it feel like something's not right? I seem to be becoming the most useless one. Wang Yu wondered, feeling inexplicably pressured. Fortunately, he was the captain, and only he could pilot the deep space. That wouldn't change otherwise. He could really easily lose his job. Wang Yu left the bathroom and walked alone into the corridor, preparing to sweep through these rooms in search of suitable materials. He remembered that there were metal partitions in these laboratories and studios. With a bit of cleaning and polishing, they could be repurposed as materials for constructing large water tanks. In the future, the water supply could rely on large water tanks, while other plastic containers could serve as backups and portable water storage. Wang Yu first entered the nearest laboratory to search, having already been through it once before, but this time with a different purpose. What if I also disassemble the control panel and something resembling a computer host to bring back for inspection? Wang Yu thought it was feasible and prepared to do both tasks simultaneously, his fully charged angle grinder already itching to start. 6 hours later. The corridor outside the captain's room was already piled high with pieces of scrap metal of various sizes and an assortment of objects resembling mainframes, with some electrical components even scattered on the ground. Wang Yu was nearly exhausted. He had not anticipated the difficulty of this task. The angle grinder had run out of battery, and he had changed the grinding discs 3 times. It should be noted that this angle grinder was acquired from the machine's servant and was far superior to those on Blue Star, as evidenced by its endurance. However, after an entire afternoon of work, he still had the bridge's control panel left to disassemble. He simply couldn't continue. He needed to take a break and catch his breath. Additionally, on the way to dismantle the materials, he recalled that there were several rooms whose doors could not be opened. Previously, he had no good way to address this, but now he had time and the claws of Wang Yu, so he could actually attempt to dismantle the doors. However, the door leading to other areas. Out of risk considerations, Wang Yu decided to wait until he had permission to open it, for the door itself was fine, of forcing it open might damage it. What if the door had an alarm and some aggressive creatures burst out from inside? The permissions set by the system might even be there to protect him, preventing him from accessing certain things too early. Wang Yu set down the last few steel plates and sat directly on the ground. Fortunately, I switched to powered armor halfway through, otherwise just moving would have exhausted me. My attributes are still too low. He couldn't help but complain, feeling a bit envious of Ball and Wang Yu. One was a robot that consumed electricity and required maintenance, a true embodiment of steel and iron, while the other was a super life form unafraid of vacuum, with claws that sliced through metal like cutting vegetables. Truly terrifying. Damn, no wonder the system rates humans as being highly reliant on technology. How could they not be? It's simply too weak. He exhaled and checked the panel. Fortunately, this series of activities had also brought unexpected gains, as his physical attributes had finally broken through, reaching 6 points, already surpassing the human average. However, the next level still seemed far away, requiring 200 points of experience, then 400. Feeling that a physical attribute of 7 would place him on par with top athletes, the kind who win gold medals in competitive events. Wang Yu sat in the corridor for a while before getting up to head to the captain's room, as it was almost dinner time. As soon as he opened the door, a wave of aroma rushed toward him. Not the enticing smell of delicious cat food, but the scent of oil frying, filling the entire room and compelling Wang Yu to quickly walk toward the bedroom. The messy room inside had been cleared out by Ball earlier and had now become a temporary kitchen, with cooking oil, salt, sugar, and other seasonings placed here. However, the conditions were limited. One couldn't hope for a range hood or smoked ducks. The cooking was done on a simple induction cooker, along with a table moved in from the living room. At that moment in the kitchen, Ball and Wang Yu were both squeezed in. The former wore an apron, frying patties in oil, golden and flaky, clearly looking appetizing. Wang Yu was intently staring at the patties, almost pressing her helmet against the counter. One could imagine the expression she had at that moment. "Are we eating so well today?" Wang Yu suddenly spoke up, attracting their attention. Kier performed really well today. She deserves a reward, and one of the patties was made by her. Impressive, right? Ball looked over at Wang Yu and said, while Wang Yu also turned to look at him. Had their relationship improved so much in just one afternoon? Wang Yu felt surprised and noticed that one of the patties inside had a slightly different shape. How should he put it? It was thicker and larger than the others, like the king among the patties. But such a patty once fully cooked inside would likely burn on the outside, right? This must be Mao Qir's creation, and for a first attempt it was quite good. If Wang Yu were to make it, that patty might not even be round. He was self-aware about that. Mao Qir was watching closely, partly to see if the one she made was done. 15 minutes later, dinner was ready. Wang Yu and Mao Qir each had 3 patties along with some protein paste as supplementary nutrition. The filling of the patties consisted of some dried meat soaked in water and freeze-dried vegetables, which were adequately seasoned. Wang Yu quickly devoured one, having been busy all afternoon and feeling quite hungry. However, why did this large blackened patty end up on his plate? Wang Yu looked at Ball, then at Mao Qir, who was eagerly watching him, feeling a sense of conspiracy. That was specially made for you by Qir. Hurry up and try it, Ball urged, though his smile gave off a sense of schadenfreude. Do we have any stomach medicine up here? Not that exaggerated. I taught her how to make it well. Ball replied, somewhat dissatisfied. All right. Wang Yu conceded, taking the large patty and shoving it into his mouth. To his surprise, aside from the slightly bitter shell, the inside was quite crispy and the seasoning was fine. After all, Ball had controlled the filling and cooking time, so it couldn't be too unappetizing. Wang Yu finished the patty in a few bites and gave Mao Qir a thumbs up, indicating it wasn't bad. In the evening, the three began constructing the large water tank. Since the pipes had already been connected and even the floor had been restored, their efficiency was unusually high. However, due to limited space, the water tank could ultimately only be placed in Wang Yu's bedroom, which didn't matter much. After all, to Wang Yu, the bedroom was merely a sleeping place, and he had no particular regard for decoration. The group began to piece together the metal plates they had brought back. Wang Yu was responsible for removing rust with the angle grinder. Ball handled the design and welding, while Mao Qir was tasked with cutting according to Bao's dimensions. In just an hour and a half, a water tank capable of holding 2 tons of freshwater was completed. Although there remained risks of rust, the metal material on this spaceship was still quite good, so it shouldn't need to be worried about in the short term. By then, any rust might be replaced with new containers. This was only a temporary solution for a while. After finishing up, Wang Yu and Ball discussed extracting information from the mainframe and control panel's hard drives, planning to officially start tomorrow, as they had already been busy all day. Before bed, Wang Yu and Ball started playing games. After all, they couldn't have no entertainment at all. Interstellar travel could be long and tedious, and prolonged exposure might even lead to mental illnesses akin to the confinement experienced on submarines. Thus, the light brain they brought also came pre-installed with several games, including a fighting game, Rabbit Domination 15. Damn, Wang Yu suffered another 10 consecutive defeats, but he was now often able to take away half of Bao's health. Can't you secretly let me win just once? He looked at Ball, whose face was beaming with joy from victory, protesting. If you beg me, I might let you win a match. Ball grinned, openly humiliating him. Wang Yu clenched his fists, but he couldn't lose his dignity, ultimately not backing down, and instead looked at Mao Qir, who had been squatting behind and watching. Mao Qir, do you want to give it a try? I can teach you how to play. Wang Yu had found a weaker opponent and issued a duel invitation. The next day, Wang Yu woke up early, for he needed to activate the self-discipline talent and could not afford to oversleep. Moreover, he had rested quite well, having won numerous games against someone who couldn't even hold a controller properly, nearly driving himself to victory. Though somewhat shameless, he was earnestly teaching the other party, hoping to cultivate a worthy and formidable opponent. He stepped out of his bedroom and saw that Mao Qir was still playing games, momentarily stunned, thinking that she couldn't have stayed up all night. He nearly forgot that Mao Qir's awareness was akin to that of a child. Her self-control was her weak point, and he had forgotten to supervise her the night before. Wang Yu walked over and glanced at the screen, discovering that Mao Qir was battling a level 9 AI, executing a dazzling combo to finish it off, even more fluid than his own manual controls, just in time to secure the kill. Wang Yu suddenly recalled a fact: he seemed to be evenly matched with the level 9 AI. No, it was more like a 4-6 situation. But Mao Qir, no, Mao Gu seemed to have taken down the level 9 AI with barely a scratch. Come. Mao Qir noticed Wang Yu clapping her hands, and then pointing to another controller, seemingly inviting her coach Wang Yu to assess the results of her all-night practice. Mao Qir, you should go to sleep now. You can't play games all the time. If you do, you'll become useless. Wang Yu admonished sternly, snatching the controller from her hands and sending Mao Qir back to her room. The bed inside was clearly tidied up, very clean. It was evident that it was Bao's handiwork. She was quite capable. Get into bed, and they'll call you for dinner when you wake up, Wang Yu said, having reduced the use of sign language in their communication, which would help Mao Qir gradually master the language. Though she was somewhat reluctant, Mao Qir had to comply with Wang Yu's sternness, mumbling a couple of phrases before obediently lying down on the bed, while Wang Yu helped cover her with a blanket. Her body hair is a bit dirty. I'll have Ball give her a bath when I have the time. Wang Yu thought to himself as he walked out just in time to see the game paused on Rabbit Boss 15, turning it off and deciding to focus more on serious matters in the future. By the way, where's Ball? Wang Yu frowned, slightly glanced into the kitchen, but found no sign of Ball, then turned back to the bedroom to retrieve a walkie-talkie from underneath the pillow and called for Ball. I'm on the bridge. I need to investigate the data on the hard drive, and am currently attempting to do so. Oh, then he'll come over now. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu finally felt relieved, casually grabbing a protein bar for breakfast before preparing to head over to meet her. Inside the bridge. Sorry, Wang Yu. I thought the information in the console might be more important, so I took the liberty to come here. I intended to return once I finished, but the decryption is more challenging than I anticipated, causing delays until now. Ball looked at Wang Yu, an apologetic expression on her face. It's fine as long as nothing happened. But please let me know in advance next time to avoid acting alone, because this ship is not that safe. Wang Yu stated, which was indeed the truth. He might be fine, but if someone unfamiliar with Ball like a certain pig or some other odd individuals were lurking around the ship, it could become dangerous. At this moment, Ball was sitting on the floor with her eyes glowing like lights, data continuously scrolling past, and her skin had taken on a very rosy hue. It was Wang Yu's first time seeing Ball in such a state. She had pulled out the cable from the back of her head. He wasn't sure if it was a modified interface or a direct connection, but it was linked to the motherboard below the console, with the black material above stripped away and lights even glowing within. It seemed that while Ball was decrypting, she was also supplying power to the motherboard of the console. This ship's security system is very advanced. Fortunately, the entire system is in offline mode, which significantly reduces the difficulty of decryption. However, decryption still requires a quantum decoder to breach the firewall. I have integrated relevant functions in my body and am attempting it. It should take about half an hour to finish. However, due to the stringent security system, there may be information lost during the brute force decryption process. Additionally, the state of the hard drive is not good, so don't hold out too much hope. I can only try my best to restore it. Ball explained. Wang Yu nodded, though he didn't fully understand. But he wouldn't force Ball to do what she couldn't, or as long as she tried her best, that was enough. He looked at the captain's chair in the center. It hadn't changed much since he last left. Though it resembled a living entity, it could still be considered an object and wouldn't attack other targets. Wang Yu exercised lightly for half an hour right there until Ball stopped her movements, retracted the cable, and stood up from the floor. So did you find any valuable information? Wang Yu asked, and Ball nodded. Yes, the main language used in this ship's system is also Mandarin, which greatly reduces the difficulty of organizing the information. I'm currently sorting it out, and soon it can be transmitted to the light brain for you to review these materials. Ball said, indicating that the results were quite good, even though it had taken longer than expected. Are you sure there's no problem? Your skin is still very red, and so are your ears. Wang Yu reminded her, while she immediately touched her own face, feeling a bit embarrassed. This is all for heat dissipation. The decoding process consumes a lot of computational power. I'm all alone and have no other means to cool down, so it ended up like this. Don't laugh at me. Ball protested, unhappily, looking quite adorable with her flushed appearance. Wang Yu couldn't help but smile even without realizing it. As long as she was fine, that was all that mattered. The two of them walked towards the captain's room, ready to check the harvest from this trip. After entering the captain's cabin, Bear did not immediately transfer the data. Instead, he began rummaging through the luggage storage area and took out a black triangular prism-shaped object to hand it to Wang Yu. He recognized it as Bear's spare battery, which, aside from the one inside, had 3 additional ones, each capable of sustaining Bear's normal activities for over 30 days. Name: high-pressure solid-state metal battery for puppet machines. Manufacturer linked to technology. Regulatory level I. Civilian description: a high-energy chemical fuel cell that uses solid electrolytes under high-pressure conditions as a storage medium, with a shell constructed from a composite material of synthetic diamond and titanium alloy mesh, ensuring strength while preventing fuel leakage. Its energy density is over 100 times that of traditional chemical fuel cells and can undergo over 5,000 deep cycles. Although the structural design essentially eliminates the possibility of thermal runaway if the battery casing is damaged during impact, it could still result in an explosion. It could even explode. Help me change the battery. There's less than 1 power left. Charging now would delay things. Bear said, leaving Wang Yu utterly confused. He had no idea how to change a battery for a puppet machine. This was beyond his expertise. Where was it supposed to be installed? Bear didn't care about that, and simply sat down on the ground, lifting his hair from the back of his head, pulling down his collar to expose his back. On his gray-white skin, faint silver lines could be seen embedded within, resembling tattoos, but they were actually the circuits under his skin. These circuits gathered at a central location just below his neck, where there was a small shield-shaped block with a metal frame engraved with Bear's identification number, K44795482. Don't just stand there, quickly take out the battery compartment. If you delay any longer, it will run out of power. Oh, right away. Wang Yu understood, or at least he thought he did. It should be this shield-shaped block. He attempted to open it, and then... it hurts. Don't pry it with your nails, it's a button. There's a mechanical switch inside. Just press and hold for over 10 seconds. Oh, sorry. He'll press it now? Wang Yu was a bit flustered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, sensing an inexplicable rise in temperature, as if the air conditioning were on. He followed instructions and pressed the small block, confirming that there was indeed a mechanical structure beneath the outer skin that required a long press. It also needed cooperation and confirmation from Bear, making it nearly impossible to open by mistake. After pressing for a full 10 seconds, the shield-shaped block finally popped out, revealing a battery compartment about 15 centimeters in length, which brought out a significant amount of cold air upon opening, likely used for temperature control while the battery operated. Wang Yu took the battery off, initially worried about reversing the positive and negative terminals. However, the design of the battery compartment included an anti-reversal latch, making it easy to install. He directly replaced it with the new battery, pressed the block, and the battery compartment successfully closed. All done, it's good to go. Since the battery compartment is on my back, I couldn't replace it well, so I had to trouble you. Bear stood up and took the battery Wang Yu had removed. Not a trouble at all. Wang Yu smiled while scratching his head, feeling that the puppet machine really was quite advanced with such a precise mechanical structure. There was an inexplicable allure to it. After inserting the replaced battery back into the charger, Bear approached the light brain, took out a wire hidden in his wrist, and began transferring data, resulting in organized files and folders appearing on the desktop. There were quite a few, including star maps, inventory lists, records of personnel in and out, crew profiles, email logs, system logs, and some scattered documents and images. Wang Yu eagerly opened and checked, discovering that many contents were missing, blacked out, or garbled. He then looked at Bear. The hard drive's preservation status is poor, information is missing, and there are permission restrictions. Information accessible through public permissions is relatively easy to decipher, but data related to privacy and security is much more challenging. I have tried my best to decode and organize it, but missing information is unavoidable. Bear explained. I see. Wang Yu nodded, not fully understanding computer programming, as it was entirely a different realm. He continued to examine the extracted information. Can these star maps be linked to our current location? No, there are no star maps that correspond with our coordinates. This may be due to activities of Higra and will need to be verified slowly later. Then I'll trouble you with that. Wang Yu clicked through each document, and in the inventory list it mentioned the Fian 1 landing module purchased from the Interstellar Trading Station store with a price tag of 19999 credit points, which didn't seem cheap. I didn't see the Heretic Crusher in the list. Isn't that thing from the deep space ship? Wang Yu wondered, flipping through the list again. It mainly included living supplies and purchased instruments as well as collected samples, but personal items were not recorded, possibly due to insufficient permissions or logged elsewhere. The Chuyun series of scientific research vessels. This ship was originally a product of the Four-Legged Fish Company. Wang Yu found the information about this ship, but felt it no longer matched the current deep space ship. Then there were records of personnel in and out which held little value, as it was unclear how long ago the data was from, just a name and ID, without indicating who they referred to. However, it seemed that there were no records of Cat Brother entering or exiting, as all the races were marked as human. Lastly, there were crew profiles, email logs, and system logs, and information related to privacy and security had been almost entirely blacked out, revealing only that the total number of crew members aboard this ship was over 50, which was very close to Wang Yu's earlier guess. However, through Bear's efforts, some valuable content was still extracted, preserved in the form of scattered text records and images. For instance, a video of the operation of the super heavy field fusion engine, which Wang Yu was seeing for the first time. Its structure resembled a dazzling small sun, with several rings floating and rotating around it, and he couldn't quite understand the principle behind its operation. But from the textual description, this thing was likely controlled by a gravitational field to constrain the nuclear fusion reaction process, somewhat similar to a star. Thus, this was also a form of controllable nuclear fusion, but the difficulty was far greater than the magnetic confinement scheme, entirely a technology that only existed in dreams, and it had been easily miniaturized. From the image, the entire engine seemed to be less than 2.5 meters tall. This engine was incredibly valuable, with astronomical figures required for repairs, and he wasn't quite sure where it was located on the ship, but repairing it would definitely not be an easy task. In addition, there were some blurry photos, all taken by the ship's internal cameras of the crew members. Their value was low, but the person in this picture is nearly 3 meters tall. Are you sure it's not mistaken? At least 2.5 meters. Wang Yu pointed at the shadowy figure in the picture, also one of the crew members, as they wore the same color uniform. From a genetic perspective, the creator That is, the long-eared people wouldn't grow this tall under natural conditions, but the image is somewhat blurry. Perhaps they were wearing powered armor. Bear deduced, but Wang Yu did not agree. He felt that the silhouette in the picture looked somewhat familiar, suspecting it was the former Hammer brother as he had always been so robust. Wang Yu and Bear continued to examine and browse through the fragmented information and soon made a discovery pointed out by Bear. Otherwise, if it were Wang Yu, he would probably have overlooked this video recorded in the cafeteria. The valuable information was posted on a notice on the wall, inconspicuous and easily ignored. However, after Bear's reminder and further enlargement, the content of the notice made Wang Yu serious at once, for it was titled Subspace Navigation Guidelines. Before entering subspace, do not linger in the corridor. Ensure you are in a relatively enclosed room. Close the door and avoid getting lost in the chaotic currents of subspace. 2. Before entering subspace, please confirm the number of crew members and ensure that you can contact each other. If there is an abnormality in the number of personnel during the voyage, do not panic. Immediately conduct a self-check and identify any intruders, as the target may be the chaotic information entities, evil spirits in subspace. Stay vigilant and eliminate the threat or leave subspace as soon as safety is ensured. These information entities typically dissipate and collapse rapidly after exiting subspace due to the lack of real-world anchor points. During subspace navigation, if you encounter knocking calls for help or any similar events, do not pay attention and wait for them to disappear, as all doors on the ship have a self-recognition system. If you have permission, there will be no situation where the doors cannot be opened. 4. During subspace navigation, the space within the ship may extend or expand, such as corridors changing direction, additional paths that were not previously there, or extra rooms appearing. Do not enter these expanded spaces to avoid getting lost in the chaotic currents of subspace. Remember the correct rooms and paths and mark them in advance. 5. If you accidentally get caught in the chaotic currents of subspace, do not panic. Immediately return along the original path. If you cannot return, ensure your safety as much as possible. Strive to survive and look for opportunities to escape the turbulence. 6. After escaping the turbulence, you may find yourself on another ship navigating through subspace. At this time, do not conflict with the crew on board. Immediately state your identity and accept supervision until you exit subspace. According to the Interstellar United Management Regulations, you will be extradited back to your own planet, ship, or other place of belonging. 7. During subspace navigation, there may be subspace creatures or even information entities intruding, requiring personnel to patrol and remain vigilant. Do not communicate with these creatures and information entities. Eliminate them as quickly as possible to prevent further damage to the ship's structure, and after removing the danger, implement the highest standard of purification measures. If you encounter a lost person asking for help, you must judge their authenticity on your own. The guidelines do not provide any reference opinions. 8. During subspace navigation, except for the navigator, all exploration and perception of the outer space of the ship are prohibited. Be sure to turn off all sensors before entering subspace and keep them off until you exit. 9. After exiting subspace, a thorough sweep of the ship must be conducted to ensure the elimination of all subspace creatures and information entities. 10. If any crew member exhibits abnormal behavior, remain calm and isolate yourself and them, as the abnormality could also be within yourself. Treatment should be conducted after leaving subspace. Note this guideline consists of 10 articles, all written in black font. If any changes in color, font, or the number of guidelines are observed, simply ignore them. Wang Yu felt increasingly alarmed as he read, recalling his experiences upon arrival. Many things suddenly made sense. Why did the corridor seem shorter? Why did it seem that a few rooms were missing? Why was Brother Hammer patrolling? Why did a creature like the light lizard suddenly appear on the ship? All of this was influenced by subspace. Even the reason Wang Yu found himself on the deep space was perhaps also due to subspace. What exactly is this subspace? Why is it so eerie? Wang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, feeling a headache after reading through it. Because soon they would also plunge into subspace, leaving this star domain. If these guidelines were overlooked, it would be quite possible that he wouldn't even know how he died. Subspace navigation. This should be a technology invented to break through the lightspeed barrier, relatively advanced, and we have not mastered the relevant technology, not even knowing what subspace is, let alone explaining it. Bear also shook his head, looking at these 10 guidelines with a look of confusion even greater than Wang Yu's. However, the emergence of these guidelines brought another possibility regarding the origin of Malkir. Malkir likely came from the chaotic currents of subspace, possibly having accidentally wandered onto the deep space and then captured by the crew on board. As for the deep space, this ship probably became what it is now due to some accident during a subspace navigation. We need to take advantage of this time to prepare everything that needs to be done, especially the preparations to enter subspace. It's best to mark the doors to avoid going the wrong way. Wang Yu planned in his heart as the outline of the preparation plan gradually formed in his mind. They actually held a significant advantage because patrol duties could be assigned to Brother Hammer and the handling of bodies could be left to Brother Pig. A large part of the risk was essentially shared by these two brothers, and they only needed to manage themselves. But how exactly does subspace navigation work? It said that a navigator is needed, but where do we find a navigator? Wang Yu looked at Bear, who was staring back with wide eyes as if to say, "You are the owner of this ship. Why are you asking me?" However, the term navigator seemed familiar to Wang Yu. He remembered it was on Maokir's helmet. But he did not believe that Maokir could be a navigator. That helmet undoubtedly belonged to someone else. However, he might be able to borrow it and then try to navigate. In any case, once the subspace channel is open, we will know once we enter. Wang Yu added. After all, they had no choice. They must escape this star domain, fleeing the influence range of the demon star Higra, and subspace navigation was the only way. The time came to noon. Wang Yu continued his physical training as usual. Bear was checking the computer host and control panel mainboard that Wang Yu had brought back earlier, looking for any valuable information to complete the intelligence. The condition of these items overall was worse than that of the control panel in the bridge. The black substance in the bridge, although looking disgusting, actually provided a relatively stable environment by encapsulating the electronic components, so the overall condition was somewhat better. After examining for quite a while, Bear managed to find a somewhat valuable photo, which was a group photo of the crew of the deep space taken during an activity with decent clarity, including a total of 53 people, the captain included. Among them, the captain was a young man wearing glasses, looking refined. And Brother Hammer. He was indeed a giant. The insignia on his uniform was different from the other crew members, indicating he was likely a security captain. He stood over 7 meters tall with a resolute face and a robust physique, although he could not be compared to the current Brother Hammer. Then the person resembling Brother Pig was also found, likely the ship's head chef, or a similar role, a rather stout individual wearing a clean chef's hat and an apron tied around his chest, appearing somewhat shy. In any case, he seemed like a friendly person, quite different from the current Brother Pig, but it seemed there were no other candidates resembling Brother Pig. Most of the other members, including the captain, were likely no longer present. He's so strong, could he have undergone body modifications? In fact, the creator had conducted similar research during past wars called the Super Soldier Program, but it was ultimately halted due to ethical issues. Bear said, staring at the photo for a long time, arriving at a conclusion that was relatively convincing. Physical modification. Wang Yu stared at the photograph of Chue-Gu and felt the possibility was high. This place seemed governed by science and theory. No amount of mere exercise could make someone as massive as Chue-Gu. Innate limits capped the ceiling. Those transmigration tales that invoke chi or magic aside, the notion that fitness training alone could grant mountain-moving strength was simply absurd. No matter how he trained, he could push his grip to the limit. Breaking past 100 kilograms was conceivable, and with talent, it might go even higher. But however he trained, even with drugs and the so-called 9-dragon strength, a 1-ton grip was impossible. Human physiology would not permit it. It would have to be equipment to grow stronger, or bodily modification, or mastering Ling energy, spiritual energy. He pondered paths to greater strength and had not abandoned the ambition to become a formidable warrior. His claims aboard the ship had not been idle boasts. Keep training. The body is the prime capital. A solid foundation never fails, Wang Yu thought. He trained another hour that afternoon and then went to the corridor to ask Bear about combat techniques. They had no cold weapons with them, but tools from the toolbox. Knives, wrenches, screwdrivers, even an angle grinder could serve as arms. Fists and feet were weapons too. While their damage was limited, good blocks and nimble movement could create openings for counterattacks, including shooting back. Thus the two sparred for nearly half an hour. Several times Wang Yu was subdued or tripped by Bear, but he suffered no real injury. Their force control was excellent. Their practice was cut short for another reason. Maokir woke up and went begging for food. 3 weeks later, life aboard the Shinkong How had settled, everything proceeded with steady order. Wang Yu activated the talent self-discipline life again, finished his day's training, and began to review his gains. Body 6-42200. Willpower 9-3571600. Reflexes 6-15200. Immunity 5-31100. Inspiration 7-24940. Growth remained slow overall. Reflexes had just reached level 6, still far from 7. By contrast, willpower and inspiration had gained considerably, a result of his recent frequent connections with the Shinkong Hao. Until he fully adapted to that link, those two attributes were unlikely to hit a bottleneck. Their growth rate would likely remain respectable. Other attributes were harder to improve without a breakthrough. They would have to be trained slowly. Wang Yu drank some water and looked at the tuber that had already sprouted green shoots. In his spare moments, he liked to watch them. These days, Bear had added a shading treatment. essentially a layer of black film to create darkness. The green shoots above could still receive light for photosynthesis. In this gravity environment, hydroponics was far easier since plants would naturally grow upward without manual guidance. A rapidly growing tuber like this would yield a harvest in roughly 35 days, so in about 2 weeks, they could enjoy fresh space potatoes. Mashed potatoes, hash browns, fries. Just thinking about them made his mouth water. These past days had been all flour jerky and protein paste. He was nearly sick of it. Although Bear was a good cook who varied the dish's limited seasonings, just salt and sugar, made everything cloying if eaten too often. He wished they'd brought some canned meat. Wang Yu fantasized about how to prepare those potatoes while watching them slowly grow. With better conditions, he would raise chickens too. Eggs and meat would be a welcome luxury and a start to space farming. Come play. A girl's voice, imperfect and like someone newly learning to speak, sounded. Not Bear's. Wang Yu looked and saw Malkir, who spoke a few broken Chinese words with a pitifully small vocabulary. At the sight of her, his head throbbed. Malkir was obedient and formidable in combat. She alone could handle 3 Wang yes. Whether in or out of game, she showed talent and was by no means dull. But learning was a nightmare. Neither he nor Bear could get far with her. She could scrawl a few clumsy characters and understand simple sentences. That was her current limit. Teaching was a painful task, especially when the pupil struggled. He and Bear took turns every night giving Malkir lessons, teaching a little, so she would not remain a wild beast. No. Too many games make you stupid, Wang Yu said flatly. Liar. Bear's sister is not stupid. Malkir protested, meaning that Bear was good at games and therefore not stupid. She accused Wang Yu of lying. Her logic was not bad, only her expressive ability was lacking. Solve this mixed addition and subtraction problem, and I'll play with you. Wang Yu tossed out a question. The same homework Malkir had failed on the previous night. Malkir mumbled in discontent, turned her head away, and fell silent for a moment, then suddenly blurted out, Wang Yu super weak. Kir's super strong. It was a taunt at his gaming skills. Remarkably, though she could not do simple arithmetic, she instinctively knew how to provoke. Wang yes, I twitched, and a cruel smile tugged his lips. He decided to humble her arrogance and show her how harsh the world could be. He took the controller, entered a string of cryptic commands, selected the question mark character, and began a match in Tuba 15. It was actually a hidden cheat code Bear had secretly installed for him in recent days. It could summon the story mode final boss to play. Wang Yu had practiced with it and had become nearly invincible. Every touch felt lethal, and even successful blocks drained considerable health. Thus, he finally pulled off a counterkill and secured 5 consecutive wins, admittedly by shady means. Wang Yu liar. Malkir fumed, her wrinkled nose visible through the helmet glass. Her verbal blows bounced off Wang yes' wall-like composure and meant nothing to him. What lie? This is my skill, all right. The victor writes the rules. If you lose, you accept it. You? Wang Yu. Idiot. Malkir could not parse complex phrases, but she gleaned the gist from his tone and expression. She wanted to accuse him of cheating, shamelessness, and the like, but her limited vocabulary left her unable to express the attack precisely. She was so furious at Wang yes' indifferent smirk and mocking tone that she seemed on the verge of inventing new words. Little one, you can't handle me now. Wang Yu was in a good mood. The frustration built up from earlier losses had evaporated, and he began to wonder what to have for dinner. 3 weeks had passed once again. Wang Yu finally enjoyed the pleasure of eating fries and hash browns, which tasted absolutely delightful, though it was unfortunate that he forgot to bring ketchup and hot sauce. A significant oversight. This could not be blamed on Ball, as he considered what supplies to bring from a survival perspective, where seasonings and spices were not prioritized, being merely luxuries that enhance quality of life. However, when they reached the next planet, he would definitely bring back some seasonings, or even snacks if given the chance. Eating was truly vital. While Ball as a robot might not sense this, Wang Yu felt that constantly consuming bland food might not lead to starvation, but it could very well diminish his expectations and joy for life. Moreover, during this period, Malkir had not called for Wang Yu to spar in games again, often wearing a sulky expression, thankfully not huffing in his direction. This prompted Wang Yu to reflect on whether he had been too harsh, as the other party's cognition and behavior were akin to that of a 6- or 7-year-old child. There was truly no need to be overly serious. I need to find an opportunity to ease the relationship. While Wang Yu was pondering this, he suddenly received a challenge. Come play. Malkir handed over a controller while Wang Yu was still doing push-ups. Are you sure? I won't go easy on you. Wang Yu replied, and Malkir nodded seriously. The fighting resumed. Wang Yu once again summoned the final boss as his character and began fighting Malkir, only to feel something was off as he was defeated by her in the very first round. The latter was astonishingly familiar with the boss moves, clearly having practiced, and had even prepared for this for quite some time. The only possible practice partner could be Ball. It couldn't possibly be Thor, considering there were only a few people here. These two had actually banded together behind his back to take him on. After a dozen minutes, Wang Yu undoubtedly faced a 3-game losing streak. To the victor belong the spoils. Wang Yu is weak, you still need practice. Mao Qier mocked him playfully, causing Wang Yu to suppress a chuckle. It was obvious that Ball had trained her. He turned to look at the mastermind behind this as Ball was also watching the match and even chuckled. You go play with her, but if you have time, teach her some things outside of games as well, Wang Yu said with a smile, not minding it, and got up to head towards the bridge. They'll go with you, Ball said. There's no need, you stay here and keep Mao Qier company. I've explored this level dozens of times. All the locked doors have been opened by Mao Qier, so there's no danger here, Wang Yu said as he left the captain's room, for it was time to check and adjust the course of the deep space. In the past few days, he had confirmed things with Ball, and had even used the light brain to calculate and simulate the subsequent routes, which were already clear in his mind. He just needed to adjust them step by step. The deep space was about to approach the planet closest to the star, being captured by its gravity, and would orbit around it until reaching the most suitable position to open the hyperspace channel. Thus, this week might be the last period they stayed in this star system. Wang Yu walked down the corridor, deliberately taking a longer route to reach the sunlit side of the side corridor. The light here was very bright, but the temperature was not very high, around 20 degrees, indicating that the special glass material of this layer had strong heat insulation and radiation protection effects, which was almost standard for spaceships. However, it was indeed dazzlingly bright. Looking directly at it could likely injure one's eyes, so Wang Yu wore goggles. From this angle, the planet closest to the star appeared as if it were being scorched with the light side, even showing faint glowing spots with some areas connecting in lines, possibly molten lava or something similar. The backside was pitch black, but due to the lack of atmosphere, the temperature likely dropped to below 0 degrees, creating a scene of two extremes, a hellish landscape. Such planets are unlikely to nurture life. At least carbon-based organisms and organic life forms cannot survive, and Wang Yu had yet to encounter other forms of existing life. He observed the planet, and the reason he made a special trip to take a look was that he had been pondering a question. If a civilization is advanced enough and has a sufficiently high level of technology, then could they ignore the habitability of most planets and forcibly colonize them, just like the planet before him? Then they could terraform the planet's atmospheric environment to enhance its habitability, even establishing closed ecological urban circles, which is entirely feasible, and there exists such a civilization. The civilization behind the deep space essentially meets these conditions. Yet the system requires Wang Yu to search for habitable planets, but the universe, shouldn't it be filled with habitable planets transformed by advanced civilizations? This presents a contradiction, creating a paradox, because advanced civilizations do exist, yet habitable planets still need to be sought after. Wang Yu had been contemplating this issue for several days, discussing it with Ball, and even contacted Sophia for a conversation. The conclusions drawn from the discussions pointed in the same direction, that advanced civilizations have tacitly chosen not to do so, which is why life in the universe remains scarce and habitable planets are pitifully few. Additionally, there are several angles of interpretation, such as the universe being too vast and boundless, placing them in a remote and desolate area, hence there are no colonies of advanced civilizations. Or perhaps the costs of doing so are too high with little gain. Furthermore, it could be that all these advanced civilizations have perished, or the vast majority of them have been lost, possibly due to wars or disasters with malevolent gods like the demon star Hydra wreaking havoc, ultimately leading to the current state of the universe. Wang Yu personally leans towards the latter interpretation, but for now he still needs more clues and information to support this. The door to the bridge opened. Wang Yu walked in, heading straight for the captain's chair. After countless connections, Wang Yu had long since grown accustomed to the operations, becoming adept at a series of actions. The connection time was also getting longer, resembling a desensitization process. He plopped down into the chair, which enveloped him once again, while the deep space sailing through the void awakened, with control passing to Wang Yu. The entire ship began to turn, preparing to enter the target planet's orbit. Afterward, he would adjust the speed, modify the altitude of the orbit, move to the dark side, and reach the position where the star's gravity overlapped. At that point, the deep space could open the hyperspace portal and officially depart. Everything was proceeding according to plan. But as the deep space completed the designated orbital calibration, just as Wang Yu prepared to rise and leave, a sudden sense of crisis arose, as if an attack were imminent. This was not Wang Yu's premonition, but rather the deep space's intuition, transmitted synchronously due to the connection. The danger was coming from behind. From a great distance. All the eyes on the surface of the deep space trembled as they looked back, only to be engulfed by an invisible wave, the impact coming from the demon star Hydra. The deep space vessel was struck by an earthquake. More precisely, the entire ship suffered an impact from an unknown energy. Bar and Mao Qier in the captain's room noticed the anomaly almost immediately. Lightweight objects such as the plates on the table quickly fell during the tremor, crashing to the ground, but remaining undamaged, as they were made of metal. In contrast, a small piece of glass on the operational hydroponics pod inexplicably shattered, causing the misted nutrient solution inside to leak along with several sprouting tubers. Bar hurriedly tried to save important items to prevent unnecessary losses from the impact, with the most crucial and fragile being the light brain, which she secured in her hands immediately. The impact lasted nearly 5 seconds before ceasing. When it ended, the captain's room was in disarray, resembling the aftermath of a typhoon, but fortunately the chaos did not amount to significant losses. Malkier stood up immediately after the impact, having heard the sharp noise that resembled a mountain's roar or a tsunami, her body trembling uncontrollably as she quickly curled up and hid in a corner. This series of actions was as fluid as flowing water, executed with remarkable familiarity, almost becoming a conditioned reflex. Afterward, Malkier began to vomit on the floor, unusually removing her helmet. The contents were primarily remnants of her lunch, with even a few strands of noticeable crimson mixed in, indicating that her body had been affected. However, Bar did not linger. She instructed Malkier to stay put while she dashed out towards the bridge, concerned about the situation with Wang Yu. Several seconds later, the metallic gate of the bridge opened and Bar rushed in, hearing faint sounds of muffled coughing from inside. Wang Yu had just stepped down from the captain's chair, having endured a dual ordeal of hunger and impact. He was now numb all over, slumped before the chair, unable to rise for a long time. Wang Yu, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort in your body? Bar jogged over to Wang Yu's side, helping him to sit upright. Cough. I'm fine, much better than last time. Right now I just feel terribly hungry and want to eat the big pancakes you make. Wang Yu said with a bitter smile, noting that he had not lost consciousness from the impact, nor had any bleeding from his mouth or nose, indeed a marked improvement from his previous experience. However, this was merely superficial. In reality, the purple blotches in Wang Yu's vision were invading like living creatures, causing him to see things in patches of purple and normalcy, even writhing, making him feel nauseous. This was likely the torment that old Bren could not withstand before his death. Wang Yu forced himself to ignore the discomfort, and slowly his vision began to clear. Additionally, there were diseases brought on by the impact. Many of these ailments are nearly impossible to detect by the patients themselves, especially in the early to mid-stages, which is why many diseases are diagnosed as terminal once discovered. Wang Yu, you need a comprehensive examination. The deep space vessel lacks the necessary conditions, so we must return to the machine star for a visit. And Malkier, she needs it too. Bar said seriously, her expression earnest, but Wang Yu shook his head in refusal. No. You know well that the frequency of impacts from Hydra is becoming more frequent, so we cannot turn back. The next time might be even worse, or we may not be able to leave at all. This might be our last chance to escape this starfield. I don't want to be trapped here. Wang Yu stated, maintaining his basic judgment despite the possibility of illness. But we will figure it out in the next starfield. Oh, I will be fine in the short term. By then we can seek help from other civilizations or go to the interstellar trading post where conditions will surely be better. I might not even be sick. Look at me now, I feel fine, just hungry, which is a side effect of connecting with the deep space vessel. Wang Yu stood up, proving that he was in decent condition. Bar remained silent, realizing that Wang Yu was right, and that her judgment had been impaired by the emotional simulator. Upon further reflection, she found herself unable to contest Wang Yu's judgment. At times, the decisions made by organic life forms can be colder and more decisive than those of computer algorithms, almost instinctual. How is Malkier doing? Wang Yu shifted the topic, inquiring about Cat Brother. She has also been affected, but it's hard to say exactly how. Her physique is quite unique, and certain common ailments may not affect her at all, but we need to wait for the examination report, which we cannot obtain under current conditions. Bar explained, recounting the situation in the captain's room, and mentioning that Malkier had not lost consciousness. Wang Yu suspected that the helmet had provided a protective effect. Combined with Cat Brother's superhuman physical constitution, there was indeed less cause for concern. Additionally, the hydroponics pod had a breach that needed repairing, but it wasn't a major issue. The freshwater circulation system was intact, and the light brain was fine, though they needed to check the external telescope and various sensors for any potential impact. The two made their way to the captain's room, with Wang Yu appearing to act as if nothing were wrong. In reality, his body showed no significant signs of discomfort. However, at the core, Wang Yu was aware of whether his body had sustained any issues as he had the system. His health limit had dropped to 97 after the impact. Although this was much better than before, it was enough to indicate that there was indeed something wrong with his body, though he could not confirm the exact illness. Please don't let it be a rapidly deteriorating ailment. Wang Yu silently prayed, relying on his luck, hoping it would help him through this crisis. After all, he had only lost 3 points of health, which should not be serious. Moreover, the number in his palm had changed to 2, indicating that his talent had indeed played a role, potentially offsetting any rapidly fatal or dangerous diseases. The three entered the captain's room, which remained a complete mess. However, as soon as they entered, they detected a pungent smell of blood and saw a large amount of brown pus and filth on the floor originating from Malkir, as it was her vomit. Mixed in were remnants of her undigested food. "I'm back, ooh, I made a mess of the floor," Malkir said, speaking much more fluently than before and unusually not wearing her helmet, likely because she had just vomited. "You vomited blood," Wang Yu exclaimed in shock, glancing at the ground, and then at the standing Malkir, unable to discern any abnormalities from her demeanor or complexion, even feeling that she looked better than he did. "This may be a detox process. An ability to expel diseased tissue from the body through vomiting," Bar speculated. Based on Malkir's previous performance in a vacuum environment, her assessment was likely accurate. Malkir indeed did not seem to be suffering from a serious illness. Instead, concerned about having soiled the floor, she appeared anxious about being reprimanded by Wang Yu and Bar, avoiding their gaze entirely. Such a minor issue would certainly not lead to scolding. In fact, it was something that needed to be cleaned up, although it would waste quite a bit of water. Fortunately, the reserves were still adequate. The three worked together, spending about an hour to clean and tidy up the captain's room. During this time, Bar tested the external telescope, radar, and other sensors using the light brain, all of which were functioning properly, with only the hydroponics pod needing repair, which could be fixed with a suitably sized steel plate. Additionally, they had also contacted Sophia back at the machine star to clarify it was a message sent from there first, as they too had experienced an impact. The results were quite good. Although the impact had begun to affect the machine's servants, their mechanical bodies had a distinct advantage, remaining immune to diseases, with any damaged parts simply replaced. Bar had also conducted a self-check and confirmed that her body was fine and everything was normal. A week later, the deep space vessel successfully entered the planetary orbit. After completing the final preparations, they would adjust the orbit one more time before entering the area of gravitational overlap, at which point they would open the gateway to subspace and escape this starry expanse. During this time, Wang Yu was also secretly monitoring his physical condition, and even Ball was observing, but no issues were found. Wang Yu continued his exercise routine as before, not allowing himself to slack off. However, only he knew what was truly wrong with his body. After each intense workout, he would feel a vague discomfort in his chest, even having the urge to cough. This was definitely an issue, not just psychological, as it happened every time. Is it a problem with the lungs or the heart? Wang Yu found it hard to determine, but either way it was potentially fatal. He could only pray that after their journey through subspace, he could quickly find a place to treat his ailment. For now, he had to prepare for the plunge into subspace. They marked both sides of each door and doorframe, a simple yet crude mark made by Malkir, consisting of a cat head symbol and a basic number. Once a door or its frame bore such a mark, it indicated that it was a normal door, preventing them from accidentally entering abnormal spaces due to the expansion and stretching of space during their subspace journey, which could lead to being swept into chaotic currents. Aside from controlling the ship's navigation and connecting to the deep space vessel, everyone else had to remain in the captain's quarters, ignoring whatever happened outside, and all sensors had to be shut down to prevent any awareness of the situation outside the ship. Then the three of them had to act together, as being alone was a serious taboo. Lastly, Malkir, can I borrow your helmet during the subspace journey? Wang Yu said, pointing to his own head and then to the helmet on hers. This was the navigator's equipment, which might be crucial during their subspace travel, so he wanted to borrow it. Ugh. Malkir let out a reluctant sound, pouting her lips, but after a few seconds she removed the helmet and handed it to Wang Yu, resembling a child forced to relinquish their toy. Not right now, or I mean I might need it when we enter subspace, just giving you a heads up," Wang Yu explained. Evidently Malkir didn't fully understand. However, it wasn't difficult to borrow the helmet thanks to the rapport they had built during their time together. Additionally, if you perform well during the subspace journey, I might reward you with a delicious cat food can. Wang Yu pulled out a cat food canoe. Although it originally belonged to Malkir, he was shameless and planned to keep it, presenting it as a reward later. He wondered why Cat Brother had hidden these cans away. Upon hearing about the can as a reward, Cat Brother visibly perked up, nodding repeatedly with enthusiasm. Kids are just kids, they're easy to please. Wang Yu couldn't help but chuckle, turning to Ball and asking her to simulate the orbital calculations on the light brain once more, as this was the critical moment and there could be no mistakes. 5 days later, Wang Yu reconnected to the deep space vessel and completed the designated orbital changes. After finishing this, he did not leave the bridge again, and Ball and Malkir were also present. In just 5 hours, the deep space vessel would follow the elliptical orbit, reaching the dark side of the planet and entering the area of gravitational overlap. At that time, it would be the perfect moment to plunge into subspace, so all the crew gathered ready to act together. They even brought plenty of provisions and water, including weapons and spacesuits, having considered nearly every possible scenario, and were just waiting for the action. "Let's eat something first and take a break." Ball spread out some clean cloth and laid out several plates of food. Although it was mostly potato-based snacks, pastries, and jerky, the taste was actually quite good. Mao Kier liked meat, so she devoured several pieces of jerky, chewing them eagerly. Wang Yu preferred fries as the jerky was too tough and made his jaw sore if he ate too much. Have you told Sophia and the others that we are officially leaving? Wang Yu asked Ball, since the light brain was in her hands monitoring the orbital status of the deep space vessel. Hearing this, Ball paused for a moment, then slowly nodded, indicating that she had said her farewells. Sophia told us to stay safe and have a smooth journey. She will always remember us. Wang Yu was about to retort that this was an ill omen, but Ball continued without stopping until she finished relaying Sophia's words. She also said that once they successfully eliminate Higra, they will vigorously advance the development of aerospace technology, building large spaceships, and will come to find us then. Ball said, and at this point Wang Yu had lost his desire to retort, falling silent for a few seconds before speaking. Please help me convey a message to Sophia, just say. I wish them success in their plans. Wang Yu said, not cursing them to fail, but truly hoping for their ultimate victory. As time drew closer, the deep space vessel had fully plunged into darkness, entering the planet's dark side, with only about 10 minutes left until they reached the designated area. If they missed it, they would need to spend considerable time circling back. Here, pass me the helmet. Everyone be ready for any sudden situations. Wang Yu said, requesting the spiritual sight guardian helmet from Mao Kier, preparing to connect with the deep space vessel. This time he donned the exoskeleton armor directly, even attaching the beam pistol to his chest and another to his waist just in case of any emergencies. Ball closed all sensors, readying her submachine gun, and the light brain on the ground displayed only a green countdown as a reminder for their action timing. All right, everyone is prepared. Wang Yu reiterated as he walked to the center seat of the captain's bridge. Even Mao Kier stood up, her hair and fur on her hands and feet bristling, entering a state of alert, her sharp claws replacing the fingers that had been tucked into her paws, nervously staring at the main door of the bridge. When the countdown reached the last 30 seconds, Wang Yu donned the limited edition spiritual sight guardian helmet, returned to the captain's seat, and prepared to open the gateway to subspace. Wang Yu's senses reconnected with the deep space vessel, his vision directly transported to the depths of the universe. Before him loomed a massive planet, nearly blocking all light from the star, plunging the surroundings into complete darkness. However, the sensory capabilities of the deep space vessel were not limited to visible light. With each connection, Wang Yu grew increasingly familiar with its abilities. During a discussion with Ball, she proposed a possibility. That is, when Wang Yu connects with the deep space vessel, the reason he can see the subsequent flight path is that the vessel can detect light across nearly the entire spectrum. This includes electric fields, magnetic fields, and even gravitational fields, allowing it to know where it would move next and visualize the upcoming flight routes. This was remarkable. Even the most advanced sensors would find it challenging to achieve. However, overly strong and complex sensory inputs would increase the load on Wang Yu during the connection, so some sensory capabilities might not be permanent. Typically, only visible light is received, with the full activation occurring only during trajectory sensing or in emergencies. Wang Yu needed to master the ability to regulate these senses, extending the connection time, while also adapting to hunger, which presented challenges to his will and inspiration. This time, to open the subspace channel, he had to push these senses to the limit, identifying weak points in the surrounding spatial distortions to breach space and enter subspace. The stronger the gravity, the easier it was to find such weak points. This is the spot. Wang Yu successfully identified the weak point and crashed through. From a third-party perspective, one would see a ship resembling a rock entering the planet's shadowed side. It was first engulfed by darkness, then faint lights flickered on its surface, activated sensory orbs. Then the ship veered off its original trajectory, flying sideways, and suddenly vanished, as if consumed by the void. The mechanical servants on the machine planet recorded this scene with great astonishment. From Wang Yu's perspective, he felt as if he had shattered something and entered a turbulent tunnel, awakening to a bizarre world that left him deeply shaken. How to describe it? It was like being stuffed into a kaleidoscope tainted by severe light pollution, with hundreds of large speakers strapped to his ears, blasting all sorts of noises, creating a jarring cacophony. In just a fleeting moment, Wang Yu's consciousness faded due to dizziness. Not only did he forget what to do next, but he could hardly think at all. Fortunately, this sensation lasted only an instant, as the scattered light sources seemed to be filtered through a sieve, and the entire world transitioned from bright to dark. Simultaneously, the volume of the speakers by his ears was turned down to the lowest, leaving almost only murmurs. So long as he did not scrutinize it, there was no discomfort. Wang Yu's cognition began to recover, and he felt a wave of fear because the images he had previously seen still lingered in his vision. They were not hallucinations. In that brief moment, his brain nearly exploded from the overwhelming amount of information, but thankfully, it lasted only for an instant. This should be the effect of the Spiritual Vision Guardian helmet, which filtered out a large amount of meaningless information and noise, giving Wang Yu a chance to glimpse into subspace. Otherwise, relying solely on Wang Yu's nerves and brain, in just a moment, he would be swept away by the torrent of information chaos, left to babble incoherently, possibly even resulting in a lifelong disability, becoming a fool. Fortunately, I borrowed the helmet from Catbrother. This should be essential equipment for navigators. I just wonder where she got it from. Wang Yu felt a rush of relief, glad he had prepared in advance. He seized the moment to examine his surroundings, knowing that even with the filtered vision, if he continued to observe for too long, his mental state would also be affected. His rationality was plummeting at an unprecedented rate, likely only sustainable for a few minutes. Before him was a bizarre starry sky, the background unlike the pure black of a normal universe, but rather like an atmosphere light that constantly changed its base color in an erratic manner. Moreover, the celestial bodies existed as spheres of varying sizes and colors, though it remained uncertain whether these were products filtered by the helmet or their true images. Because these entities did not adhere to the laws of celestial motion, they flew about chaotically as if gravity did not exist here. In a normal universe, excluding wandering celestial bodies, most would orbit massive targets under the influence of gravity, achieving balance. Yet here there were celestial bodies making linear back-and-forth motions. Some remained stationary, while others intertwined and spiraled upward. In short, every kind of motion existed. Wang Yu even saw one celestial body drawing a pentagram. Moreover, the distances between celestial bodies were quite close, which also led Wang Yu to question the absence of gravity here. These spiraling celestial bodies were not just one or two. They formed a line, one after another, spiraling upward together, their trajectories resembling two intertwined springs akin to a stretched DNA helix. Upon reaching a certain height, these celestial bodies would vanish, only to inexplicably reappear from below, repeating the spiraling ascent process. Here it was likely that all physical laws were rendered ineffective. This was an incomprehensible world. The deep space vessel crawled slowly within this space, nearly in a state of stagnation since entering, as its original kinetic energy and inertia were nearly compressed to zero in subspace. The navigator's duty was likely to set sail anew in this space, avoiding these celestial bodies and identifying a navigable route for the vessel, ultimately returning to the real universe. Wang Yu's intuition told him that if he accidentally collided with, or even grazed these celestial bodies, the outcome would not be much better than crashing into a planet. In fact, the chances of survival would be far greater in the latter case. As for how to reach the target location and exit subspace back to the real universe, Wang Yu had roughly deduced the method. It should be through the gates scattered throughout subspace. There were several at the point he plunged into, likely corresponding to massive celestial bodies in the real universe. The larger the mass, the larger the gate, making it easier to exit, akin to how one would enter. These gates were likely the products of the helmet's information collection, not actual gates, but rather weak spatial points merely appearing as gates for Wang Yu to discover and identify these locations. Behind Wang Yu, approximately 3.0 kilometers away, there existed an enormous gate, so large that even nearby celestial bodies appeared diminutive, and upon approaching, it would inexplicably vanish, resembling a forbidden zone. Wang Yu merely glanced at it, and the purple veins rooted in his vision became active, starting to taint everything he saw, forcing him to quickly avert his gaze and not dwell on what lay behind. That enormous gate undoubtedly represented the demon star Hydra. Although it was invisible in the real universe, its mass was immense beyond calculation, naturally bending space-time and forming a weak point. Here, a distance of 10 kilometers is roughly comparable to a light-year in real space. Wang Yu speculated, as the demon star Hydra was likely only about 300 light-years away from him. But if that were the case, the gates representing planets and stars around him should be closely packed, perhaps even overlapping. Yet in reality, there remained distances of several dozen to hundreds of meters between these gates. Thus, 10 kilometers here might not represent a light year in real universe, possibly being an unstable figure, even dynamic, but far larger than 10 kilometers in the real universe, making movement exponentially more efficient, perhaps even 1 billion times greater. Only in this way could they possibly bridge distances on a cosmic scale in a short period, reaching another distant starry sky. The deep space ship underwent violent turbulence as it plunged into the subspace, then resumed acceleration and stabilized its journey, taking nearly 7 minutes in total. This was a tremendous challenge for Wang Yu, as his experience in subspace navigation was virtually non-existent. He was merely a half-baked captain, even in the normal universe. Yet in those brief 7 minutes, he grasped the principles of subspace navigation, and by observing the movements of surrounding celestial bodies, identified a relatively safe route, devising a short-term navigation plan that was nothing short of miraculous. If there had been another navigator present hearing about Wang Yu's achievements, they would likely have dropped their jaws in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is impossible, absolutely impossible." Yet Wang Yu had indeed accomplished it, demonstrating exceptional learning ability and comprehension possibly driven by the threat of death. His rationality had plummeted to zero multiple times, but fortunately, he managed to recover after a successful assessment. However, his lucky 7 talent was nearly exhausted, reduced to the number 2, indicating how perilous this experience had been. Wang Yu slid off the captain's chair, his body weak and unable to sit upright, covered in a viscous pale yellow liquid. Ball rushed over immediately, taking out a towel to assist Wang Yu and removing the cat helmet from his head. Inside, Wang Yu appeared extremely frail, his face as pale as paper with bloodstains on his nose and chin, some of which had dripped onto his collar, indicating that piloting had not been easy. Still, he managed to signal a success with his hand. "We did it. Although I nearly died, my luck held out, and I found a route that is safe for passage, at least for the short term," Wang Yu said with a bright smile on his face, but his pale complexion and bloodstains gave a sense of grimness. In just a few minutes, he had been continuously dodging the chaotic movements of unknown celestial bodies, practically surviving in a narrow gap. These celestial bodies were of substantial mass comparable to planets, and the deep space ship was like insignificant dust among them. A slight miscalculation could lead to death. After maneuvering around these chaotic celestial bodies, Wang Yu found a reasonably safe route that could avoid all celestial activity, and only then did he disconnect, which could be considered quite extreme and also a stroke of luck. Ball frowned, but did not interrupt Wang Yu, listening to him recount his experiences in subspace, while helping him wipe away the blood and mucus from his face, and brought over a set of dry clothing for him to change into. Meanwhile, Malkier kept a close watch on the door of the bridge, her ears perked up like those of an airplane, in a state of heightened tension, though it was unclear what she was on guard against. "Is it Brother Hammer?" Wang Yu glanced at Malkier, feeling strange as his body gradually recovered. After eating some food and replenishing his fluids, Wang Yu's complexion improved significantly, and he stood up, drawing 2 pistols from his person. "Let's head back to the captain's quarters. There's electricity and water there, and the conditions are much better. But we need to be careful on the way, as subspace creatures may have already intruded," Wang Yu said, clad in exoskeletal armor, feeling quite confident in his combat capabilities, able to kick a light lizard to death without difficulty. The 3 of them left the bridge together, ensuring that no one was left behind. However, upon entering the corridor, Malkier became even more tense, her body hunched forward, and the hair on her hands, feet, and ears stood on end, resembling a dandelion, displaying an unusual level of alertness. Wang Yu and Ball were relatively calm, maintaining vigilance with their guns while advancing steadily. "This door is wrong, it doesn't have the markings we left," Ball remarked, aiming his gun at the door. If one disregarded the markings and only looked at the environment, almost everyone would perceive this door as a room within the ship, as it was identical. Compared to other doors, it bore no differences, even the material surface stains and scratches were consistent with the walls. Only individuals with exceptional memory or observational skills would likely harbor suspicion. However, in reality, this door was extra, so it was uncertain what exactly lay behind it, and it was best not to attempt to open it out of curiosity. The 3 maintained their vigilance as they proceeded along the lateral corridor, which had indeed lengthened significantly. Along the way, they passed 3 extra doors, one of which was wooden and even had a sign that read "in operation" in both Chinese and machine language. The noise coming from inside was considerable, as if many people were dining or drinking, with intermittent loud and excited strange calls echoing. Wang Yu and Ball saw this door, and their internal caution heightened to the maximum, because this door was far too abnormal, especially in subspace. Fortunately, nothing unusual happened as they walked past, and no strange creatures emerged from inside. "What on earth is that, a subspace tavern?" Wang Yu couldn't help but scoff, while Ball shook her head, as all of this exceeded her understanding. The 3 successfully returned to the captain's quarters, encountering not a single light lizard along the way, otherwise they could have added to their food supplies, which would have been fresh meat. This indicates that the invasion of subspace creatures is not a frequent occurrence, otherwise the ships navigating through would have been overwhelmed. As long as they adhere to the rules and do not recklessly wander about, the danger remains within controllable limits. Wang Yu, Ball, and Malkier stuck to the original plan, remaining in the captain's quarters without venturing out, just as they had during their interstellar journey, even finding time to play games. However, Wang Yu entrusted Ball with creating a new game, coding it in real time, as it was quite simple. A 3D flight game where one dodges barges. Practicing it was beneficial, as it resembled subspace navigation. Playing such a game could enhance the ability to focus on the movements of multiple celestial bodies and find gaps for passage. 2 days later, Wang Yu and the others returned to the bridge to check the status of the route and make timely adjustments. This frequency depended entirely on the navigator, which was Wang Yu himself, but generally speaking it was always better to check more often. The wooden door was still there. Wang Yu and Ball passed by while maintaining a high level of vigilance, but Malkir on the contrary relaxed as they walked past. Along the way they encountered Brother Hammer, who was covered in scraps of meat and blood, though it belonged to others, and it was unclear what he had taken down, as the three had not encountered a single subspace creature until they entered the bridge. They might have been cleared by Pig Brother. Wang Yu donned the cat helmet, once more resumed his seat in the captain's chair, and began to connect with the deep space ship. Wang Yu connected with the deep space, and his vision returned to the outside of the ship. The ship continued to move along the trajectory Wang Yu had preset, which was not a simple straight line, but a complex three-dimensional path designed to avoid celestial bodies along the way. Thus it was a miracle that he was able to identify this route and plan the navigation within just a few minutes. Many seasoned navigators were unable to do this, often needing to observe for a long time. This could not simply be explained by good luck, but rather it showcased Wang Yu's exceptional talent in this area. Once a safe passage was found, there was no need to hesitate, a rule well known to all navigators which Wang Yu adhered to exceptionally well. Perhaps it was because as a self-taught navigator he had no idea what these celestial bodies really were. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. If one hesitates and lingers for too long, not only might the movement patterns of the celestial bodies change, but they might also take notice of you, which could be fatal in the subspace. This time Wang Yu spent nearly 3 minutes passing through a dense area of celestial bodies, then took a few more minutes to find a safe route through a low-density zone. Once the navigation plan was set, he would not need to worry about navigation for the next 3 days. After so long, the distance traveled had already exceeded several 100,000 kilometers. The door representing Higra was long out of sight, yet Wang Yu had still not found any other doors, illustrating just how vast this cosmic void was. Escaping the void without using the subspace route was nearly impossible. Done. Subspace navigation isn't that difficult. After the second route adjustment, Wang Yu clearly exhibited more experience retreating rationally, while still within the safety margin, appearing quite at ease. The three returned the same way, remaining highly vigilant and fully armed. This time they encountered 3 light lizards lurking around the corner of the corridor. However, these creatures posed no threat to the trio now. Even Wang Yu, with the weakest combat capability among them, could easily deal with them, killing 2 with his pistol, shattering one lizard's head with a shot, breaking a leg of another with another shot, and finishing it off with a final bullet. The last one was shot in the head by Ball with a submachine gun, dying on the ground without ever launching an attack. This illustrates the absolute dominance of modern firepower over large animals. The most significant threat posed by these 3 lizards was not their attack, but the possibility of parasites within their bodies. But this posed no threat to the experienced Wang Yu. He was protected from head to toe with his face wrapped multiple times in cloth, and even his eyes shielded by goggles. Ball, being a robot, was not afraid of parasites. As for Malkir, her constitution could resist most parasitic infections, yet at Wang Yu's insistence, she wrapped some cloth around her hands and feet for protection and donned a cat helmet. Let's take it back for processing. The meat of these light lizards is quite tasty. Wang Yu suggested preparing to drag them away before the pig-headed creature showed up. It was most suitable for Ball to carry them. Malga, don't eat. It's raw and unclean. Wang Yu quickly intervened as he saw Malkir showing signs of wanting to touch them. The 3 returned to the captain's room with their spoils, encountering no further dangers along the way. The processing of the ingredients was handed over to Ball, who planned to coat them in flour and make fried fish chunks. The 3 light lizards would be enough to last several days, as fresh food does not last long. Uncertain about whether there were microorganisms in the air of the deep space, they decided to consume it quickly without worrying about these issues. While Ball cooked, Wang Yu used a homemade mop to clean the bloodstains off the floor, wondering how long these parasites could survive outside a host. Next time I need to find a way to bring back a disinfectant for more safety, he muttered, not slacking off, boiling some water and mopping the floor again. After all, the bodily fluids of the light lizard could also be consumed once boiled, so he didn't really lose anything in that back and forth. After finishing everything, smelling the frying aroma coming from the master bedroom, Wang Yu suddenly felt quite fulfilled. Interstellar travel wasn't so boring after all. The 3 enjoyed a delightful meal, including Ball, who could generate power by consuming organic food, though it mostly served as a supplementary effect. However, the sense of participation from eating together made the food taste better. After the meal, Wang Yu took a hearty gulp of light lizard juice, a drink made by boiling the lizard's bodily fluid with a bit of sugar, which had a unique flavor, or rather a light lizard flavor, and it was quite good. After finishing his workout for the day, Wang Yu prepared to go to bed, glancing at his panel before sleep. His health limits still had not recovered, and it was impossible to rely on self-healing. Fortunately, there were no signs of deterioration, so he could only take it one step at a time. In the deep night, Wang Yu, who was fast asleep, was awakened by a low guttural roar startling him upright as he reached for the beam pistol on his bedside. "Ball, are you there?" Wang Yu whispered, staring intently at the door as the noise was coming from that direction. Soon Ball appeared. Seeing Ball, Wang Yu let out a sigh of relief, indicating the situation was not too bad. "What happened?" he asked. Not sure. Malkir was already asleep, but suddenly woke up and began growling at the door. Ball replied, her face showing some confusion, but for safety's sake, she still grabbed a weapon holding the large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle. Realizing something was amiss, Wang Yu quickly put on the exoskeleton power armor, standing beside him preparing for any unexpected situation. Outside, Malkir had already crouched low, almost pressing herself to the ground, her fur bristling, revealing sharp claws. Her face in the helmet must have looked fierce, as if she would pounce at any moment. Her vigilance was directed towards the corridor. Did Mao Ge sense something, or did she catch a whiff of some scent? Wang Yu silently pondered, just formulating how to ask Mao Ge, when he heard knocking at the door, nearly scaring him out of his wits. Upon hearing the knocking, Malkir, who had been growling, seemed to see a ghost, her bravado vanishing as she panicked and fled backward, trembling as she squeezed behind Wang Yu. At this moment, Wang Yu and Ball became serious, fully alert with their guns aimed at the door. Wang Yu even reached for the grenade at his waist, as he might need to use it against a troublesome creature. The knocking continued for 3 or 4 times before falling silent, but after a few seconds a heavier thudding sound erupted, as if someone had hurled their entire body against the door, accompanied by voices. It sounded like some kind of language coming from the chest, which Wang Yu couldn't understand at all, and he didn't even realize it was a language. Detected, an unknown civilization's language. Would you like to translate it? Activating the translation function requires 1,000 credit points. Without much thought, Wang Yu chose to agree and paid the 1,000 universal credit points, enabling him to understand, including the previous few sentences. "Hello? Is anyone there?" The visitor seemed to be a woman, speaking politely. "Hello? I know someone is inside. My daughter has been missing for a while. Have you seen her? She's very cute, furry, and warm." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu looked down at the trembling cat Kier squatting behind him, deep in thought. "Good girl, mommy. Wanna find you some delicious food. Look, this is super tasty starfish canned food, 50 purity, okay? Still not coming out." The voice was coaxing, but the cat brother remained unmoved. "Mommy knows you're inside. Don't hide, or mommy will get angry." Suddenly, the previously gentle voice turned hysterical, startling Wang Yu as it sounded nothing like a normal creature. "Come out. Do you want to leave mommy all alone?" Roar. Along with the roar, there were violent crashes and scratching sounds so powerful that even the metal gate trembled, raising clouds of dust that nearly made Wang Yu's eyes bulge. This was the metal door of the captain's cabin, its thickness second only to the bridge, a solid piece of metal. With such ferocity from the creature outside, if it weren't for its ability to speak, he would have thought it was Hulk knocking on the door. "Ball!" Wang Yu shouted. The two exchanged a knowing glance, preparing to take action. But just as they moved toward the door, a more horrifying scene unfolded. Several dark claws pierced through the metal door, penetrating several centimeters, each as thick as a wrist. If one of those claws struck, it wouldn't just leave a few transparent holes, it would shred the body like a rag. "We cannot be trapped in this room." Wang Yu and Ball both reached this conclusion. The metal gate slowly opened, its slight deformation causing it to open more slowly, producing a continuous creaking noise. Just as the door opened, a fist-sized gap, a fragmentation grenade, and a stun grenade were thrown out, coming from Wang Yu and Ball respectively. Then came the intense flash and deafening boom, accompanied by the shockwave of the explosion, causing the unknown creature outside to emit a sharp howl while footsteps retreated. At this moment, a nimble figure slipped through the narrow door gap and crouched, aiming at the unknown entity, pulling the trigger in a textbook standard motion, striking the creature. The one who acted was Ball. Wang Yu did not possess such skill, nor did his exoskeleton power armor allow him to perform such agile evasion. Thus, he was the second to emerge, roaring like a brute, spurring the secretion of adrenaline, aiming the shotgun at the corridor, and continuously pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 The sparks from the shots intermittently illuminated the entire corridor, finally allowing Wang Yu to see the creature. It was a three-metertal humanoid creature, its limbs and torso elongated with a pair of conical claws, and its entire body covered in a layer of obsidian-like armor. Wang Yu's shots struck the creature, but the bullets were deflected and crashed against the metal wall, with a few even bouncing off Wang Yu's exoskeleton armor, but their power was lost. The creature's terrifying defense shattered Wang Yu's worldview. Is it still a carbon-based organism? How could it even withstand bullets? Fortunately, the impact from the shotgun still managed to force the creature back, while Ball finished loading and aiming, shooting it in the ankle, causing it to fall to the ground. "Fall back. Our weapons can't kill this creature. We need to create some distance." Ball also looked anxious as 2 consecutive attacks with an anti-material sniper rifle should have penetrated 50mm thick steel, yet they failed to breach this thing's defense. Wang Yu did not hesitate, reaching for the grenade hanging at his waist, preparing to throw a few more at this creature. But then he suddenly remembered another person. Kier was still in the room. "Cat brother, what are you doing? Hurry up and leave, or I might just abandon you," Wang Yu shouted, disappointed with Kier's performance. Although this was also related to the monster's identity, Wang Yu had always had high expectations for Kier's combat ability, making this psychological gap even more profound. Several fragmentation grenades rolled under the creature, exploding just as it stood up, sending it crashing back to the ground again. At the same time, Wang Yu also used the magic called Body of Fear for the first time, hoping to scare off this creature and buy more time. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from Wang Yu's body. The first to feel it was Ball, who looked at Wang Yu with a strange and frightened expression, but did not say anything. As for the creature, it merely tilted its head slightly, seemingly unaffected, and prepared to pounce again. Bang! Bang! Wang Yu fired continuously, and soon the shotgun's bullets were exhausted. It doesn't even respond to magic. Is its value that high, eh? Wang Yu's face grew grimmer, feeling that this creature was beyond his current capabilities. However, under the stimulation of the horrific aura, Kier, who had been huddled in the room and too scared to move, suddenly rushed out, showing no signs of stopping, not even daring to look back, using all fours to run. "Retreat!" Wang Yu shouted as he saw this. If Kier didn't move soon, he might really leave her behind, for this was no joke. He threw the last fragmentation grenade he had. Ball seized the opportunity and fired again, hitting the creature squarely in the face. It was a face that had no features at all, resembling a mirror of obsidian. After being hit, it merely tilted its head back, showing no signs of scratches, and was then pushed back by the impact of the fragmentation grenade. They began to fight and retreat, creating distance. At this moment, Wang Yu tossed a stun grenade, not caring about waste, as life was the priority. After the explosion, the creature covered its head and roared, and the effect was much better than the previous fragmentation grenades and firearms, providing them a chance to pull away significantly. It seemed this creature was more sensitive to bright light and sound waves. Realizing this, Wang Yu decisively abandoned the idea of reloading the shotgun, slinging it on his back, and replacing it with the Fire Scorpion 05 beam pistol hanging at his waist. "I have one more stun grenade. Should we try the magnetic explosive grenade? It has greater power, but..." Ball inquired Wang Yu's opinion, but she didn't hold out too much hope, as even the anti-material sniper rifle had failed to harm this creature's shell. The explosive grenade would likely struggle to inflict effective damage. "Let's try the beam pistol. You time it well to throw the stun grenade, and it'll fire." Wang Yu displayed the beam pistol in his hand and quickly devised a battle plan. Behind them, the creature had caught up, also running on all fours at a high speed. Just as it was about to close the distance, a stun grenade exploded right in front of it. The sound of the stun grenade exploded, reverberating with intense light and shockwaves in the corridor. Even Wang Yu and Bear, who were relatively far away, were affected. Particularly for Wang Yu, the ringing in his ears was incessant, his eardrums prickled, and he even felt as if he were going deaf, hearing sounds as if they were muffled by a layer of fog. But at this moment, he could not let these factors distract him. The special training he received on the machine star came into play. After taking a deep breath, Wang Yu stood firm, turned around, held his breath, and began to aim at the monster that was clutching its head. After a moment's hesitation, his gun barrel lowered, aiming at the monster's seemingly weaker ankle, and he pulled the trigger. Click! The Fire Scorpion 05 lit up for a brief moment, like a failed lighter, utterly ineffective. Damn! Wang Yu couldn't help but curse as he continued to pull the trigger. But this time it seemed as if he had exhausted all his luck and was left with nothing but misfortune. Repeatedly pulling the trigger resulted in the gun misfiring. In fact, his speed of pulling the trigger was even faster than the Fire Scorpion 05's startup speed, making it even harder to ignite. By the time he realized that the monster had already recovered from its rigid state, Wang Yu felt an urgent need and reached for his last stun grenade at his waist. Fortunately, Bear provided timely support, using his sniper rifle to hit the monster's ankle again, forcing it to lose balance and half kneel on the ground. At the same time, the stun grenade in Wang Yu's hand was also thrown, rolling right in front of the monster, giving Wang Yu another chance. However, this time, thick black smoke began to emanate from the monster's surface, and in the next second it seemed to melt away, sinking into the ground. Can this thing even phase through walls? Then why didn't it just phase through the wall and break in earlier? Wang Yu was taken aback, and at the same time the stun grenade detonated, stunning him and causing him to miss the opportunity to turn around and close his eyes against the blinding light, leaving him with a blank vision. Wang Yu. In a vague sense, he seemed to hear someone calling out to him, and then a strong force pulled him, causing him to sit down abruptly. He felt a chill beneath him, as if a gust of wind had swept past, followed by the sound of metal clashing, as if something had pierced into the ground. In this critical moment, Wang Yu couldn't care less Even though his vision hadn't recovered, his eyes filled with tears, and all he saw were blurred afterimages and shadows, he decisively pulled the trigger. This time the gun fired successfully. Wang Yu didn't care whether he hit or missed, he simply held the trigger down. Seconds passed, and his vision gradually gained some clarity, though still quite blurry. He could make out images. Bear was dragging him back, and not far in front stood the monster which had somehow emerged. Its two claws were deeply embedded in the ground, almost completely stuck, making it hard to pull out. If Bear hadn't pulled him just now, Wang Yu would probably be finished by now. The wind, he felt, was likely from the claws sweeping past him. It was truly a hair's breadth away. Coincidentally, Wang Yu's blind shot unexpectedly hit the monster, striking it right on the right knee. As Bear pulled him, the beam of light rose higher, and by the time Wang Yu's vision was almost restored, it had turned the monster's right calf, and part of its thigh a dark red, as if it were cooked. "Bear!" Wang Yu shouted, alerting Bear, who was dragging him to run. This was to let her know he was almost back to normal, and that it was time to shoot at the discolored area of the monster's knee. At this moment, Bear, having heard the commotion, had come to her senses. She glanced at Wang Yu, then at the monster, understanding his meaning, lifted her anti-material sniper rifle, and prepared to shoot. The monster finally pulled its claws out of the floor, but just as it stood up, a whistling large-caliber bullet struck its knee, finally achieving an effect. The monster's right calf shattered like glass, and it collapsed to the ground once more. This thing is afraid of light, and can slip into shadows. Wang Yu regained his mobility. Despite the continuous ringing in his ears, tears streaming down his face, and his vision filled with afterimages, he shouted out his assessment. The reason it didn't enter directly through the door before and chose to break in was because the lights in the room were on, it couldn't phase through the walls. But how could they kill this monster? The Fire Scorpion 05 beam pistol had run out of power, and ordinary bullets, including grenades, couldn't harm it. Only high-energy beams could weaken its defenses and cause damage. "We must shake this thing off, find an opportunity to recharge the gun, and then wait for a chance to kill it." Wang Yu contemplated, looking around, feeling that this dark corridor was entirely the enemy's home ground. Even the tactical flashlight mounted on the gun was of no use, since the creature could easily find gaps, slip into the shadows, and even circle around them to launch a surprise attack from above. "It's coming," Bear warned. Unlike Wang Yu, Bear's eyesight was much stronger. She not only had night vision in low-light conditions, but also possessed infrared vision. Although the infrared vision was of no use against this monster, as it seemed to be a cold-blooded creature and difficult to distinguish from the environment. However, she could still clearly see the shadow that was blending into the darkness, distinctly blackened, rapidly approaching along the ceiling, avoiding the strong light Bear had shown. "What should we do?" Wang Yu was very anxious, as it was no longer possible to keep fleeing. His luck had run out, and any slight mistake would lead to catastrophic consequences. At this moment, he noticed Cat Kira ahead. Ever since rushing out of the captain's cabin, she had been fleeing without any intent to fight or resist. Wang Yu had almost forgotten her, since she had long vanished. But why was she waiting for them here? "Come here," Cat Kira shouted, then dashed to the right and directly entered through a door. Wang Yu's pupils constricted, for this was the wooden door he had noticed earlier, marked with "Open for Business." "Bear, get inside, don't worry about that thing, there's light inside," Wang Yu shouted, noticing the light emanating from inside as Cat Kira entered. Even if it was another space, as long as there was light, and with the monster having lost a leg, perhaps they could find an opportunity to shake it off. As long as they could escape back to the captain's cabin to recharge their pistols, they would have a chance to deliver a fatal blow to the monster. Thinking of this, Bear acted decisively, no longer using the powerful flashlight to drive away the moving shadow. She turned back, grabbed the slightly slower Wang Yu, and together they crashed into the wooden door, rolling inside. Bear lunged at Wang Yu, taking 3 steps at once, and with a sudden burst of strength, they both crashed through the door, which splintered and sent debris flying. The two rolled across the ground like tumbling gourds, drawing the attention of many as they emerged, silencing the hubbub within. Wang Yu immediately sat up, only to discover that there were over 20 people inside, a motley crew of all shapes and sizes, some of whom didn't even resemble humans at all staring at him, causing his scalp to tingle. Outside, a black monster was chasing them, but inside the room, TMD, there were over 20 monsters. How could he not be alarmed? "If you want to drink, drink. If you don't want to drink, then leave my tavern." An aged yet authoritative voice echoed, commanding the attention of everyone in the room, causing them to ignore Wang Yu and Bear and return to their drinks. At this moment, Wang Yu stood up, still gripping the out-of-power Fire Scorpion 05, remaining vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings, including the strange beings. "Put the gun down or get out. I can give you 5 seconds to decide." Under the left side of the bar, he could see a balding figure. No, it was an old monster with a wrinkled face, dark gray skin, and a head that bulged out like a comma. "Daring to call me Baldy on our first meeting. You humans are truly inconsiderate." The same voice echoed again, almost frightening Wang Yu out of his wits. This old monster. No, this old gentleman could actually read his thoughts, which was utterly terrifying. Wang Yu halted his thoughts and reached out to stop Bear, who was still on guard with her gun. Her gun was aimed not only at the door, but also subtly at the other creatures chatting and drinking. Cat Kier had retreated further inside, sitting at an empty table, behaving properly. Bear, that monster seems unable to enter. Wang Yu looked at the tightly closed wooden door, telling Bear to lower her guard, as he now had the opportunity to glance around the tavern situated in the subspace. Since everyone was heeding the old man's words, and no conflict erupted, this must be a safe zone of sorts. Wang Yu was searching for possible notices or flyers or similar items. Discovering the language of an unknown civilization, may I ask if... The system's repeated prompts made Wang Yu frown slightly. After some contemplation, he selected agree for all options, allowing him to understand the speech of these strange beings. That seems to be a human. How could he brazenly walk in like this? What are you thinking? He appeared with the subhumans, so he must be a fake human. That's true. In this day and age, where can you even find real humans? I almost scared myself. But if he were a real human, capturing him would solve all my worries for life. Why even bother with subspace? Hey, don't cause trouble here. If you want to die, go ahead, but old Walker has a terrible temper. These creatures were essentially discussing Wang Yu's identity, specifically his humanity, making him feel like an alien. The patrons drinking inside were mostly seated by species in groups of 3 or 2, with 2 tables occupied by subhumans, all displaying distinct animal characteristics, while the others were hardly human-like. Like that green insectoid creature, its body covered in spiky armor and ringed patterns with compound eyes and antennae atop its head, occasionally twitching as it glanced at Wang Yu, communicating with its companions about how great it would be if Wang Yu were human, while taking sips of a dark red unknown liquid, which was utterly revolting. Although it was Wang Yu's first encounter with an insectoid being, he couldn't shake off the feeling of disgust and aversion stemming from a primal instinct. The other party was likely also repulsed upon seeing a soft, fur-covered, shellless, intelligent being like a human for the first time. Moreover, there were several other bizarre creatures, like the peculiar being in the center, entirely composed of mineral crystals. This entity bore no resemblance to any creature from Blue Star, with a body that was a solid chunk of pale pink crystal, with light flowing inside, surrounded by a ring of gaps, through which semi-transparent soft tendrils could extend, propping itself up and holding objects. It held a cup in its hand, and its voice was a high-frequency vibration that Wang Yu could not hear, relying entirely on the system for perception and translation. Then there were jellyfish-like beings resembling transparent gel, seemingly with low density, able to float. Their long, flexible tentacles were quite beautiful, sparkling like gemstones. In the corner of the room sat a mass resembling soft mud, draped in a robe with yellow-brown tentacles that had suckers dotted like upright starfish. These never-before-seen extraterrestrial life forms shared only one common trait: intelligence, mastery of language, and the ability to use tools, possessing flexible hands capable of manipulating complex objects. But elsewhere, there truly seemed to be no similarities. To them, humans appeared to be a rare and scarce species, and their tone carried a certain hostility towards humanity. Among them, the most attractive jellyfish even claimed to have had the fortune of tasting human flesh, calling it exquisite, though not as delightful as a tasty starfish, revealing malice in its words as the spots on the jellyfish's edge occasionally drew closer to Wang Yu, and then back to the corner where the starfish-like creature was. Wang Yu frowned, concealing his understanding of their alien language, instructing Bear to go sit with Cat Kier while he made his way to the bar. He looked around, but found no menu or notice. After all, this was a tavern, and there should at least be a drink menu, right? The only possibility seemed to be at the bar, so he prepared to check it out. It was a good place to avoid danger. Wang Yu approached the bar, only to discover that the bartender was an elderly man in a tuxedo, though he was rather short, barely reaching 1.30 meters, so only half of his face was visible over the bar, making it impossible to see his mixing actions, which felt like he was up to something sneaky. However, this old fellow, the old immortal, mixed drinks without using his hands. He kept his hands behind his back while various bottles and jars of all sizes flew up, as if alive, pouring into the mixing glass and swirling around. Little kid, even if you flatter me, it won't benefit you at all. Don't expect any discounts. Once again, the same voice echoed, confirming for Wang Yu that this old immortal truly had mind-reading abilities, which explained how he could run a bar here. He looked at the drink menu on the bar, where the first line read, "Each person is limited to 1 drink per order, dine in only, no refills, and leave immediately after finishing." Next were the prices of the drinks. Wang Yu was stunned upon seeing that even the cheapest special recommendation cost 1,000 interstellar universal credit points, handwritten as the daily recommendation. It read, "Old Water's recommendation, today's subspace special, a sip of Ascension Spiral Smash colorful lizard juice." Wang Yu was dumbfounded by the name, staring at the bartender, the old immortal. This drink, Is it legitimate? Can it really be consumed? And it's limited to one per person? On the other side in the corridor of the deep space ship. After Wang Yu and his companions burst through the wooden door, the monster pursuing them halted, emerging from the darkness, seemingly unable to comprehend how its target had vanished, as if it couldn't see the wooden door at all. Meanwhile, from the end of the corridor ahead, sounds emerged, the heavy grinding of metal against the floor quickly approaching. This is my tavern. I can sell it however I want, and it's none of your business. If you don't want to drink, then get out. I don't even want to sell to you. The aged yet authoritative voice echoed again, revealing that Wang Yu's inner thoughts had been pried into making him feel utterly defenseless. He forcibly paused his internal musings, and his expression turned wise. "Excuse me, do you sell regular water here?" He tried to ask, but all he received was, "If you're not buying, then get lost." The four words caused a nearby half-human half-entity at the bar to choke on his drink, leading to a violent coughing fit. It was only then that Wang Yu noticed someone else was there, nearly startling him, because he had either truly not seen or had overlooked this individual. This person had obvious primate features with hands and feet, but their face, neck, and even the back of their hands were covered with patches of light blue scales, giving off an inexplicable sense of authority. Moreover, this person had long black hair standing upright at the back of their head, resembling a waterfall, yet it did not exude any frailty. The muscles bulging from their back and black jacket indicated they were not someone to be trifled with, let alone their towering height of over 2 meters, and the large blade wrapped in cloth slung across their back. Upon noticing Wang Yu's gaze, this tall figure turned to look at him, revealing a surprisingly handsome young man appealing by human standards. With the blue scales on his face and those golden vertical pupils, he exuded an overwhelming aura, making Wang Yu avert his gaze after a mere glance and start examining the drink menu at the bar, seemingly pondering what to order. "Damn, there's even a dragon man!" Wang Yu exclaimed in shock as the horns on either side of the man's forehead perfectly matched his impression of a dragon man. "Boss, I'll have 3 of today's special, that one." The interdimensional special, a sip of the soaring spiral punch with colorful light lizard juice. Wang Yu placed his order, also getting a drink for Ball and Miao Kier, fearing they might get thrown out, especially with that creature lurking outside. The reason for ordering the same drink was simply due to being broke with little money to spare. The daily special was the cheapest option on the menu, while other drinks were priced over 3,000 credit points, nearly akin to robbery. However, after placing the order, another problem arose for Wang Yu, as he still didn't know how to pay. His credit points were still in the system account. As if reading Wang Yu's anxious thoughts, the 6-fingered mechanical hand that had been resting on the table floated up, pointing toward a square device with a dark mirror-like surface, accompanied by the tavern owner's voice. "Over there, just transfer 2,000 credit points. Pay first, no credit." Wang Yu was taken aback, followed by a surge of panic as he felt like he had exposed his system. But the owner didn't seem to mention it. No, he couldn't think about it. Wang Yu felt that this old immortal was far too terrifying, and with so many bizarre aliens around, including the Dragon Man, it was utterly overwhelming. He approached the machine that resembled a POS system. When he got closer, the system finally responded, revealing a transfer option in his view, while the device displayed the number 0, likely indicating how many credit points he had paid. But wait, why 2,000? Someone has already paid a sum for her, and the balance hasn't been exhausted yet. You only need to pay for yourself and that robot. Someone paid. Wang Yu's pupils constricted as he looked at Miao Kier, who was sitting quietly in her chair. Then this old immortal even recognized Bale's identity, which was simply absurd. No, he was unfathomably strong. He decisively transferred 2,000 credit points, and then stood at the bar waiting for the owner to prepare the drinks. At that moment, another figure appeared beside Wang Yu, an imposing presence that was hard to ignore, and it was the Dragon Man youth who had finished his drink, approaching with a smile. "Oh, it seems you have an excellent bodyguard." The Dragon Man youth spoke surprisingly fluent in Mandarin, catching Wang Yu off guard. This person actually knew Chinese. Moreover, he had just understood Wang Yu's words, which was why he reacted. The bodyguard the youth referred to was, of course, Ball, who had sensed something was off and walked over. The sniper rifle that had been set down previously was raised again, and she might have even changed the magazine. This unusual behavior naturally drew the attention of other patrons in the tavern. "Ball, it's fine." Wang Yu reassured Ball, not at all worried about the Dragon Man youth making a move. After all, the tavern owner was not someone to be trifled with. Fights were not allowed here. "Right, old immortal." Wang Yu glanced at the owner, but was ignored. However, the Dragon Man youth did not make any outrageous moves, but instead leaned in close, taking a deep sniff of Wang Yu, almost like a pervert, nearly startling Wang Yu into retreat. Before Wang Yu could react, the Dragon Man youth's gaze sharpened, and he coldly whispered in Wang Yu's ear, "If I were you, I would never swagger around here like that. Also, check your lungs when you get back. Oh, something smells off." With that, the Dragon Man youth stood up, an expression of anger crossing his face as he added, "How long has it been since you last bathed?" I searched for a long time and found out it was the smell on you. I almost threw up. What a disaster. The youth scolded Wang Yu and then glanced at Ball, seemingly sensing hostility, his hand moving toward the knife on his back. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Bald. Wang Yu called out, shaking his head, and only then did Ball step aside, allowing the Dragon Man youth to leave. What are you looking at? Is it good to look at? The Dragon Man youth glared at the drinking patrons in another language. A group of alien beings seemed to recognize this youth, and all lowered their heads, continuing with their activities, pretending not to understand, until the Dragon Man youth pushed the door and left. Several seconds passed before the atmosphere resumed its liveliness. Damn half-human, thinking he's so powerful, big deal. The insectoid alien muttered, venting his frustrations to his companions. Hey, don't provoke that madman. You might need to hire him someday. Just forget it. One of his companions advised, clearly more easygoing, trying to persuade his friend to ignore the Dragon Man youth. At this moment, Wang Yu frowned slightly, connecting the Dragon Man youth's reaction and the initial response of these alien beings towards him, realizing that being human seemed to be quite special in this universe, and he needed to be more cautious in similar situations next time. Additionally, this universe actually had quite a few alien civilizations. These people were likely crew members traveling through interdimensional space, having arrived at this unique tavern through the suddenly appeared wooden door. Alright, here are your 3 special drinks. Best to drink them while they are freshly made. The tavern owner's voice rang out again, and 3 identical drinks, each with a straw, and even sealed with a lid, floated over and were placed on the bar. One of the drinks even trembled slightly, as if the contents inside were alive. Boss, do you have charging services here? Wang Yu boldly asked the tavern owner as the drinks were ready. After all, how would he know if he didn't ask? Even if there wasn't, he would only get a few scoldings from the owner. Now that he had paid, he was a customer and couldn't be chased away, especially since he hadn't even had a sip of his drink yet. Place the device you want to charge on the bar. The owner's reply made Wang Yu's eyes light up. He wasn't the least bit worried about the owner stealing his belongings, as with the owner's strength, it would be much quicker to take it by force. He placed his pure white Fire Scorpion 05 beam pistol on the table, and then saw the gun float up, indicating it was charging, and within seconds, it was back to 100. Charging in the void. Wow, this is simply amazing, truly worthy of a living immortal. Wang Yu praised frantically in his heart. Ahem. The owner coughed and shot Wang Yu a glance, implying that he should stop flattering, and waved his hand for Wang Yu to quickly take his things and leave. But in any case, too much flattery would have some effect, and at least this time the owner didn't scold him. Wang Yu put away the fully charged gun and expressed his gratitude to the owner once more, then picked up a special drink from the bar while obtaining its item information. Name 1 sip to ascend spiral beating colorful lizard juice creator Walker S. Morgus regulatory level 2 fine workmanship description, a drink concocted by someone out of interest using exclusive techniques and secret recipes with taste and effects unknown until consumed. However, this time Wang Yu didn't whisper to himself. Even after seeing the information, he thought nothing of it, and handed 1 cup to the nearby Ball, then carried the other 2 cups towards the table where Malkir was. He looked at Malkir and felt she was quite familiar with the place, showing no signs of hesitation. Even while sitting in the chair, her small legs were swinging restlessly, unafraid of the strange aliens around her. This was probably due to her having been here many times before. The tavern owner had also mentioned that someone had bought Malkir a long-term meal ticket, but didn't reveal who that person was. Wang Yu also had his guesses. Drink up, this is for you. He placed a cup of the special drink in front of Malkir. As Wang Yu approached, she instead became anxious, seemingly hesitant to meet his gaze, probably knowing she had brought trouble as the monster was attracted by her. However, in front of the drink, she couldn't hold back for long, as she quickly grasped the cup and began to drink voraciously, both hands at work slurping in a rather uncouth manner, her eyes lighting up as she continued to gulp it down. Is this thing really that good? Wang Yu looked at the drink in his hand, and then at Malkir, who was enjoying it immensely, feeling somewhat insecure, so he turned to Ball. The latter took a small sip, indicating there was no problem. It was just a sweet drink with a hint of alcohol. Is that so? Wang Yu, somewhat doubtful, took a sip as well. It was sweet upon entry, but upon touching his tongue it felt off, tingling and electrifying. No, it felt as if a group of colorful lizards were spinning and beating his tongue. Wang Yu shivered and swallowed. Once the drink went down, it transformed into a refreshing sensation that rushed straight to his brain, as if a cool breeze gently swept through it, leaving him and Malkir alike with shining eyes. This was truly a novel experience. Only after finishing did he taste a hint of lizard flavor in his mouth, proving he had consumed lizard juice. It was simply delicious. However, Ball didn't share this feeling. She thought it was just ordinary sweet wine, likely due to her robotic nature, as her sensations were entirely different from those of organic beings. Drinking the mysterious beverage restores 1 point of spiritual energy. Drinking the mysterious beverage restores 1 point of sanity. Drinking the mysterious beverage restores 2 points of stamina. 3 consecutive system notifications appeared once again, astonishing Wang Yu. He gulped it all down in one go. By then his spiritual energy was fully restored, his sanity had returned to 12 points, and his stamina was completely replenished. No wonder the bar stated a limit of 1 cup per person. This was truly a miraculous elixir. If possible, he would definitely buy a few cups to take away for use as potions in critical moments. A special supply station for hyperspace travel. Wang Yu redefined this bar, speculating that those more expensive drinks would likely have even better effects. However, the drink was so good that he had unknowingly finished it, and then remembered the message at the bar stating no refills after finishing, which made him leave right away. Had I known, I would have drunk it more slowly. This elixir concocted by the old immortal is truly a masterpiece, so delicious. Flatter me all you want, I still won't give you any discounts, and I won't make an exception for a second cup, so forget it, you little rascal. Wang Yu's thoughts were seen through by the old walker, but it didn't matter. Flattering him cost no credit points. Ball. Wang Yu became serious and discussed the subsequent combat plan with her. As that monster might be lurking at the door, they would first take a look when the door opened. If it was too dangerous, they would retreat, since the owner hadn't started kicking people out yet. If all went well, they would maintain a distance from the monster to ensure safety, which required both of their bullets to hit the monster, repelling it with impact. Fortunately, the monster had lost a leg, greatly diminishing its mobility. As long as they didn't enter the darkness, its movement speed had actually become its weakness, significantly reducing the danger. Afterward, Wang Yu would concentrate on attacking the monster's torso with the beam pistol, while Ball would use an anti-material sniper rifle for precise shooting. The reason for not targeting the head was that the head might not necessarily be the monster's weak point, and it was also difficult to hit. However, if they could split the monster in two, its threat would be greatly reduced. Whether it had a weak point was actually irrelevant. Moreover, hitting the torso was easier, and Wang Yu felt more confident about it. After finalizing the plan, the three headed toward the door with Ball finishing her drink. But it had no special effects for her, as her physiological structure differed fundamentally from that of organic life. However, next time they could check if there were beverages useful to mechanical life, as it was likely given that even rock-like beings were drinking. Ball walked in front, exchanged a glance with Wang Yu, then pushed open the door. After waiting 2 seconds, she dashed out, followed by Wang Yu, and lastly the somewhat anxious Malkir. But once the three emerged from the wooden door, they were all stunned, for the outside had evidently turned into a battlefield, the walls and ground covered with scratches and blood strewn, with large amounts of black debris, and even a severed black arm hanging on the wall, claws embedded in it. The monster had undoubtedly left its mark on the walls. What is this? Wang Yu looked at the remnants of the battlefield, especially the deformed ground and walls from the heavy impact, which reminded him of Hammer Brother. Hammer Brother had been here and fought with that black monster, apparently winning, as the opponent hadn't even managed to take its hand. However, that monster wouldn't bleed. Clearly Hammer Brother wasn't unscathed either. As for the outcome of the battle, it was undoubtedly a great victory for Hammer Brother, but whether the monster had been crushed to death. Wang Yu remained on guard, holding his shotgun, while inspecting the corridor battlefield, searching for the monster's corpse.